Before diving into this story, take a moment to join our community. Subscribe to the channel, leave your like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Tell us, if you had lived through a siege, do you think you would have survived the hunger, the fear, and the betrayal? Your answer might surprise even you. The first thing that struck you was not the sound, but the vibration. A low, dreadful tremor spreading across the stone walls before the church bell even began to ring. And then it came, that metallic roar of iron clanging against bronze, shaking the silence of dawn like a beast awakening. The bell was not calling you to prayer, nor to a market day. It was warning you of death approaching. Imagine being jolted out of half-sleep, your hands still numb from the cold, and suddenly every heartbeat feels louder than the bell itself. That was the start of an attack. No heroic fanfare, no knights galloping in sunlight like the tales you might hear today. Just fear. Fear that dripped into your veins as naturally as sweat. You look up to the sky, and it is no longer blue, but blackened by hundreds of arrows. People today worry about pigeons ruining their car paint, but in a medieval siege, your biggest concern was whether a sharpened stick would come crashing down through your skull before you even finished tightening the strap on your helmet. The air whistled like a swarm of angry insects, each arrow carrying with it the possibility of ending a life. And here is where reality becomes almost absurd. You did not need to be the most skillful swordsman or the bravest knight. Survival, at least in the opening moments, was more a game of chance. Stand a step to the left, and you lived. A step to the right, and you became another body staining the cobblestones. A grim medieval lottery, where the winning ticket simply meant breathing another hour. It wasn't only arrows. The enemy wanted to break not just your body, but your spirit. Imagine the thundering of massive stones hurled by trebuchets, each one smashing against walls that you had sworn were impenetrable. A wall, after all, is supposed to mean safety. Just like today we imagine our locked doors keep us untouchable. But once those stones began to crack the very rocks you trusted, you learned quickly that no fortress was eternal. The vibrations from each impact rattled teeth, loosened stones, and shook morale. Soldiers would stand tall at first, shouting bravado, but as the ground quivered beneath them, their faces began to betray something else. Doubt. And doubt spreads faster than any plague. Think of the irony here. A castle, the ultimate symbol of power, could suddenly feel like a coffin. You had nowhere to run. The drawbridge was up, the gates bolted, and behind you stood not open fields but your own terrified people. Mothers clutching children, old men clutching whatever rusty blade they could find, all looking at you not as a soldier, but as their last line between life and annihilation. And if you thought you had time to rest, forget it. Attacks were relentless. You might spend 3 nights straight without sleep, leaning against cold stone, listening for the scrape of ladders or the crunch of footsteps near the moat. Your eyes burned, your body begged for rest, but closing them meant gambling with everyone's lives. Sleep deprivation wasn't an inconvenience. It was another weapon of war. Then came the stomach, that enemy inside you. Food supplies vanished faster than hope. What was once a feast of roasted meats and fresh bread turned into chewing on loaves so old they could have been used as bricks. Soldiers joked in bitter humor that their bread might last longer than the walls. Water? Stale, green, and swimming with things you pretended not to see. Imagine sipping it while trying to convince yourself that the little creature floating on top was just a trick of the light, and yet you drank because thirst was more ruthless than disgust. Hunger and thirst turned warriors into shells of themselves, their swords heavier not because of iron, but because of weakness in their arms. And if that wasn't enough to break you, there was the sight. Friends, brothers in arms, collapsing beside you, pierced by arrows or crushed under falling debris. You learned quickly not to call anyone by name too loudly, because tomorrow their name might be followed by silence. Some tried to laugh it off. Dark jokes about reserving spots in heaven or arguing over who would get to haunt the enemy first. Humor became a fragile shield, a desperate way to remind yourself that you were still human. Because if you stopped laughing, even bitterly, you might start crying, and crying had no place on the walls of a castle under siege. The weather added insult to injury. Winter sieges froze the marrow in your bones. Metal armor clung to your body like ice, each breath a cloud of frost. Fingers stiffened around weapons until they could barely hold them. In summer, the opposite misery scorched you alive inside your own armor. Sweat blurred vision, helmets baked your skull, and every inhale carried the taste of dust and ash. Either way, nature seemed to side with your enemy, reminding you that survival was not just about arrows or stones, but about enduring a world that wanted you broken. And above all, the endless waiting. The horizon was always scanned for banners of allies who might come to save you. Riders would be sent, pigeons released, signals lit across hills, but most of the time, help never came. Reinforcements were a promise as fragile as parchment in the rain. So you waited until your body forgot what comfort was, until hope itself felt like a betrayal. And in that waiting, in those dragging hours of silence between bombardments, fear crept deeper. Fear not just of dying, but of dying for nothing. Every arrow, every stone, every missed night of sleep etched itself into your bones, and the cruelest truth of all was that this was only the beginning of a siege. What lay ahead was not relief, but escalation. The walls had not yet fallen, but cracks had begun, not only in stone, but in the hearts of those who swore to defend it. Night fell differently on a castle under siege. It wasn't the soft kind of night you might imagine, where silence is a blessing and darkness a place to rest. No, this night was a predator, the kind that pressed its weight against the ramparts, wrapped itself around your throat, and whispered every possible way you could die before sunrise. You leaned against the cold stone of the battlements, spear in hand, eyes burning with exhaustion, knowing that closing them for even a moment could mean ladders against the walls or torches appearing in the shadows. The strange part is that you almost wished for an attack, because at least then your heart would beat for a reason. Waiting in the dark was worse. It was like trying to outstare a beast you couldn't see. Every sound became a potential threat. A twig snapping outside the moat might be an army of silent killers. The flutter of an owl's wings made you grip your sword. Soldiers tried to joke about it. Imagine dying because a mouse sneezed. But the humor barely held because you knew the real danger was not far off. Fear sharpened your senses to absurd levels. You could hear the drip of water from the stone above your head, the scrape of your own boots when you shifted your weight, the pounding of your heart that seemed louder than the night itself. It was madness by repetition, and the longer you stood guard, the more you wondered if the enemy even needed to fight. Maybe all they had to do was wait until your mind cracked like the mortar in the walls. Sleep deprivation was a weapon as sharp as any sword. 2 nights without closing your eyes, and your body begged for mercy. Your legs trembled, your thoughts tangled, and your vision blurred until shadows took the shape of men. You might see a bush sway in the wind and swear it was an enemy crawling closer. Some soldiers admitted they fought imaginary battles with these ghosts, until a real arrow reminded them of the difference. The cruel truth was that your enemy didn't even have to attack. They could let hunger, thirst, and fatigue do the work. You became your own undoing. And then there was the rhythm of the watch itself, cruel in its monotony. You stood your post for hours, staring at nothing, shifting from one foot to the other, your eyelids heavier than your armor. You counted breaths, counted stars, counted cracks in the stones beneath your hands, anything to remind yourself that time was moving. Yet time mocked you, stretching seconds into eternities. A single night could feel like a month, and a month-long siege could steal years from your soul. The irony is that today people complain about insomnia because of glowing phone screens, while back then your sleepless nights were caused by the possibility of someone cutting your throat while you blinked. It gives perspective, doesn't it? To make matters worse, you weren't alone in your misery. Beside you, fellow guards leaned on spears, their heads nodding dangerously low, jerking awake in jolts of panic. Sometimes you'd smack one another's helmets just to keep each other conscious, like desperate students in a midnight study session. Only your exam was survival. The bond forged in those hours was something beyond friendship. You shared not just duty, but terror, and terror is a glue far stronger than affection. But it also broke men. Some deserted, some pretended to be ill, some begged to be reassigned to the kitchens, anywhere but the walls. You couldn't blame them, but you couldn't forgive them either. Inside the castle, families huddled, waiting for dawn, while outside the enemy encamped in silence. Fires burned in the distance, each flame a reminder that you were surrounded. You envied their sleep, even if it was on mud and straw, because at least their eyes were closed. In the castle, your eyes stayed open, red and raw. Even blinking too long felt like temptation, and the strange cruelty of the night watch was that dawn brought no real relief. The rising sun revealed not hope, but the full scale of the army preparing for the next assault. Sometimes the light was more terrifying than the dark, because at least shadows could still hide your despair. One curious thing about exhaustion is how it distorts reality. Men would start to laugh at absurd things. Laugh when a stone catapulted into the walls. Laugh when their bootstraps broke. Laugh when their commander scolded them. It wasn't joy, it was delirium. Your body, so deprived of sleep, treated everything like a joke. Soldiers would tell each other nonsense stories, make faces under their helmets, or swear that the moon was mocking them. And yet, in those absurdities, there was a strange survival mechanism. Laughter, even born from madness, kept you alive, because the alternative was breaking down and tears could never defend a gate. The worst moments came when silence stretched too long. You'd stand there, waiting for the attack that never came, the suspense gnawing at you more than the clash of weapons. Was the enemy planning something? Were they digging tunnels beneath the walls? Were they lulling you into complacency? Your imagination, fueled by exhaustion, invented horrors that no reality could match. It wasn't the battle that killed you, but the waiting for it. The irony was that you almost prayed for the assault, because at least then you could stop fighting your eyelids and start fighting flesh and blood. But dawn always came eventually, dragging with it not rest, but another day of hunger, thirst, and fear. The sun rose on faces pale with fatigue, on hands trembling too much to hold weapons steadily. Yet you stood your post again because the alternative was worse. There was no choice, no reprieve, no escape. The castle was your world, and your world was shrinking by the hour. And as you leaned on your spear, eyes raw, heart heavy, you realized something chilling. The true battle was not against the enemy outside the walls, but against the slow collapse inside yourself. And that collapse was only just beginning. Hunger has a way of changing the human mind. At first, during the early days of a siege, the lack of food felt like an inconvenience, a minor discomfort you endured with a grumble. But as the days turned into weeks, it became a constant ache gnawing at your insides, reminding you every hour that survival was slipping further from your grasp. The bread, once warm and soft, baked with pride in the castle ovens, was reduced to a brittle, rock-hard lump that could crack a tooth before it filled your belly. Soldiers joked that the loaves could be used as ammunition if the stones ever ran out. And it wasn't far from the truth. Sometimes it felt like chewing on a wall. The more you gnawed, the more your jaw ached, and yet you forced it down because hunger was crueler than pain. Water was no kinder. At the start, buckets were drawn from wells that seemed endless and clear. But as the siege dragged on, the enemy poisoned streams, threw carcasses into rivers, and tightened the noose. What remained was water that smelled of rot, tinged with green, carrying a film that shimmered like oil in the sun. You pinched your nose, swallowed, and prayed you would not vomit it back out. The irony, of course, is that some soldiers said the foul taste was a blessing. It forced you to drink less, stretching out supplies. But your body didn't care for irony. Dehydration made your lips crack and your tongue stick to the roof of your mouth, so you drank, fully aware that what slid down your throat might do more harm than good. This degradation of meals didn't just starve the body, it stripped away dignity. Food had once been communal, a moment of respite where laughter and stories softened the burden of war. Under siege, mealtimes turned into silent rituals of survival. A piece of stale bread might be broken carefully into fragments, divided among 3 soldiers. No one dared complain aloud because everyone's suffering was the same, yet resentment boiled under the surface. You envied the man who got a crumb bigger than yours, hated the child who cried louder for an extra bite. And then guilt arrived, crushing, because you knew that hunger was turning you against the very people you swore to protect. The body adapts in strange ways when starved. Some men swore they began to taste flavors that weren't there. A hint of fruit in the mold, a sweetness in the stale grain. Others became obsessed with food, talking endlessly about feasts they had once enjoyed. Around the fires, if there was still enough wood to light one, you would hear whispered fantasies of roasted meat, dripping with fat, or pies stuffed with apples and cinnamon. It was torture, dressed as memory. And sometimes the cruelty went further. A loaf of bread could become currency. Soldiers gambled with it, bribed with it, and betrayed with it. The walls may have kept enemies out, but hunger tore the garrison apart from the inside. Curiously, bread and water were not always the end of desperation. Historical records tell us of sieges where leather was boiled into soup, where belts and shoes became the last defense against starvation. There were darker tales too, whispers of dogs and cats disappearing, of horses being slaughtered not for battle but for meat. And though it shocks us today, some chronicles spoke of worse, of humanity crumbling under the weight of need. The very idea makes your stomach twist, but when hunger claws at you day after day, morality becomes as brittle as the bread itself. Even religion, which often provided comfort, turned into a double-edged sword during these times. Priests told soldiers to endure, to remember the fasting of saints, to offer their hunger as a sacrifice to God. Some found strength in that. Others cursed it, muttering that saints had not faced arrows raining from the sky while chewing bread that could shatter teeth. It is a strange reflection on faith, that in moments of famine it can either lift you higher or crush you under its weight. And yet, even in anger, men prayed before eating, because when food is poison, you beg for any blessing that might make it safe. Children suffered the most, and their cries became unbearable. You could shut out the enemy's drums, ignore the crash of stones, but not the wail of a hungry child echoing through the castle halls. Mothers gave their portions away, watching their own bodies wither, while fathers broke down, powerless, to protect their families from the slow death creeping in. There is something uniquely devastating about hunger. Not the sharp kind that passes with a meal, but the slow erosion that thins the body, hollows the cheeks, and dims the eyes until the soul seems to shrink along with the flesh. And yet, amid this misery, there were sparks of dark humor. Soldiers joked that the stale bread might outlast the castle, that if all else failed, the enemy could be beaten with loaves harder than their helmets. They laughed about their water being so foul that even the rats refused it. Humor again became the medicine for despair. But the laughter always rang hollow, followed by silence and a distant rumble of stomachs that no joke could soothe. What gnawed at you most wasn't the hunger itself, but the endlessness of it. A battle ends. A sword fight has a winner. But hunger, it stretches, constant and invisible siege within the walls. Each day bled into the next with no relief in sight. And as you chewed on bread, that tasted of stone, and drank water that reeked of death, You realized something chilling. Starvation was not simply the background of the siege, it was the weapon that would decide its outcome. And still, the enemy outside had more tools to wield, tools that struck not only your stomach, but your very heart. Because while your body weakened from hunger, your spirit faced a torment far sharper, the pain of watching comrades fall, not from starvation, but from wounds you could not heal. And that sight carried its own kind of poison. There is a silence that follows death in battle that no song, no tale, ever truly captures. It is not the absence of sound, but rather the crushing weight of everything that is not said. The clash of steel and the whistle of arrows are loud enough, yes, but when a friend falls beside you, the world shrinks into that one moment. The din of war becomes muffled, like you are underwater, and all you hear is the final gasp of someone you laughed with only yesterday. That silence is heavier than stone. It presses on your chest long after the field grows quiet. Seeing a friend die in the chaos of an attack is not just about grief, it is about helplessness. You are trained to swing a sword, to raise a shield, to stand tall when the enemy advances. But nothing prepares you for the sudden collapse of a man whose voice once kept you awake through long nights on the walls. One arrow, one stone, one unlucky strike, and he is gone, staring blankly at a sky still full of movement. The strangest part is how fast it happens. A heartbeat ago he was breathing, cursing, fighting. Then he is a memory in the making, and you do not have the luxury of mourning. The battle does not pause for grief. You are forced to step over his body, forced to keep moving, because stopping means joining him. Every castle siege turned soldiers into unwilling accountants of death. You started counting without even realizing it. 3 today, 2 yesterday, 5 the day before. Friends became numbers you tried not to attach faces to. But faces intrude anyway. You remember the way Thomas laughed with his crooked teeth, or how Robert always saved you the last piece of bread. Suddenly the wall where you once stood together feels unbearably wide. You scan the line of men at your side and notice the gaps where they should be. Those gaps are louder than drums. And then comes the cruelty of recognition. It is one thing to hear about losses in distant battles. It is another to see your comrade's blood soaking into the very stones you swore to defend. Blood on your own boots, sticky, warm, a reminder that survival is not a matter of valor, but of sheer chance. You begin to question everything. Why him and not me? Did I fail him somehow? Could I have raised my shield quicker, shouted a warning louder? Guilt becomes a second siege within your chest. And unlike hunger or thirst, guilt has no cure. It lingers, whispering in the quiet hours, eroding whatever resolve you had left. The enemy knew this too. They did not need to kill everyone. They only needed to kill enough to make the rest falter. Watching a friend fall was more effective than any stone thrown by a catapult. Despair spread faster than fire. Some soldiers hardened in response, becoming brutal, reckless, trying to avenge with every swing of their swords. Others cracked, their courage leaking out like water through a broken jar. You could see it in their eyes. The dead haunted the living long before the castle itself crumbled. What makes it unbearable is how human memory clings. Days after the battle, you still see him in the corner of your vision, hear his voice echo when you least expect it. Some soldiers swore they dreamed of their dead comrades sitting beside them, laughing as if nothing had happened, only to wake to the cold, empty walls. And in a strange way, these ghosts gave comfort, because even in death, they remained part of the garrison. The tragedy was that their presence reminded you how easily you could join them. And yet, the horror of seeing a friend die was not confined to battle alone. During sieges, wounds often meant a slower, crueler death. A man pierced by an arrow might survive the strike, but rot from infection in the days after. You would sit by his side, listening to his moans, unable to do more than offer water that did nothing but prolong his suffering. Imagine the helplessness of holding the hand of someone who begged you to end his pain while knowing that mercy was forbidden and impossible. The battlefield may have been violent, but it was at least mercifully quick. The infirmary in a besieged castle was a chamber of despair, where courage dissolved into fever and silence. Some tried to shield themselves by detachment. They stopped learning names, stopped making friends. Better to fight beside a stranger than to grieve for a brother. But isolation carried its own poison. Loneliness in the midst of war is its own kind of death. You needed laughter, you needed the shared burden, even if it meant risking heartbreak. And so the cycle continued. Bond, lose, grieve, repeat. A rhythm as relentless as the enemy's drums outside the walls. And what of the civilians inside? They too saw friends and loved ones perish. A child lost her father, a mother buried her son, all within the same cold stone walls where you fought. Their grief echoed yours, doubling the weight on your shoulders. Soldiers often told themselves they fought for honor or for a lord, but in truth, they fought for the faces watching them from the shadows, faces they could not bear to disappoint, even as loss hollowed them out. What lingers most is the absurdity. In the middle of mourning, someone might crack a joke, clumsy and inappropriate, just to break the tension. And strangely, everyone laughed. Not because it was funny, but because laughter kept despair at bay. You laughed with tears still wet on your cheeks, because otherwise the silence would crush you. War taught you that grief and humor were not opposites. They were survival partners. Yet even laughter could not hide the empty spaces left behind. When a friend died, the walls felt taller, the nights longer, the bread harder, the water fouler. His absence echoed in every task, from carrying stones to drawing arrows from quivers. And in those moments, staring at the bloodied ground where he fell, you realized something grim. The enemy outside the walls was dangerous, but the real threat was the slow unraveling of your spirit inside them. And that unraveling was about to face yet another torment, not from arrows or blades, but from the merciless hand of nature itself. The weather was not a backdrop in a medieval siege. It was a weapon, merciless and impartial, striking both defender and attacker with equal cruelty, yet always seeming to lean harder on those trapped inside the castle walls. When winter came, it did not announce itself politely. It crept through cracks in the stone, slithered under armor, and sank its claws into the marrow of your bones, until even your heartbeat seemed frozen. The cold turned every task into torment. Metal weapons glued themselves to your skin, so that grabbing a sword without gloves could peel flesh from your hand. Breath crystallized in front of your face, not in soft clouds like on a brisk morning stroll, but in ragged plumes that reminded you just how shallow each inhale had become. You did not fight only the enemy, you fought frostbite, numbness, and the temptation to close your eyes just for a moment and let the sleep of snow take you. Imagine standing on the wall for hours, your boots stiff with ice, your fingers so stiff that drawing an arrow felt like moving stone. The enemy might not fire a single shot that night, but the cold itself whispered, "Give up, drop your weapon, sit down, rest." And men did. Some collapsed where they stood, too weak to continue. Others tried to keep warm by stamping their feet or muttering curses, but curses did not heat the blood. The cold had no mercy, no negotiation. You could stab a man and end his life, but you could not stab the wind. That truth sank deeper with each freezing gust until morale cracked like frozen water in a clay jug. But summer offered no reprieve. The heat was its own siege, one that roasted you alive in the very armor that was meant to protect you. The walls reflected sunlight like mirrors, turning battlements into ovens. Men leaned against stone so hot it burned their skin through their tunics. Sweat pooled under helmets, blinding eyes with salt, and dripped into mouths already dry from thirst. Water, scarce and foul, became more precious than gold. You could watch men fight over half a cup of warm, stagnant liquid because thirst was stronger than honor. Some soldiers tried to cool themselves by stripping layers, but that only left them vulnerable to arrows and ridicule. Others fainted mid-watch, collapsing like broken dolls, their bodies too weak to endure the sun's punishment. The contrast between cold and heat was almost comical in its cruelty. In winter, men huddled together for warmth, shaking like leaves in a storm. In summer, they pushed each other away, desperate for air, swearing that even a single breath of wind would be a blessing from God. It is curious how survival reshapes dignity. In the cold, you would cling to a fellow soldier like a child, ignoring the shame, because shared warmth meant life. In the heat, you would curse the same man for breathing too close to your face. The body turned comradeship into a pendulum, swinging between desperate unity and desperate isolation, depending on the season. The weather also altered the battlefield itself. In winter, snow muffled the sound of approaching enemies, making every creak of the ice a possible sign of death. Frozen moats became bridges, betraying the very defenses you trusted. In summer, mud from sudden rains could trap a horse mid-charge or make ladders slip from the walls, sending attackers tumbling to their deaths. But it also worked against you. Supplies spoiled faster in the heat, rotting meat filled the air with stench, and disease spread like wildfire. Siege was never just soldier against soldier. It was soldier against nature, and nature had infinite patience. What made it unbearable was how the extremes of weather magnified everything else. Hunger was worse in the cold, when your body burned what little fuel it had just to stay alive. Thirst was worse in the heat, when your tongue swelled and your lips cracked until they bled. Grief felt sharper when the wind howled through the cracks of the castle, and fatigue more suffocating when the sun weighed on your armor like an anvil. The elements didn't simply add to the misery, they doubled it, amplified it, and carved it deeper into the soul. And yet, humans are strange creatures. Soldiers found ways to joke about the very misery that nearly killed them. In winter, they joked that the enemy could abandon their catapults and simply wait for everyone inside to freeze solid. In summer, they laughed that the castle smelled so bad, no sane army would want to conquer it. These jokes, bitter and absurd, kept the despair at bay. Because humor, however dark, was one of the last defenses left when shields cracked and swords dulled. Without it, the weather would have crushed spirits even faster than bodies. But even humor could not stop the slow erosion of will. Men began to wonder which was worse, the arrows that fell from the sky or the invisible arrows of cold and heat that pierced without warning. They dreamed of normal days, of sitting under a tree in spring or warming by a fire in autumn. The seasons inside a besieged castle were not seasons at all. They were punishments, reminders that you were trapped in a world where the enemy outside was only half the battle. And as you stood there, shivering in the frost or sweltering in the blaze, another thought crept in. What if help never came? What if all you endured, the hunger, the thirst, the loss, the weather, was simply a slow march to a defeat you could not prevent? That question was heavier than armor, sharper than arrows, and more suffocating than heat. Because waiting for salvation that might never arrive was its own kind of death, one that haunted every defender who dared look toward the horizon. Waiting for help that never arrives is its own kind of torture. It is not the sudden terror of arrows falling from the sky, nor the violent crack of stones smashing against the walls. It is slower, quieter, but far more corrosive. It begins with hope, bright and sharp, like a flame in the darkness. At the start of the siege, everyone tells themselves that reinforcements will come. Riders have been sent. Messengers have slipped through the night. The banners of allies will surely appear over the horizon any day now. You cling to that thought as if it were bread, because hope fills you in ways rotten water cannot. But days pass, then weeks, and the horizon remains empty. That flame you tended so carefully begins to flicker, and every time the sun rises without delivering salvation, it burns you a little more. The watchtowers become altars of longing. Soldiers climb them, not only to scan for enemies, but to search desperately for the faint outline of cavalry in the distance, for dust clouds stirred by friendly hooves. Eyes ache from staring into emptiness, inventing shapes that are not there. A patch of trees becomes a marching column. A flock of birds transforms into banners. Some men swear they see salvation, crying out with joy, only for disappointment to crush them minutes later when the vision dissolves into nothing. The cruelest part is how your own mind turns traitor, dangling illusions before you just to keep you alive a little longer. Inside the castle, rumors spread like wildfire. One soldier whispers that he overheard the Lord say an army was on the way. Another insists he saw a secret signal fire from the hills. Desperate families clutch these rumors as if they were a scripture, repeating them again and again until they sound like truth. But as days stretch on with no confirmation, trust erodes. Was the messenger captured? Did the Lord betray us? Or worse, did no one ever plan to send help at all? Faith, both in men and in God, begins to crumble, stone by stone, and when faith collapses, walls feel weaker than ever. Hope is a double-edged sword. It sustains you when your belly is empty and your throat is dry, but it also sharpens despair when it fails. At night, lying awake on cold stone, you imagine what it would feel like to see banners in the distance, to hear trumpets calling the enemy to retreat. You let yourself smile at the thought, but the morning always punishes you for daring to dream. Another day of waiting, another sunrise over a horizon that offers only silence. The repetition itself becomes unbearable, the cycle of expectation and disappointment grinding against the soul until even hunger feels easier to bear. The irony is that even if help were to come, it might not save you. Reinforcements often arrived too late, battered themselves, unable to break the siege. Sometimes they came only to negotiate surrender rather than to fight. Soldiers inside the castle knew this, but they held on to the fantasy anyway, because to let it go meant admitting that death was the only visitor approaching. In that sense, hope was not just a lie, it was a necessary lie. Without it, the defenders would collapse long before the enemy breached the gates. The waiting poisoned relationships too. Soldiers accused their lords of abandonment, while civilians accused soldiers of incompetence. Whispers grew into arguments, arguments into fights. You might find yourself glaring at the same commander you once trusted with your life, wondering if his promises of aid were lies from the start. Distrust seeped into the air like smoke, choking the very unity needed to endure. Siege warfare was not only about walls cracking, but about people cracking inside them, and waiting for help that never came, widened those cracks until they split wide open. There is something tragically human about how people try to cope with such despair. Some turn to rituals, lighting candles in secret corners, praying for saints to deliver salvation. Others carved marks into stone walls, counting the days as if measuring suffering gave it meaning. A few tried to distract themselves, telling stories of past victories, or imagining the feast they would have when the siege ended. But the truth pressed heavier each day. Every mark carved was another day without rescue. Every story told was another reminder of what had been lost. And eventually, even the strongest voices grew quiet, swallowed by the suffocating silence of absence. The physical signs of waiting grew as visible as the cracks in the walls. Eyes hollowed, backs hunched, faces paled. Soldiers moved slower, not because of hunger alone, but because expectation had drained them dry. They shuffled along the battlements like ghosts, watching an empty horizon with empty stares. Children stopped asking when help would arrive, because the adults had stopped answering. And when questions vanish, when even curiosity fades, that is when despair has fully taken root. And yet, there were moments, brief, fleeting, where hope returned like a cruel guest. A glimmer of dust on the road, a bird flying low, a distant horn mistaken for a trumpet. The castle would erupt in whispers. Men racing to vantage points, families clutching one another. For a moment, spirits lifted, faces brightened. And then, inevitably, the truth revealed itself. Dust from wind. Not hooves, a bird, not a banner. A shepherd's call, not a horn of war. The fall from that brief high was devastating, worse than if hope had never risen at all. By the end, the waiting became more unbearable than the fighting itself. At least in battle, there was clarity. Kill or be killed, survive or perish. Waiting offered no such clarity, only endless questions with no answers. And so you stood there, staring at the horizon day after day, praying for banners that never appeared, feeling time itself rot your resolve. The cruelest truth was not that help was delayed, but that sometimes it had never been coming at all. And realizing that left you with only one certainty. The enemy outside might breach your walls, but the emptiness inside you had already done the greater damage. High above the castle walls, perched in towers that scraped against the sky, the archers carried a burden heavier than the bows they drew. Solitude was their companion, not just the silence of being physically apart from the men below, but the gnawing awareness that in those high places they were the first targets and often the first to fall. From the ground, a tower seemed a place of advantage, a fortress within a fortress, giving sight over the field. But to the men standing within its narrow confines, it was more like a cage made of stone, where every creak of wood, every groan of rope, echoed like a warning. An archer's view was a curse disguised as privilege. From up there you saw everything, the enemy formations shifting in the distance, the glint of sunlight on spear tips, the dark figures gathering for another push. While men below clung to rumors or half-glimpses, the archer saw truth with cruel clarity. He saw the enemy multiplying, saw ladders being carried closer, saw siege engines edging forward inch by inch. And knowing too much was its own kind of torment. Knowledge piled on your chest like an extra stone in the tower wall. You shouted warnings, but sometimes they were drowned out, sometimes ignored, and sometimes useless because no one could stop what you had already seen coming. The loneliness sank deeper at night. Imagine standing in a drafty tower, eyes straining at the horizon, listening to the wind whistle through cracks, while your comrades huddled together below, sharing whispers, warmth, and scraps of stale bread. Up in the tower there was no comfort, no human closeness, just you, the bow, and the vast expanse of dark. And in that dark, the mind played tricks. A bush became a soldier, a flicker of torchlight became an entire army. Exhaustion made shadows dance, and more than one archer loosed arrows at nothing but night itself. The shame of wasting precious shafts was sharp, but sharper still was the knowledge that your fear had won, if only for a moment. The bow itself was no gentle tool. Drawing it again and again tore at the muscles of the back and shoulders. Fingers blistered and bled from releasing bowstrings, leaving stains on the very weapons meant to protect you. In the bitter cold, the string stiffened and snapped against your skin like a whip. In the heat, sweat slicked your palms, making every draw a struggle. Archers lived in cycles of pain, sore shoulders, numb fingers, aching spines. Yet they endured, because their arrows were not just weapons. They were promises. Every shaft loosed into the air was a vow to those below that the towers still held, that death would rain on the enemy before it reached the gates. But promises came at a price. An archer could not escape the view of what his arrows did. From above, you watched men collapse when your shaft found its mark. You saw them clutch wounds, writhe on the ground, sometimes crawl back toward safety. And unlike the soldiers below, who fought face to face, you killed at a distance. That distance was both mercy and curse. It kept you safe from blood on your hands, yet it also meant you had time to see the aftermath, to watch life drain slowly from men who had never looked you in the eyes. You were executioner and spectator all at once. Isolation twisted even camaraderie. Archers in neighboring towers might wave or shout, but their voices were carried away by wind, leaving each man trapped in his own silence. On some days, the only company was the birds that dared circle above the battlefield, waiting for the feast of the fallen. Their caws became a chorus of doom, reminding you of what would be left behind when arrows and swords finished their work. And yet, strangely, those birds were a kind of comfort too, proof that life went on, that nature cared little for walls or wars. The archer learned to live with that indifference, to see himself as another shadow in the tower, just as temporary as the rest. The pressure of expectation bore down hardest on those high perches. If you missed, the enemy drew closer. If you faltered, men below paid the price. Some archers developed rituals to keep steady, whispered prayers before each shot, kisses pressed to arrowheads, charms tied to bowstrings. Superstition was not weakness, but survival. When every draw of the bowstring might decide the fate of dozens, a man clung to any shred of control he could invent. The tower, already heavy with stone, grew heavier still with whispered hopes and desperate bargains made with the heavens. And then there was the terror of being targeted. Enemy archers aimed first for the towers, determined to blind the castle by removing its eyes. Every time you peered over the battlements, you risked an arrow finding you instead. Helmets offered little comfort when death could slip through a gap as small as a coin. You leaned out cautiously, but caution and duty were often enemies. If you stayed hidden, you failed your post. If you exposed yourself, you gambled with your life. The line between cowardice and courage was as thin as the bowstring itself. The solitude bred strange thoughts, too. Archers often confessed after battles that they spoke to themselves while standing guard, inventing conversations with long-dead friends, or even with the stones of the tower itself. Some swore the walls whispered back, groaning in the night with voices only exhaustion could summon. Madness was not rare. In fact, it was expected. A man left too long in the towers might descend with wide, unfocused eyes, laughing at things no one else heard. Yet even then, the tower demanded another body to take his place, another soul to endure the silence. And so the cycle continued. The archer, alone in his high post, kept watch not just with his eyes, but with the weight of all those below depending on him. He endured the pain of his bow, the loneliness of the tower, the guilt of his arrows, and the constant shadow of death. From his perch, he saw more than most, and knowing more meant suffering more. Because when the towers held, the castle held, and when the towers broke, the heart of the fortress broke with them. But as heavy as the loneliness of the towers was, it was nothing compared to the sounds that echoed from below. Sounds that came from the deepest chambers of the castle, where desperation took on new forms and where the cries of children reminded defenders that war was never fought by soldiers alone. The cellars of a castle were supposed to be places of storage, dark vaults of wine, sacks of grain, salted meat, and barrels of water. But during a siege, they became something very different. They turned into shelters for the most fragile lives inside the walls. Mothers clutched their children in those damp chambers, pressing them into corners, rocking them silently as if the motion alone could protect them from the storm of violence outside. The air smelled of mold, earth, and fear. Torches flickered against stone, throwing long shadows across terrified faces. And in the silence of waiting, the sound that broke hearts more than any catapult or trumpet was the crying of children. At first, the crying was innocent. Infants wailed for milk, toddlers fussed for warmth. But as days stretched into weeks, the tone of those cries changed. Hunger hollowed the sound, turning it into a raw plea that even the most battle-hardened soldier could not ignore. Imagine standing guard above, hearing the faint echoes of children sobbing beneath your feet while you prepared to fight. It was a reminder that your war was not just against an enemy at the gate, but against despair seeping through every stone of the fortress. Soldiers sometimes admitted that the cries were worse than the enemy's war drums. A drum reminded you to fight. A child's sob reminded you of everything you might lose. Mothers did their best to soothe them. They whispered lullabies, songs once meant to calm babies to sleep, but in the cellars those melodies trembled, cracked with fear. The same voices that once carried joy now carried desperation, each note fighting to smother the terror that lay heavy in the air. Some women pressed cloths against their children's mouths, not to harm them, but to muffle the sound, afraid the enemy outside might hear through cracks and shadows. That fear was real, because silence was survival. An arrow through a slit, a fire lit too close, and the cellars would no longer be safe havens but tombs. The cruelty of siege warfare meant that children grew up in hours rather than years. A boy who once played in the courtyard learned to sit in silence, wide-eyed, listening to the groaning stone above him as if he were already a soldier. A girl who once chased chickens now clung to her mother's skirts, her hands too thin, her eyes too hollow. Some children fell quiet altogether, their voices spent, their cries replaced by silence that felt even more devastating. For a parent, that silence was a wound deeper than hunger itself. At least a cry meant life still lingered. Silence hinted at something far worse. Stories tell us that children in sieges often created their own strange games. They played at war with pebbles and sticks, imitating the soldiers they overheard. They drew banners in the dirt or pretended to defend the door of the cellar as if it were the main gate. There is something unbearably human in this. Children turning trauma into play, laughter into resistance. But the laughter was always short-lived, cut off by the boom of stones hitting walls or the sudden silence of adults listening for enemy movements above. For soldiers, the cries of children below were both a burden and a strange source of strength. Some said it reminded them why they endured sleepless nights, hunger and fear. Each arrow they loosed, each stone they carried to repair cracks in the wall, was for the unseen faces huddled in darkness beneath them. Yet the same cries also broke them. Imagine climbing down to the cellars after your watch, exhausted, your armor stained, only to be greeted by wide, frightened eyes. You wanted to offer reassurance, but what could you say? That everything would be fine? That help was coming? You knew the lies, even as you spoke them. And still, you spoke them, because children needed lies more than truth in those moments. There was also the shame of not being able to provide. Fathers watched their sons gnaw at crusts of bread harder than stone, watched daughters sip water that smelled like rot. Parents who once worked fields full of grain, who once hunted in forests full of game, now stared helplessly as their children starved within stone walls that were supposed to protect them. The castle was a fortress, yes, but it was also a cage, and no parent could explain why protection looked so much like imprisonment. The cries of children had another more insidious effect. They spread doubt. Soldiers began to question whether defending the castle was worth it. Was it better to surrender and save the innocents inside than to watch them waste away? Lords and commanders insisted on honor, on duty, on resistance, but in the damp corners of the cellar, where a child's body trembled from hunger, honor felt hollow. The decision to fight or yield was not just a military choice, it was a moral wound, and children's voices deepened the cut. And yet, even in the darkest cellars, life refused to vanish. Babies were born during sieges, their first cries mingling with the cries of others, a fragile sign that existence went on. Midwives worked in cramped shadows, bringing new life into a world of death. That paradox was staggering. While above, men killed and died, below, new voices entered the world, already condemned to inherit its suffering. And still, mothers looked into those faces and found reasons to endure another day. That resilience was a quiet defiance against the enemy, a refusal to let despair win. But resilience was tested every hour, because the children's cries reminded everyone that the walls were not enough. Protection meant nothing if the smallest voices inside the fortress were fading. And as the echoes of those cries bounced off cold stone, the defenders above realized with growing dread that hunger and fear were not the only enemies. The enemy outside wanted to break stone, but the sounds within were breaking hearts. And once hearts broke, walls would not hold much longer. Hunger, in the middle of a siege, was not the kind of hunger we complain about today when dinner is late or when the bread at the market feels overpriced. It was a hollow, gnawing animal inside your chest, chewing at your ribs, clouding your mind, making every thought circle back to the same obsession: food. At first, there were rations, stale bread, and the occasional strip of salted meat, but those ran out quickly because the enemy outside had no intention of leaving. So the meals grew stranger, darker, and more humiliating. And nothing symbolized that humiliation more than the boiling of leather. Boots, belts, scraps of saddles, objects once meant for walking, riding, or fastening were stripped, cut into strips, and dropped into iron pots. Boiling leather was an act of desperation. You scraped away the dirt, the mud, the sweat that had soaked into it for years, and pretended it was food. Hours of boiling softened the tough hide into something vaguely chewable, releasing a greasy, bitter liquid that smelled nothing like soup and everything like despair. Soldiers joked bitterly that it was cow's revenge, the beast's hide striking back from beyond the grave. But jokes did little to disguise the shame of chewing on what once touched the ground beneath your feet. And yet, this was not unique to one castle or one war. Chronicles from medieval Europe to Asia tell of defenders reduced to boiling leather. In the siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD, it was recorded that people ate belts and shields. During the siege of Leningrad, centuries later, history repeated itself. Leather boiled, scraped, and swallowed just to keep bodies upright. It seems that hunger, across time, strips humans down to the same terrible inventions. The thought that a boot might save you for one more day was both absurd and horrifying. Leather was not even safe food. Tanning chemicals, oils, and dyes poisoned many who tried to digest it. Stomachs twisted in pain, bowels revolted, and still people went back for more. Because pain was preferable to starvation. Some chewed for hours on a single strip, softening it with saliva until it became a gummy, tasteless lump. Children gnawed on it like teething toys, their hollow eyes searching for comfort that leather could not give. And parents, watching them, forced themselves to smile as if it were normal, because pretending gave a fragile illusion of control. There were stories of men fighting over scraps of hide, pulling daggers on each other for the last strip of a belt. Others gave up their weapons, trading away iron for the promise of leather to chew. Iron could defend you tomorrow, but hunger killed you today. And in that cruel arithmetic, survival always won. Soldiers swore they would rather face an enemy blade than another night with an empty stomach. And so boots, once symbols of movement, became lifelines, boiled into greasy nothingness in a desperate attempt to stay alive. The irony was thick. You wore those boots into battle, trudging through mud and blood, only to end up consuming them when the walls closed in. It was a grotesque parody of survival, eating the very tools meant to carry you forward. And when the boots were gone, you stared at other objects differently. Saddles became meat, belts became bread, scraps of parchment looked suspiciously edible. The siege warped your vision until everything around you seemed like potential food. Hunger rewrote reality. The act of boiling leather was more than a meal. It was a confession. A confession that no relief was coming soon, that supplies had dwindled to nothing, that desperation had overtaken dignity. Eating leather meant surrendering to survival in its most primitive form. And yet, in a twisted way, it also meant defiance. Every bite said, "I will not die today." Even if tomorrow brought nothing better, today you endured. And that endurance, bitter as it tasted, was still victory against the enemy's plan to starve you into submission. But the human body cannot live on boiled leather alone. Weakness crept in. Skin sagged, muscles wasted, eyes dulled. Soldiers stumbled on the walls, too lightheaded to hold their bows steady. Mothers fainted as they tried to hush their crying children. Hunger thinned the line between the living and the dead until both looked the same in the flickering torchlight. The castle was not only besieged from without, but eaten from within by emptiness. And hunger had another cruel effect. It stripped away compassion. When food became leather, trust became fragile. Men stole from one another, lied about what they had, hoarded scraps like treasure. Bonds forged in laughter and blood on the battlefield cracked under the weight of starvation. Some shared, yes, but sharing became sacrifice, and sacrifice became resentment. Starvation was not only an enemy of the body, it was an enemy of the soul. In this atmosphere, the cries of children grew sharper, the despair of parents heavier, and the burden on every defender unbearable. Because hunger was only one torment. Alongside it came exhaustion, grief, and the growing terror that even if you managed to outlast the famine, other horrors were waiting. Horrors born not from food, but from fire. The sound of catapults was unlike anything else. It wasn't just noise, it was a force that invaded your body, rattled your bones, and made your very teeth vibrate. When the first stones were launched, there was a kind of awe among the defenders. The sight of a massive block of rock, sometimes the size of a cart, spinning through the air felt almost unreal. It whistled as it cut through the wind, a deep, unnatural scream that gave you only seconds to imagine where it might fall. And then the crash, stone shattering stone, towers trembling, dust erupting like thunderclouds. That sound, more than swords or arrows, was the reminder that no wall, no matter how proud, was invincible. You learned quickly that catapults were not built merely to break walls. They were designed to break courage. The rhythm of their shots became a drumbeat of dread. You could almost feel the enemy calculating, measuring each arc, each angle. Defenders would flinch at the creak of ropes being wound tight on the horizon, bracing for impact even before the projectile was released. Sometimes the stone fell short and smashed harmlessly into the earth, but even that was not a relief. It was worse. It meant the enemy was adjusting, aiming, learning, and every mistake brought them closer to perfection. The castle itself betrayed you with each impact. Stone walls, which once seemed eternal, began to groan like living creatures in pain. Cracks spiderwebbed along towers. Mortar dust fell like ash, and ceilings shook loose their age-old strength. You could hear the fortress aging in minutes, centuries of craftsmanship undone by a single day of bombardment. Soldiers joked bitterly that the walls coughed like old men, spitting dust with each blow. But the laughter faded quickly as everyone realized that once the stones started crumbling, faith in the fortress followed. What made the catapults more terrifying was that they did not always hurl stones. Sometimes they flung carcasses of dead animals, rotting in the sun, to spread disease within the walls. Imagine the horror of a massive ox corpse bursting in the courtyard, its stench more suffocating than smoke. Sometimes they launched pots of burning pitch, shattering into fire that clung to wood, flesh, and everything it touched. Siege warfare was not about honor, it was about invention, and every invention was another way to twist fear into despair. The noise of the catapults was not just physical, but psychological. It was relentless, echoing day and night. The enemy knew you could not fight forever, so they forced you to live in a state of constant anticipation. A soldier might try to sleep, only to be jarred awake by another crash. Mothers tried to hush their children, but how do you hush terror that shakes the very floor beneath you? Sleep became a rare commodity, and in its absence, nerves frayed. Men jumped at shadows, snapped at each other, or sank into blank silence. The catapult didn't just break walls, it broke the thin threads that held people together. The defenders tried to fight back, of course. Arrows were loosed at the siege engines, fires launched to burn their wooden frames. But catapults were built sturdy, and men operated them from a distance, often shielded by their own protective structures. Watching your arrows bounce harmlessly off thick planks was demoralizing. It was like throwing pebbles at a storm. You were trapped in a cycle where defense seemed meaningless, where all you could do was endure blow after blow, praying the walls lasted longer than the enemy's patience. And yet, there was something almost absurd about it all. Soldiers joked that the stones themselves had personalities. Some were clumsy, rolling off walls like drunks, while others were cruelly precise, punching holes where you least expected. Humor was thin armor, but it mattered. If you could laugh at the rock that nearly killed you, then maybe you could pretend you still had control. But deep down, everyone knew the truth. The catapults had the final say. You could outlast hunger, you could endure thirst, you could suppress fear, but once the walls gave way, all bets were off. There were moments of eerie beauty too. Watching a stone arc through the sky, silhouetted against a sunset, carried a kind of terrible majesty. It reminded you of comets, of omens, of the heavens themselves turning against you. Medieval people believed strongly in signs, and many whispered that each shot was divine punishment, proof that God had abandoned the castle. Faith, once a shield, turned brittle in the face of endless bombardment. And when faith cracked, men's courage followed just as surely as the stones fell. The sound of the impact lingered even after the stone had struck. It echoed through hallways, down stairwells, into the deepest chambers. You could not escape it. Children covered their ears. Women clutched rosaries. Men gritted their teeth. But still the crash found them. That sound became part of your body, carried in your chest even when silence returned. In time, some defenders swore they could hear phantom catapults even in the absence of attack, their minds so scarred that silence itself felt dangerous. And as each crash reverberated, you began to realize the cruel truth. The catapults did not need to reduce the entire castle to rubble. They only needed to keep striking until your spirit crumbled faster than stone. Because a wall can be rebuilt, but a broken spirit cannot. And as dust fell from the ceilings and cracks widened underfoot, everyone knew that the enemy's next move would not come from the sky, but through the gates that no longer felt as strong as they once did. The great wooden gate of a castle was more than an entrance. It was a symbol, a promise carved into oak and iron. Thick beams reinforced with iron studs, massive hinges anchored deep into stone. Every defender believed that as long as the gate held, so too did the heart of the fortress. You could lose towers, lose men, even lose whole sections of wall, but the gate was sacred. It was the line between survival and slaughter. And when it began to shake under the relentless blows of siege engines, despair spread faster than fire. At first, the noise was distant, thuds echoing across the courtyard like a giant knocking on the door of the world. But soon the sound grew unbearable, a pounding heartbeat reverberating through every stone in the keep. Each strike made dust fall from the ceiling. Each vibration reminded you that wood, no matter how thick, was still wood. Defenders pressed their shoulders against it, adding their own fragile strength, as if human flesh could reinforce timber against the wrath of a battering ram. Imagine leaning your entire body weight into that door, your boots slipping on the stone floor, while a massive log swung outside, smashing against it with a force that felt biblical. The ram itself was a monster of war, carved from entire trees, wrapped in iron, often covered with hides, soaked in water to resist fire. Some were capped with iron heads, shaped like snarling beasts, dragons or wolves, so that every strike felt like being bitten by a nightmare. It was not only a weapon, but a spectacle designed to terrify. You could hear the chants of enemy soldiers as they pushed it forward, rhythmically heaving it into the gate, their voices rising with each swing. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed not just in the wood, but in the chest of every man, woman, and child inside the castle. Defenders tried everything to stop it. They poured boiling water and oil through murder holes, dropped stones, hurled spears. They leaned over the battlements to loose arrows into the mass of men beneath. Sometimes it worked, scattering the ram's handlers, buying precious minutes. But the enemy always returned, dragging it forward again, relentless as a tide. The futility of resistance wore on the defenders like rust on steel. You could wound men, you could set hides ablaze, but as long as that ram swung, the gate continued to groan, and despair deepened. The groaning was the worst part. At first, it was just creaks, the normal complaint of wood under strain. But as the hours dragged on, the gate began to scream. Nails squealed as they loosened. Hinges shuddered. The timbers cracked, splintering louder with each strike. Soldiers pressed their ears against the beams and swore they could hear the wood crying. That sound was a warning, a promise that the unthinkable was approaching. And when a splinter shot across the room like a dart, embedding itself in a man's arm, the truth became undeniable. The gate was dying. Inside, panic brewed. Civilians clutched their children. Soldiers cursed under their breath. Commanders barked orders that sounded less like strategy and more like desperation. Reinforcements were pulled from the walls to brace the entrance. Barrels of sand and stone were piled behind the doors, turning the passage into a barricade. Every available hand was summoned, from blacksmiths to kitchen boys, all pressing their weight against the failing wood. For a moment, the gate became more than timber. It became the collective will of everyone inside the fortress, each heartbeat echoing in defiance. But willpower, however noble, does not stop iron. And then it happened. A thunderous strike splintered the beam, leaving a jagged crack wide enough for daylight to pierce through. And that sliver of light was more terrifying than darkness. Men froze, staring at it, as if the sun itself had betrayed them. Fingers trembled as they traced the crack, knowing that the next few blows would turn it into a gaping wound. And when the ram swung again, the gate buckled inward, groaning like a giant on its knees. Despair spread in waves. Some shouted prayers, others curses. A few dropped their weapons entirely, overwhelmed by the inevitability of it. It was not just the loss of wood and iron they mourned, but the loss of hope itself. The gate was never supposed to fall. It was the symbol of endurance. And once symbols break, men's spirits often follow. But in that chaos, defiance still burned. Archers rained shafts down on the enemy with renewed fury, as if rage could patch timber. Boiling oil hissed, stones crashed, every trick of defense was unleashed in a final storm. The gate might fall, but not without blood. That defiance, however, could not silence the booming rhythm outside. The ram swung again and again, until at last the gate burst inward, shattering into a storm of splinters, iron clanging as it gave way. For defenders, the sight was devastating. The courtyard, once a place of safety, became a mouth gaping wide for the enemy to pour through. The sun outside seemed brighter, crueler, illuminating the figures rushing forward with shields and spears. The walls had not yet fallen, but it no longer mattered. The heart of the castle was exposed, and the battle had shifted from stone to flesh. And as men braced themselves for the clash, another horror loomed overhead. Not the pounding of wood, but the shrieks of fire and fury raining from above. Because once the gates gave way, the enemy's next weapon was not brute force, but flame. When the gate began to splinter and the walls shook with every blow, survival became the task of every soul inside the fortress, not just the armored men gripping spears. In those desperate hours, women bore burdens as heavy as any soldier's sword. They carried buckets, cauldrons, and jars filled not with water for drinking, but with water heated until it roared with steam. The act was brutal in its simplicity. Pour boiling liquid on the invaders, scaling ladders, or crowding the breach. It sounds almost like folklore, yet it was recorded in chronicles again and again because it was one of the few equalizers when raw strength favored the attacker. The image of women at war in this way is both heartbreaking and astonishing. Some were mothers, still nursing infants in the cellars below, who now found themselves climbing staircases with buckets so hot they scorched the wooden handles. Others were daughters, teenagers who only months earlier had known weaving or tending animals, now balancing steaming cauldrons that hissed with every step. Their arms trembled, not from weakness, but from the weight of responsibility, because in those moments, hesitation meant ladders reaching the top of the wall. The danger was immense. Fires had to be lit in the heart of the castle, often in kitchens already stripped bare of supplies. Water was hauled from wells and heated until it bubbled and spat. Then it had to be carried up narrow spiral staircases, slick with sweat, blood, and dust. One slip could mean disaster, burns that seared flesh, spills that scalded comrades instead of enemies. The irony was cruel. In trying to destroy invaders, they risked destroying themselves. And yet, they climbed again and again, their faces red with heat, their clothes damp with steam. Once on the battlements, the task was even more terrifying. Looking over the parapet meant exposing yourself to arrows whistling upward. Women leaned cautiously, tilting buckets, just enough so the liquid cascaded down. And below, invaders screamed as the boiling water struck, soaking through chainmail clinging to skin. The agony was immediate, and it spread panic faster than arrows ever could. Few weapons on a medieval battlefield inspired such primal fear. A sword cut could be parried, an arrow might miss, but scalding water found every gap in armor and lingered. It turned courage into chaos. Sometimes it wasn't water alone. Chronicles describe defenders mixing sand, ashes, or lime into the boiling liquid. Sand carried the heat deeper into wounds, clinging to skin. Lime, when wet, burned like acid, searing eyes and flesh long after the initial splash. Imagine the cruelty of that invention, not born of malice, but of desperation. When your gate is breaking and your children are starving in the cellar, morality bends under necessity. War does not ask what is noble. It asks what works. There is something profoundly symbolic about those buckets. In peacetime, water was life. Women fetched it daily from wells, used it to cook, to wash, to nurture families. In siege, the same buckets became weapons of death, turned against men clawing their way up ladders. The ordinary became extraordinary. And the women who once carried water to feed mouths now carried it to defend walls. It was not glory they sought. It was survival, plain and merciless. For soldiers on the wall, the sight of women beside them was both inspiring and haunting. It reminded them of what they were protecting, not only stone walls, but the lives within them, yet it also deepened their shame. If women risked scalding burns and arrows from below, how could a man complain of fatigue or fear? Their presence was a rebuke and a rallying cry. Some men swore their courage returned at the sight of a mother tipping a cauldron with steady hands, her face set in grim determination. If she could endure, so could they. But not every attempt went smoothly. Buckets spilled too early, splashing onto defenders' boots. Cauldrons tipped too late, missing their targets and wasting precious fuel. Sometimes the water cooled before it reached the enemy, turning into nothing more than a damp inconvenience. And each mistake cost dearly, because firewood for heating was scarce, wells were strained, and energy was running out. Every drop mattered. Every bucket was a gamble. The act left marks too. Women returned from the walls with arms blistered from steam, shoulders aching from the climb, and eyes hollow from what they had seen below. Because once you poured boiling liquid on a man, you could not unhear his screams. You could not unsee the way he clawed at his armor, desperate to escape the invisible fire eating his skin. Some defenders confessed later that those cries haunted them more than the clash of swords. The battlefield was supposed to be about steel against steel. But this was raw, primal suffering, and it echoed in memory long after the cauldrons cooled. Still, necessity does not ask for comfort. It asks for endurance. And the women endured, carrying bucket after bucket, turning kitchens into armories and ordinary lives into desperate acts of defiance. Their work did not win battles on its own, but it bought time. Time for men to regroup, time for walls to hold, time for hope to stretch another hour. And in a siege, sometimes an hour meant survival. But as the defenders fought with fire, water, and willpower, another enemy crept closer, not the soldiers scaling ladders, but the doubts growing within the walls themselves. Because when terror is constant and resources dwindle, suspicion begins to spread and the question rises like smoke. What if betrayal comes not from outside, but from within? Inside the castle, while arrows rained and stones shattered towers, a quieter and more insidious enemy stirred: doubt. It crept through the halls, whispering in corners, slipping into weary minds already cracked by hunger and fear. The terror of treachery was as real as the battering ram at the gate, perhaps more so, because while you could see the ram and strike at the men pushing it, betrayal was invisible until it happened. The thought that someone within the same walls, someone eating the same scraps and enduring the same nights without sleep, might open the gate or reveal a weakness to the enemy, was enough to keep men awake even when their bodies begged for rest. Suspicion spread like smoke. It was not always based on proof, but on glances, hesitations, or even bad luck. A guard who nodded off at his post was suddenly accused of conspiring with the enemy. A merchant whose storeroom seemed too full might be hoarding grain for himself, waiting to profit once the castle fell. Servants were whispered about in kitchens. What if one slipped a note to the besiegers during a water run? Every face became a mask that might hide treason, and in that atmosphere, trust became as scarce as food. History is full of such fears. Chronicles tell of sieges, where gates were opened at night by bribed hands, where lords were betrayed by their own knights, and where starving civilians begged for surrender while commanders demanded resistance. Loyalty was fragile when bellies were empty. A single bag of gold, a promise of mercy, or even the simple desperation to save one's family could outweigh oaths sworn in calmer days. And so, suspicion did not need to be true to be dangerous. The fear itself fractured unity, which was exactly what the enemy outside desired. You could feel it in the way conversations changed. Men lowered their voices, glancing over shoulders even when speaking to friends. Jokes turned bitter, edged with paranoia. A soldier who once shared bread with you might now hold his ration tighter, eyes flicking toward you with doubt. Even commanders were not free from the poison. A single bad decision on the wall, a gate left unguarded for an hour, a tower that fell without warning, was enough to spark whispers of treachery. And once whispers began, they were impossible to silence. The irony was that suspicion often punished the innocent more than it uncovered the guilty. Accusations led to brutal interrogations, to hangings and executions, carried out in the courtyard under the eyes of everyone. A servant boy might be hanged for supposedly passing messages, though his only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. These punishments were meant to reassure the garrison, to prove that vigilance remained, but instead they deepened fear. Every scream from the gallows reminded the defenders that the real danger might not be the army outside, but the one within. The terror of betrayal seeped into daily life. Soldiers locked the granaries at night, posting guards not just against the enemy, but against their own neighbors. Lords held councils behind closed doors, fueling rumors that they were negotiating secret surrender. Families whispered in cellars, wondering if their sacrifices mattered if the gates were to be opened anyway. Even acts of kindness, a man giving his portion of bread to a starving child, could be twisted into suspicion. Was it generosity or a way to win loyalty for some hidden plot? The most tragic part was how suspicion destroyed solidarity. In the early days of the siege, everyone had fought as one body, united against the common foe. But as hunger sharpened and walls cracked, unity dissolved. The fortress was no longer a single community, but 1,000 islands of fear. And fear does not defend walls, it undermines them. There were even stories of false signals, torches lit on the walls at night to suggest communication with the enemy. Sometimes these were mistakes, sometimes accidents. But once suspicion set in, no accident was innocent. People were dragged from their beds, beaten, questioned until their voices broke. The enemy outside might have been miles away, but inside, the atmosphere was already that of a conquered city. And yet, amid this atmosphere of paranoia, there were still those who clung to loyalty with desperate conviction. Some swore by their honor, others by God, that they would never betray their comrades. These vows mattered, but they were drowned out by the louder rhythm of doubt. Because the question remained unanswered, heavy as stone: who could truly be trusted when survival itself was on the line? This fear of treachery was not abstract. It shaped strategy. Commanders hesitated to share plans widely, fearing leaks. Patrols doubled inside the castle, soldiers watching each other as much as the enemy. It was a world turned inward, where every shadow was suspect and every silence seemed dangerous. Siege warfare was supposed to pit castle against army, but it often turned castle against itself. And so, the defenders lived not only with the pounding of rams and the crash of catapults, but with the gnawing anxiety that the real collapse might come not from stone breaking, but from trust shattering. For what use were walls, gates, and towers if the heart within them was already divided? That question echoed louder with each passing day, and it led to another torment that made suspicion even worse. the nights that refused to end, where sleep was an impossible dream and the weight of vigilance grew heavier with every breath. Night watch at the gates was not a duty. It was a sentence. The gates stood as the most vulnerable point of the entire fortress, and so they demanded the most vigilance. Every man who took his place there knew that, if he failed, it would not be his life alone that was lost, but the lives of everyone within those walls. That knowledge weighed heavier than the armor strapped to his chest. Standing in the dark, pressed against oak and iron already splintered from the battering ram, the silence was not relief. It was accusation. Silence asked whether you were strong enough to endure until morning, or whether tonight would be the night the enemy slipped through. The hours dragged like chains. Each one felt longer than the last, because time at the gate was not measured by bells or stars, but by footsteps and breaths. You counted the crunch of boots on stone as guards shifted their weight. You memorized the rhythm of men coughing, whispering, or muttering prayers, until even the smallest change in that rhythm made your heart race. If someone stopped moving, you feared they had fallen asleep. If someone moved too much, you feared they were preparing to betray you. Every sound had meaning, every silence was suspect, and your mind never stopped gnawing at possibilities. Exhaustion was the cruelest companion. The body begged for sleep, eyelids sinking like lead, knees trembling with fatigue. But to close your eyes was to gamble with the fate of the fortress. Men invented rituals to keep awake. Some bit their tongues until they bled. Others muttered psalms or repeated their children's names under their breath, each syllable a lifeline to keep them tethered. One soldier was said to carry a pebble in his boot, shifting it beneath his toes to create pain sharp enough to ward off sleep. Such tricks were the currency of survival, for without them, the gate would fall to more than rams. It would fall to weariness, and the darkness was not empty. The enemy knew how to use it. Torches flared in the distance, then vanished, teasing the defenders with the possibility of an attack. Sometimes shadows moved where no man should have been, and arrows loosed from the walls found nothing but earth. The enemy played with the defenders' minds, letting them wonder if ladders were creeping closer, if sappers were digging beneath the very ground they stood on. You leaned your ear against the cold stone, straining for the faint scrape of shovels, knowing that if you heard it too late, the gate would not matter at all. Worse still were the false alarms. A deer darting near the moat, a gust of wind shaking loose a beam, the distant howl of wolves, all could send soldiers scrambling, weapons drawn, hearts pounding. And after each false alarm came shame, followed by fatigue even heavier than before. You learned to doubt your own senses, to wonder whether the shadow in front of you was real or born from your sleepless mind. Madness was not a sudden break, but a slow erosion, carried on the back of endless nights. The gate itself seemed alive in those hours. You could hear it groaning, wood still straining from the day's blows. Iron hinges creaked like old men sighing. Sometimes the sound was so human that soldiers swore the gate was speaking, warning them, pleading with them. They touched the beams as if comforting a wounded comrade, whispering promises that they would hold until morning. That strange intimacy with wood and iron might seem absurd, but in the darkness of siege, you clung to anything that made you feel less alone. Superstition grew thick at the gates. Some guards carried charms, feathers, coins, pieces of cloth blessed by priests, believing they could ward off betrayal or disaster. Others swore that the spirits of the dead patrolled with them, watching from shadows, eager to drag any inattentive man into the grave. The line between reality and imagination blurred, and yet both served the same purpose, to keep eyes open when they most wanted to close. Fear, faith, and folklore were all weapons against sleep. And then there was the cold. The night air cut through armor like knives, numbing fingers until weapons felt like blocks of ice. Men stamped their feet, blew into their hands, pressed close to one another for warmth, even as they cursed the indignity of it. The irony was bitter, standing guard to keep the enemy out, while fighting the temptation to abandon the gate and run for the warmth of the hearth. But no one dared leave, because the thought of returning to find the gate breached was more terrifying than frostbite. The worst moments came just before dawn. That was when exhaustion was deepest, when hope was thinnest, and when the enemy often chose to strike. Soldiers swore that the hour before sunrise was cursed, a time when men were neither fully awake nor fully alive. If the gate was to be tested, it would be tested then. And so every sound grew louder, every shadow darker, until the first light of morning bled across the sky. Dawn was not joy, it was fragile reprieve. You had survived another night, but the day would bring its own torments. And those torments were not always from outside, for even as men stood united at the gate, guarding against rams and ladders, a deeper crack threatened within the fortress. Because hunger, exhaustion, and paranoia made every man wonder not just about enemies in the dark, but about the very hands gripping the gate beside him. And in that gnawing fear, suspicion turned brother into stranger, setting the stage for conflicts that no wall could keep out. The bow was not a graceful weapon in siege warfare. It was a tool of exhaustion, a cruel demand on the body that punished the very men who depended on it. From a distance, the image of archers loosing volleys into the air seems majestic. Lines of men pulling strings in unison, arrows arching like a deadly cloud. But inside the castle walls and the grinding hours of a siege, the reality was far less glorious. The act of drawing a heavy war bow again and again left hands raw, blistered, and bleeding. Calluses hardened into cracked leather across palms and fingertips. Fingers that once tied knots, touched loved ones, or worked fields became little more than clawed tools, locked into a single purpose: to draw, to release, to repeat. War bows were monstrous instruments. A typical English longbow, centuries later, required a draw weight of over 100 pounds. The crossbows used in sieges demanded even greater force, sometimes requiring cranks or winches just to reset. This was not the work of a single shot, but of hundreds, loosed over days and nights where sleep was scarce. The pressure of the string dug grooves into fingers until the nerves screamed with every pull. Many archers wore leather guards, but leather only delayed the inevitable. Skin tore, nails split, and the pain became part of the rhythm of survival. The repetition was its own form of torment. Each draw bent not just wood and sinew, but also the archer's body. Shoulders knotted with tension, backs ached as if ground down by millstones. Some archers trained since youth, their bodies warped by years of practice until even their skeletons bore the mark of their craft. Archaeologists today can still identify medieval archers by the twisted bones in their shoulders and arms, proof that war leaves scars even on the dead. For the men alive inside the castle, those scars formed in real time, burning into their muscles with each desperate volley against the enemy pressing closer. And yet, pain alone was not the worst burden. It was the futility. Arrows rained down on the attackers, yes, but the enemy was shielded, armored, or hidden behind siege towers. Each shaft that clattered harmlessly against a plank of wood was a reminder that your agony might be wasted. You shot until your arms trembled, until your breath came ragged, knowing that only a fraction of those arrows struck flesh. And still you kept drawing, because the moment you stopped, ladders rose higher and rams swung harder. Your hands could no longer feel the bowstring, but your heart knew that if you faltered, the gate below would not hold. The sound of bowstrings twanging became the heartbeat of the battlements. It was not a single note, but a chorus, short, sharp, relentless. Each release carried with it a sliver of hope, as if the arrow itself might be the one to turn the tide. Archers told themselves stories, that the shaft they loosed would strike down the leader, ignite panic, and scatter the enemy. Most often, the enemy marched on, undeterred. But imagination was fuel, and fuel was as scarce as bread. The hands told their own story long after the fighting paused. Blood mixed with dirt until fingers turned black. Nails snapped off completely, leaving raw flesh exposed to cold wind or burning sun. Infection lingered in every cut, swelling knuckles until they barely bent. Some archers bound their fingers with cloth, others clenched their teeth and kept firing, and a few broke down, unable to continue. But there were no replacements waiting. Every man who could still hold a bow was needed, no matter the state of his hands. The choice was never between pain and comfort. It was between pain and surrender. And yet, amidst the agony, there were moments of strange pride. Archers compared wounds as badges of endurance. A man whose fingers bled through his wrappings was celebrated, not pitied. They joked that one day their calluses would be harder than the arrows they loosed. Such gallows humor was not truly funny, but it was necessary. To laugh at your own suffering was to claim ownership of it, to deny the enemy the power of despair. There were tricks, too, born from centuries of necessity. Some archers rubbed ash or salt into their fingers, hardening skin into a shield against tearing. Others soaked their hands in brine when food supplies allowed, though the sting was enough to make grown men cry out. Children of archers were trained from youth, pulling smaller bows until their bodies reshaped themselves into weapons. By the time they reached manhood, their hands were already scarred, already hardened. Pain was not a surprise in siege, it was an inheritance. But the bow demanded more than just flesh. It demanded focus, the constant vigilance of eyes scanning the battlefield below. Each archer stood as a sentinel, watching for ladders rising, for rams advancing, for the subtle shift of enemy troops preparing another charge. Your hands worked like machines, but your eyes worked like prophets, forever seeking the future in the movements of your foes. And sometimes, no matter how hard you watched, no matter how many arrows you loosed, the enemy still pressed closer, closer, until their shouts echoed against the walls like thunder. By then, your fingers were numb, your hands shredded, your arms shaking, and still you lifted the bow because to stop was to surrender. You prayed not for victory, but for one more hour of endurance, one more chance to keep the ladders from reaching the battlements. And as you stood there, bow in hand, shoulders burning, skin torn, you realized that even the calluses on your hands could not protect you from what was coming next, the enemy's effort to bypass your arrows altogether by undermining the very ground beneath your feet. It began not with sight, but with sound. At first, it was so faint that many dismissed it as imagination, the byproduct of sleepless nights and anxious minds. A dull, irregular thud. A faint scraping as though stone itself was grinding its teeth far below. You pressed your ear to the cold wall, and there it was again, the subtle rhythm of men working where no men should be. That was the moment defenders realized the enemy was not only outside the walls, hurling stones and fire, but beneath them, gnawing at the very foundation. The horror of siege warfare was that it could come from any direction, and nothing was more terrifying than the idea that the ground itself was betraying you. Medieval mining was as brutal as it was ingenious. Enemy soldiers dug tunnels under the walls, propping them with wooden beams. Once the tunnel reached far enough, the beams were set aflame, and as they collapsed, the earth above gave way. Stone walls, proud and ancient, shuddered like old trees in a storm and sometimes crumbled entirely, leaving yawning gaps for invaders to pour through. Imagine the dread of knowing that no matter how tall your tower, no matter how thick your gate, the enemy could simply remove the earth beneath your feet. The strength of the castle was turned against itself, its own weight used to destroy it. Defenders tried to counter this invisible assault with minds of their own. Men dug downward from inside the castle, desperately listening for the sound of enemy picks. If they struck true, the tunnels would meet in a hellish underground clash, torches sputtering in the suffocating dark, blades flashing in spaces so narrow you could barely swing them. These were not battles of glory, they were battles of mud, fire, and suffocation. Men drowned in collapsing dirt, burned in confined spaces, or were crushed when ceilings gave way. The enemy outside could kill you with arrows, but the enemy below threatened to bury you alive. The fear spread like poison. Every creak of stone was suspect. Was it the wind? The shifting of old mortar? Or was it the tunnel collapsing beneath you, ready to swallow you whole? Families huddled in the keep, listened to the floor, clutching children as if their arms could hold up a castle. Soldiers on the battlements stamped their feet harder than usual, as though pressing their weight might hold the earth in place. But no amount of stamping or praying could stop the slow, deliberate work of men with picks and shovels hidden underground. Records from medieval chronicles describe cities where whole towers fell in an instant, swallowed by dust and flame when mines succeeded. In Antioch, in Jerusalem, and countless unnamed strongholds, defenders told the same tale. One moment, walls stood proud. The next, they were crumbled heaps, with invaders surging through gaps like floodwater through broken levees. And the cruelest part was how sudden it felt, even when the warning sounds had haunted you for weeks. Waiting for collapse was often worse than the collapse itself. The defenders grew inventive in their desperation. Some lowered buckets of water near the walls, watching for ripples that betrayed underground digging. Others drove metal stakes into the ground, listening through the iron like primitive stethoscopes. Dogs were brought to the walls, too, their ears more sensitive than men's, their growls warning of unseen work below. The castle became a living body, and every defender became its doctor, listening for the pulse of the earth and fearing when it skipped a beat. And yet, the countermeasures carried their own risks. Digging your own tunnels weakened the ground further. Fires meant to collapse enemy shafts sometimes spread, choking men with smoke. There was no clean solution, no guaranteed salvation. Each choice was a gamble with the foundations of the very place you were sworn to protect. Imagine the cruel irony. Your fortress, meant to be eternal, could be brought down not by the clash of armies, but by the quiet persistence of men digging in the dirt. But beyond the physical danger, the tunnels carried a deeper terror, the collapse of certainty. A wall you could see, a gate you could touch. These gave you the illusion of control, of solidity. But the ground beneath, once thought unshakable, betrayed you in silence. It was a reminder that nothing was permanent, that even stone could be undone by patience and fire. For men already exhausted by hunger and grief, this realization gnawed at the soul as much as the enemy gnawed at the earth. The sound of digging became the most haunting soundtrack of the siege. At night, when the catapults paused and the battlefield outside fell silent, you could hear it most clearly: tap, scrape, thud. Some men swore they heard voices too, muffled laughter or curses rising faintly from the ground. It was like living above a grave being dug for you in real time. Sleep was impossible, because even in dreams, the earth shook, and when the moment finally came, it was apocalyptic. A thunderous roar, stone collapsing, dust exploding into the air, screams rising as men were buried alive. The enemy rushed into the breach with wild cries, their work rewarded by chaos inside the walls. Those who survived the collapse stumbled through clouds of grit, half-blind, ears ringing, hearts breaking as they realized the fortress was no longer whole. Yet even then, defenders fought. They dragged rubble into place, built makeshift barricades, turned fallen stone into desperate weapons. For a few moments, defiance burned as hot as the fires in the tunnels. But the truth was undeniable. The earth itself had betrayed them, and what once seemed eternal now lay in ruins. And as men coughed through dust and tried to hold the breach, another horror loomed, one not of stone or soil, but of blood. Because in the chaos of collapse, battle became face to face, and defenders found themselves choking not only on dust, but on the taste of iron, as death came hand to hand with no more distance left to give. The taste of blood in your mouth was the truest reminder that battle was not just noise and chaos, but something deeply personal. No matter how much armor you wore or how many times you swung a sword, the moment steel clashed and fists struck, iron was no longer just in your hands. It was on your tongue. Sometimes it came from your own bitten lip, split open when an enemy's blow rattled your skull. Sometimes it came from the spray of another man's wound, spattering across your face as he collapsed beside you. Either way, the taste was the same. Coppery, metallic, sharp, a flavor that lingered long after the fighting paused. You could eat the stale bread in the cellars, drink the foul water from the wells, but still that tang of iron stayed with you, a permanent seasoning of war. It became so constant that soldiers described it as a part of their bodies, as if siege life had replaced saliva with rust. That bitter tang mixed with dust from crumbling walls, with smoke from fires set by catapults, until every breath carried a reminder of violence. The battlefield was not just seen and heard. It was consumed. You lived the war in your mouth. Some men even swore they could tell how badly they were wounded by how strong the taste of blood became. A faint metallic note meant a cut lip. A flood of iron meant something far worse. Fists and blades made sure of it. In the frenzy of defending breaches, fighting was not always about clean sword strikes. It was elbows, teeth, the crunch of bone against bone. Helmets cracked, jaws split, and men spat teeth onto the stones as casually as if they were spitting seeds. The mouth was always the first to betray pain, and always the last to forget it. Imagine standing shoulder to shoulder in a narrow passage, swords clashing in front of you, only to feel warm blood trickle over your tongue. Your own or someone else's. You weren't sure anymore. That confusion was part of the madness. In close combat, identity dissolved. Blood was the common language. There was another cruelty too. The smell of blood mingled with its taste, heavy and metallic, filling the air, until you inhaled it with every gasp. It coated the back of your throat, made you cough, gag, and still you kept fighting. There was no choice. The battlefield did not wait for men to wash their mouths or spit away the taste. You swallowed it because you had to, because there were more enemies pressing forward, more blows to block, more lives to defend. And when the fighting ended, when silence crept back, you still carried it with you, every swallow reminding you of what you had endured. That taste became a marker of memory. Men recalled battles not by dates or locations, but by the sharpness of the iron on their tongues. The day the ram broke through, they would say, I could taste the wall itself in my mouth. Some even confessed, shamefully, that after months of siege, they grew used to it, that blood and iron became as familiar as bread and water. It was grotesque, but in war, the grotesque often turned into routine. Chroniclers write that knights swore by the taste of iron in their mouths, comparing it to wine, pretending it gave them strength. But beneath the bravado was a darker truth. Blood reminded you not only of survival, but of fragility. Every mouthful was proof that your body was mortal, that you could be broken, and that awareness ate at courage as surely as hunger ate at flesh. Yet the taste was not always your own. Fighting shoulder to shoulder meant that your comrade's wounds became yours in a grotesque communion. Blood splattered in sprays, sometimes so thick you could not tell where you ended and he began. It glued men together, literally, their armor sticking as they pressed against one another. Later, in the stillness of the cellar, you might lick cracked lips and realize you had swallowed more of another man's life than your own. That intimacy was haunting. You carried pieces of others inside you, unwillingly, long after their bodies had been carried away. The cruelty of it all was how it lingered. Even when you tried to wash your mouth, the water was foul, mixed with dirt or ash, never enough to cleanse the metallic sting. Some chewed herbs, if any were left, or gnawed leather straps to disguise it, but it returned every time. You could not escape it, just as you could not escape the reality that war lived inside you now. And yet, despite its horror, that taste also drove you. For every drop that touched your tongue, you felt rage ignite. It was the flavor of defiance, proof that you had not yet fallen, that you still had enough breath to curse and enough strength to swing again. Men roared through bloodied mouths, spitting iron in the faces of their enemies as if to say, I am not done. That defiance kept them upright even as wounds deepened, even as exhaustion threatened to crush them. But once the fighting slowed, when adrenaline ebbed and silence returned, the taste remained. You sat in the dark, licking split lips, staring at the cracks in the wall, and realized you were carrying more than pain. You were carrying memory, and memory was harder to wash away than any wound, because even as you prepared for the next battle, another sound began to fill the air, heavier and more haunting than the cries of men. It was the booming voice of faith, echoing from the chapel, where priests prayed loudly enough to drown out the thunder of war. The chapel inside a besieged castle was never silent. It echoed with the shuffle of desperate feet, the whisper of prayers, the sobs of the hungry, and above all, the voice of the priest. While stones shattered towers and fire licked at wooden gates, he stood before the altar, robes dusted with ash, lifting his voice as though the heavens themselves could be swayed by the force of his words. His prayers were not gentle invocations of peace. They were thunderous, urgent, and almost defiant, meant to be louder than the pounding of enemy artillery. Every amen was less a request and more a command, as if God himself were another soldier to be rallied into the fight. For those huddled in the chapel, the sound of his voice was both comfort and torment. Comfort, because it gave rhythm to fear. torment because the louder he prayed, the more it meant the world outside was collapsing. Cannonballs smashing into towers were not just physical blows, they were tests of faith. Each crash shook the walls of the holy place, sending dust raining from the vaulted ceiling, yet the priest did not falter. He raised his arms higher, his voice stronger as though sheer willpower could hold the stones together. To the starving and the wounded, it sometimes seemed he was less a man and more a pillar himself, one last piece of the castle refusing to crumble. There was an almost theatrical quality to those prayers. He recited psalms that spoke of deliverance, of fortresses in the Lord, of salvation from enemies who surrounded like wolves. His words painted the battle in cosmic terms. The attackers were not just men, but instruments of evil, and the defenders were not just soldiers, but chosen guardians of the faithful. The clash outside became an apocalypse, and inside the chapel, every voice raised in response joined that apocalyptic chorus. The irony was bitter. Men who had spent years ignoring Sunday Mass now found themselves clutching rosaries, begging saints they had barely remembered. Siege has a way of stripping a man down until faith becomes his last shield. And yet, faith was complicated. Some believed the priest's words and felt renewed, standing taller as if heaven itself had set a hand upon their shoulders. Others looked on with hollow eyes, their lips moving but their hearts silent, certain that no god would allow children to starve in the cellars or friends to bleed out on the stones. For them, the booming prayers were not salvation but mockery, reminding them of a silence from above that no shouting could pierce. In that sense, the chapel became a battlefield of its own, faith clashing with doubt, hope, wrestling despair, all while the cannons kept pounding the outer towers. Children often sat closest to the altar, their wide eyes fixed on the priest as though his words could shield them from the thunder outside. Mothers pressed their little ones to their chests, rocking them in rhythm with the prayers. Soldiers knelt with weapons laid beside them, blood still dripping from their armor, their mouths mumbling half-remembered verses. And above it all, the priest's voice carried like a drumbeat, echoing up into the rafters until it merged with the sound of cannonballs slamming into stone. Faith and destruction became one symphony. The psychological effect was immense. For some, hearing prayers shouted over the roar of war made them believe survival was still possible. If the priest could keep shouting, maybe God was still listening. But for others, each desperate word was another crack in the illusion. If prayers worked, why did the walls keep crumbling? Why did the cannons grow louder? Why did the cries of the dying drown out the hymns? These questions were not asked aloud, but you could see them in the eyes of men staring blankly at the altar, their fingers clutching beads more out of habit than belief. Priests themselves were not immune to despair. Chronicles tell of holy men who lost their voices from shouting day and night, who collapsed at the altar in exhaustion, only to rise again because the people needed to hear them. Others carried relics to the battlements, holding up crosses as if they could repel arrows and fire. One priest was recorded as standing defiantly on a crumbling wall, chanting psalms while stones rained down around him. Was it madness or bravery? Perhaps both. In siege warfare, the line was always thin. There is a strange irony in how faith and war intertwined. Cannonballs crashed into towers built by masons who had also raised churches. The same stone that bore the weight of prayer now bore the scars of destruction. Yet people clung to faith because it was the only thing left that could not be shattered by iron. Even when doubt gnawed, even when silence from above felt unbearable, the act of praying together reminded the defenders that they were not alone. Sometimes survival is not about certainty, but about refusing to face despair in isolation. But as the priest's voice boomed, as hymns rose against the sound of cannon fire, another silence lingered outside the chapel. It was the silence of the sick, the infected, the ones who did not come to pray because they no longer had the strength. For while stone walls fell and faith rose, an invisible enemy crept through the castle, spreading in the shadows, bringing death not with fire or steel, but with fever and stench. And no prayer, no matter how loud, could drown out the groans of plague. Plague did not roar like a catapult or thunder like a battering ram. It crept, it whispered, it seeped into the castle as smoke seeps under a door, invisible at first, then suffocating. In the chaos of siege, when men were braced against walls and women carried boiling water to the battlements, death was expected to come loudly, with screams and steel. But when plague came, it came silently, stealing lives in shadows where no arrow could reach. You might walk past a man one evening, his eyes tired but alive, only to find him cold by morning, his lips tinged black, his breath stopped forever. The enemy outside could be fought. This enemy inside mocked your very will to resist. At first no one wanted to believe it was plague, a fever here, a cough there. Symptoms could be dismissed as hunger or exhaustion. But the signs grew undeniable. Skin-mottled buboes swelled grotesquely in armpits and groins, and the smell told the truth before words did. Death had its own odor, sweet and rotten, clinging to the air, soaking into the straw, curling around every torch flame. No matter how high the walls, no matter how strong the gate, there was no barricade against that stench. It wrapped the castle like a shroud. Panic spread faster than the disease itself. People whispered about curses, about God's judgment, about invisible arrows loosed from the heavens. Soldiers who had faced siege engines without flinching now recoiled from their own comrades. A cough in the barracks was enough to make men scatter. Mothers hid sick children in dark corners, praying feverishly that no one would notice, because the sick were often dragged away quickly, sometimes even burned with their bedding in desperate attempts to halt the spread. Imagine the cruelty. A mother forced to choose between hiding her child or watching soldiers take him to the pyres. Siege warfare demanded impossible choices, and plague turned them crueler still. The silence of plague victims was its most haunting trait. Unlike the thunder of battle, their suffering was muffled. The fever burned away voices, leaving only weak moans, soft breaths, and eventually nothing. In cellars already thick with the cries of hungry children, the fading of a plague victim sounded almost merciful, until you realized it was final. And yet, even in silence, they unsettled the living. Blank eyes, still bodies, empty spaces on straw mats, all reminders that survival was narrowing with each sunrise. Priests walked among the sick, clutching crosses and muttering prayers, but even their hands trembled. Some offered last rites through closed doors, unwilling to breathe the same air. Faith, so loud in the chapel, faltered here in the shadows. The plague mocked prayers as easily as it mocked walls, striking down the righteous and the sinful alike. And when priests themselves fell ill, when their booming voices dwindled into whispers, even the most devout began to wonder if heaven had abandoned them altogether. The effects went beyond sickness. Morale crumbled faster than stone. Soldiers, too weak to climb battlements, left gaps on the walls. Archers, too, fevered to draw their bows, left ladders unchallenged. Rumors grew wild. Some swore the enemy had launched diseased corpses over the walls with their catapults, a grotesque weapon of rot. Others claimed a traitor had poisoned the wells. Whether true or not, suspicion and fear gnawed as viciously as hunger. Paranoia spread like plague itself, invisible and unstoppable. And yet, even amidst despair, strange forms of humanity endured. Families sat beside the dying, holding hands even when they knew touch could kill. Some soldiers volunteered to carry the sick, whispering that if they were to fall, better to fall with honor. Others lit candles for each victim, until the castle glowed at night with trembling lights, as though stars had fallen to earth inside the walls. These small acts of defiance against despair gave survivors something to cling to, but they could not halt the march of death. The logistics of plague became part of the siege. Corpses piled faster than they could be buried, their numbers threatening to overwhelm courtyards and cellars. In some places, pits were dug inside the walls because venturing out was impossible. In others, bodies were simply left in corners covered with thin cloth until the smell forced action. Imagine living, eating, and sleeping beside the dead because the enemy outside prevented you from carrying them away. That smell seeped into skin, into clothes, into memory, a stench that clung long after the siege ended, if you survived to remember it at all. Some defenders turned to brutal pragmatism. Chronicles whisper of bodies being hurled back over the walls toward the besiegers, an act of vengeance cloaked in desperation. Others claimed that survivors sometimes stripped corpses of clothing, weapons, or even scraps of leather that could be boiled into sustenance. War eroded not only the body but the boundaries of morality, until the line between necessity and atrocity blurred beyond recognition. And through it all, the plague's silence contrasted with the enemy's noise. The clash of steel, the crash of stones, the boom of cannons, all could be answered with courage, arrows, and defiance. But what answer could you give to a cough in the night, to a body growing still without warning? The plague was a siege within a siege, one that cared nothing for walls or weapons. And as it thinned the ranks and hollowed the spirit, it prepared the way for another cruelty, the sudden, deceptive quiet of the battlefield, when the enemy outside stopped attacking, not from weakness, but from calculation. Because silence in war was rarely mercy, it was often the herald of something worse. Silence in the middle of a siege was never a blessing. It was a blade drawn across the nerves of every defender, sharp and deliberate. The constant rhythm of war, arrows rattling against shields, catapults groaning, men shouting from beyond the walls, was a kind of twisted comfort. Noise meant predictability. Noise meant you knew where the enemy was, what they were doing, what to expect. But when the noise stopped, when the battlefield beyond the ramparts fell quiet, dread seeped into every stone. Silence was not peace. Silence was a mask. At first, men wanted to believe it was exhaustion. Maybe the enemy had finally retreated for rest. Maybe hunger had weakened their resolve. Maybe reinforcements were on the way to lift the siege. But deep down, every soldier knew better. Armies do not fall silent unless they are planning something. The sudden absence of noise was not the end of danger, but the sharpening of it. You stood on the walls with your bow or spear, straining your ears for the faintest sound. A shovel in the dark, the clink of armor, the creak of wood. Every whisper of the wind became suspicious, every rustle of leaves another omen. The mind filled the silence with horrors more frightening than any sound could provide. Soldiers who had withstood storms of arrows now panicked at stillness. Some muttered that the enemy had tunneled beneath the walls and that any moment the ground would collapse. Others swore they had seen shadows move, though no man could point to where. The tension made men snap at one another. A cough, a dropped weapon, even a laugh too loud could send tempers flaring. Fear thrives in silence, and soon the garrison began to fight battles of its own, arguments, accusations, fists raised against comrades, while the enemy outside waited patiently. The enemy understood the psychology well. History tells of armies that deliberately paused bombardments, letting defenders stew in their own terror. Sometimes it was to lure them into lowering their guard, other times to mask preparations for a massive assault. Siege commanders used silence as a weapon as deadly as fire. By withholding the familiar rhythm of attack, they forced the besieged into endless anticipation. And anticipation is exhausting. A man can fight for hours, but he cannot wait without breaking. Nights during those silences were unbearable. Torches flickered on the walls, the air cold and heavy, while defenders leaned over parapets, staring into the void. Every sound inside the fortress seemed too loud. The crying of a child, the barking of a dog, the clatter of a dropped bucket. Each noise felt like a signal to the enemy, as though silence itself demanded tribute. Men stopped talking, even stopped praying aloud, convinced that words carried too far. The quiet became contagious, a disease spreading faster than plague. And then came the false alarms. A sentry swore he saw movement at the tree line. Archers rushed to the walls. Another thought he heard picks in the earth. Men scrambled to light torches. Again and again, the fortress erupted into frenzied defense, only to discover nothing. Each false alarm drained strength, made hands tremble, frayed what little patience remained. It was as though the silence itself mocked the defenders, watching them waste energy against ghosts. Yet the most dangerous part of the silence was hope. Some men believed it meant the enemy was gone, that they had packed up and left in the night, abandoning the siege. Against orders, a few dared to peek beyond the gates, to climb down into the ditches and search for proof. Sometimes they returned with nothing. Sometimes they did not return at all. The quiet outside was a trap, and those who reached for hope too quickly often paid with their lives. Imagine being inside those walls, walking the battlements in the dead of night, staring into an empty field that might be swarming with hidden soldiers. Your breath felt too loud, your heart beat too heavy. You gripped your weapon tighter, knuckles white, knowing that when the noise finally returned, it would come all at once, in a flood of chaos meant to break you, because silence was never permanent. It was only the inhale before the scream. Chronicles describe sieges where silence ended with the roar of horns and the clash of ladders against stone, where armies erupted from trenches and tunnels like demons summoned from the earth. Others tell of sudden fire. Great barrels of pitch rolled to the walls and set ablaze, catching defenders off guard who had let themselves relax. The enemy knew the value of patience, and silence was their cruelest trick. To make men live on the edge of madness, sleepless, hopeless, doubting whether the next breath would carry sound or death, that was siege warfare at its most devastating. And so the defenders endured, night after night, gripping their weapons in the quiet, waiting for noise that never came until it came all at once. The silence hollowed them out, left them brittle, so that when the true assault began, they were already broken inside. Because war does not always kill with swords and fire. Sometimes it kills with waiting. And as dawn broke on another day of uneasy quiet, the defenders began to wonder not only about the enemy beyond the walls, but about the shadows within them. For silence outside was dangerous, but silence inside, the silence of whispers plotting betrayal, was even worse. Debate inside a besieged castle was as dangerous as the enemy outside. Steel and stone could repel arrows, but words spoken in anger could cut through unity faster than any blade. As hunger deepened, as children's cries echoed through the vaults and soldiers slumped against the walls from exhaustion, the question no one wanted to speak finally emerged. Was it better to resist or to surrender? At first, it was whispered in corners, muttered in kitchens, hinted at in the cellars where women huddled with the sick. But soon it spread upward, into the barracks and the council chambers, until the castle itself seemed split by a question with no answer. The nobles clung to honor like a shield. For them, surrender was unthinkable, a stain that would not only disgrace their names but ripple across generations. They spoke of loyalty, of oaths sworn before God, of duty to the king or the realm. A lord might rise in the hall, his voice trembling with fury, declaring that the castle must hold at all costs, that better to die with sword in hand than live in chains. To them, resistance was not just a choice, it was identity. To yield would mean they had lived in vain. But soldiers, the men who bled daily on the walls, saw things differently. They were the ones who dragged bodies from breaches, who licked blood and dust from cracked lips, who stood shivering on battlements night after night. They did not speak of honor, they spoke of bread. They did not care for oaths carved into parchment. They cared for wives and children hiding below, wasting away with each passing day. For them, survival was honor enough. When one soldier spat on the floor and asked if the Lord would trade his noble words for the belly of a starving child, the hall fell silent because no one dared answer. The debates grew fierce. Some argued that surrender might not be the end, that the enemy might show mercy, that lives could be spared if the gates opened. Others countered with horror stories of massacres, of promises broken once walls fell. Chronicles from medieval Europe are full of both outcomes. Some towns spared after yielding, others slaughtered regardless of submission. No one inside the castle could predict which fate awaited them, and that uncertainty fanned arguments into fury. Accusations became weapons. Nobles called the soldiers cowards, unworthy of their armor. Soldiers called the nobles blind, insulated from hunger by storerooms, hidden deep in their keeps. Fists flew in the barracks, voices thundered in the halls. Trust fractured, and with it, the fragile fabric that had kept the defenders standing together. Siege warfare was not only about stone versus fire, it was about unity versus fracture. And once fracture took root, the walls were already weaker. Even common folk, who had no voice in councils, shaped the debate through their silence or their tears. Mothers begged quietly for surrender, their children's thin arms wrapped around them. Old men muttered that no stone was worth so many graves. Some young men, desperate to prove loyalty, shouted that surrender was betrayal and volunteered to die on the walls. The castle became a stage where every possible voice clashed, yet none could silence the others. What made these debates unbearable was that both sides were right in their own way. Resistance preserved dignity but devoured lives. Surrender spared lives but devoured dignity. The choice was between two deaths, one swift and honorable, one slow and shameful. And neither path guaranteed salvation. That paradox ground the defenders down more than any catapult. The tension often spilled into daily tasks. Soldiers refused to take orders from nobles they distrusted. Nobles withdrew into their chambers, convinced mutiny brewed below. The gates themselves became symbols of the argument. Should they remain barred in defiance, or were they destined to swing open in surrender? Men stared at those gates as if staring at the future itself, knowing it could end in salvation or slaughter. Superstition bled into the debate. Some swore omens favored resistance, visions of saints on the walls, banners glowing in torchlight. Others insisted omens demanded surrender, crows circling the towers, candles blowing out in chapels. Every sign became ammunition, every prayer a battlefield. Faith, once a unifier, fractured just as the people did, torn between martyrdom and mercy. And while words clashed inside, the enemy outside grew stronger with each day the debate dragged on. Supplies dwindled, disease spread, morale cracked. The longer the argument raged, the more the castle weakened, until the enemy hardly needed to lift a weapon. Siege warfare was not just a matter of waiting. It was a matter of watching your opponent destroy themselves from within. But even when tempers cooled for a moment, when silence fell over the council hall, the question lingered like smoke. Resist or surrender? Die with pride or live with shame? It was a question without an answer, and yet one that demanded resolution. And as the shouting echoed down stone corridors, another fear slithered in, because while words divided the living, death continued its work in the cellars. And when starvation began to strip flesh from bone, debates gave way to something even darker, desperation that turned eyes toward the unthinkable. Hunger, when it stretches into weeks, is not simply an ache, it is a transformation. It strips away civility, patience, and even the sense of self. In a besieged castle where bread was long gone, leather had been boiled to pulp, and rats were hunted like treasures, hunger pushed men and women into places they swore they would never go. At first, it was whispered in horror, a rumor muttered in corners, that someone had eaten flesh not of animals, but of humans. Most dismissed it as fear-mongering, a cruel joke born of despair. But soon, whispers turned into truth, and the truth was darker than any catapult or sword. Cannibalism during sieges is recorded across centuries. In Jerusalem, Antioch, and later in the long sieges of Europe, chroniclers write of starving defenders turning upon the dead. It did not begin with murder. It began with corpses. A soldier dead from wounds, a child taken by plague, a body left unburied too long in the cellar. Eyes lingered on the still flesh, first in disgust, then in longing, until desperation snapped the boundary of taboo. Strips were cut, boiled in secret, swallowed with shame. The taste was not remembered with detail, only the act, the knowledge that the body of a neighbor, a friend, even kin had become food. The horror was not just in the eating, but in the silence that followed. No one spoke of it openly. Families who crossed that line avoided the eyes of others, their guilt hidden but suspected. Soldiers looked at one another differently, each wondering who might have already committed the act. The fortress became a place of both defense and accusation, where hunger did not just erode bodies, but eroded trust. Who was next? And how far would desperation go? Children were the cruelest victims of this transformation. Some chronicles record mothers who, driven mad by hunger, chose their own infants rather than watch them starve. It is almost unbearable to imagine, but starvation leaves no room for poetry. Every cry of hunger was a blade, every hollow cheek an accusation. And so some parents made choices they could never have contemplated in times of plenty. In siege warfare, morality was a luxury stripped as surely as food. For soldiers, the fear was twofold. They dreaded not only the enemy outside, but the thought of becoming meat for their comrades if they fell. Wounds were no longer just injuries, they were invitations. A man too weak to fight might not live long enough to be buried. Suspicion grew so strong that some guarded the bodies of the dead, not from enemies, but from friends. Fires burned in courtyards at night, not to keep warm, but to consume the corpses before desperation could claim them. That was the level to which hunger drove men. They preferred ashes over the risk of flesh. And yet, paradoxically, cannibalism was sometimes justified, even ritualized. Priests, when pressed, declared that survival was paramount, that God might forgive sins committed under duress. Others claimed it was the devil's work, proof that the siege had damned them all. The same act that kept bodies alive tore souls apart. Survivors later confessed they could never again eat meat without remembering, never again sit at a table without guilt. The siege ended, but its flavor lingered forever. The practicalities were gruesome. Bodies were cut in cellars, flesh boiled in the same pots once used for stew. Some salted strips to last longer, though the salt itself was scarce. People chewed bones for marrow, cracked skulls for what nourishment they could hold. The fortress that once smelled of bread and roasted meat now stank of sickness, smoke, and human fat. No attacker could have devised a cruelty more devastating. The defenders were consuming themselves, literally. And perhaps worst of all was the moment when cannibalism stopped being secret. Once enough had done it, once hunger had turned shame into necessity, the act was no longer whispered but known. A man could sit chewing by the fire, and others would not ask what he ate. Silence was acceptance. That silence weighed heavier than swords, because it meant the castle had crossed a threshold it could never return from. Even if the siege lifted, even if the gates opened, the people inside would never again look at each other the same way. Cannibalism was not the fall of stone or the breach of gates. It was the collapse of humanity from within. A castle could be rebuilt, but honor and dignity once consumed could never be restored. And yet, even in this abyss, life clung on. Men still climbed the walls, women still carried buckets, children still cried in cellars. Survival remained the instinct, even as survival demanded unthinkable sacrifices. But cannibalism, for all its horror, was not the final cruelty of siege. There was something yet worse, the realization that even if the body survived, the mind might not. Because once the taboo was broken, once desperation had eaten away not just flesh but identity, madness began to stalk the defenders. And madness, unlike hunger, had no cure waiting beyond the walls. Madness was the quietest and cruelest enemy of all. Hunger could be measured in empty granaries, wounds in blood, plague in swollen flesh. But madness slipped unseen, blooming in shadows, taking men and women who had endured too much for too long. At first, it showed itself in small cracks, nervous laughter at the wrong moment, a man muttering to himself as he sharpened a blade, a woman rocking long after the child in her arms had gone silent. But those cracks widened until the castle itself seemed haunted, not by ghosts, but by the living whose minds had splintered under siege. Sleep deprivation was its sharpest weapon. Long nights at the gates, long days on the battlements, endless alarms. These hollowed the mind. Men swore they saw figures moving in the darkness, shadows climbing ladders that did not exist. Archers loosed arrows at phantoms, wasting shafts they could not spare. One guard insisted he heard tunneling beneath him, but when men dug to check, they found nothing. Soon no one knew whether to believe what their comrades said or to fear that insanity had taken root. Trust, already fragile, dissolved further when the line between vision and hallucination blurred. Then came hysteria. Groups of defenders collapsed into panic over omens that may or may not have been real. A candle blowing out in the chapel was enough to make women weep that God had abandoned them. The flight of crows over the walls sent men into fits, convinced death was at hand. Some soldiers stripped off armor mid-battle, declaring that invisible flames were consuming their flesh. Others screamed at the walls themselves, cursing the stones for holding them prisoner. Madness was not uniform. It wore many masks, each as terrifying as the last, and it spread like contagion. A single mad outburst could infect an entire garrison. One man shouting about demons in the courtyard could turn into a crowd screaming in terror. In the claustrophobic confines of a fortress, panic was a disease faster than plague. The enemy did not even need to attack. They only needed to wait while defenders tore themselves apart. Chronicles describe sieges where mass hysteria led to gates being thrown open, not from betrayal, but from the sheer conviction that doom was already inside the walls. There were darker forms, too. Some survivors turned violence inward. Soldiers lashed out at comrades, convinced they were spies or sorcerers. Civilians accused each other of bringing curses, dragging neighbors before lords to demand punishment. The madness gave shape to paranoia until blood was spilled inside the castle, not by arrows or swords, but by hands that once clasped in solidarity. Children watched their own parents turn against friends, and the memory of that betrayal would linger long after the siege was forgotten. Even leaders were not immune. Lords who once spoke of honor began to rant incoherently, pacing halls with wide, unblinking eyes. Priests, their voices hoarse from endless prayers, started claiming visions, sometimes hopeful, sometimes apocalyptic. One chronicler tells of a commander who declared he had seen angels flying above the walls, only to throw himself from a tower when no one else could see them. Leadership crumbled with reason, leaving the garrison adrift in both spirit and strategy. But there was also a strange, tragic comedy in it all. Men joked about their own unraveling, laughing when a comrade shouted at invisible foes, or when someone prayed to the rats scurrying in the cellars. Gallows humor became a way of coping, a way of masking how close everyone was to breaking. Soldiers compared which hallucinations they had seen, as if madness or another battle wound to boast about. In that absurdity, they found the only relief available. The environment itself fed insanity. The smell of rot, the cries of children, the constant dust from crumbling stone. These attacked the senses until reality itself felt unstable. You could not escape them. Even closing your eyes offered no reprieve, for dreams became nightmares, where the siege continued endlessly, walls collapsing over and over, screams echoing without end. Men woke shouting, swinging weapons at friends, their bodies never sure where nightmare ended and waking began. Madness reshaped identity. A soldier who had fought bravely one day might be found rocking in a corner the next, refusing to speak. A mother might begin humming lullabies to no one. Children sometimes adapted in strange ways, mimicking the madness around them, playing games with imaginary armies or speaking to walls as if they were companions. Siege warped not only the present, but the very future of those who survived, leaving scars in minds that could never be healed. And through it all, the enemy waited. They knew madness was as effective as famine, as final as fire. Every day the defenders spent spiraling into hysteria was a day closer to victory without lifting a blade. And when at last the gates opened, whether by force, treachery, or collapse, the victors often found a population too broken to resist, too shattered to even understand what had happened. Yet for those trapped inside, madness was not the end. Even as minds unraveled, the body still endured, and with endurance came the next cruelty. Because once the mind surrendered, the body soon followed, and survivors were forced to watch as comrades collapsed not from arrows or blades, but from sheer exhaustion. And exhaustion, unlike madness, did not scream. It simply laid men down in silence and refused to let them rise again. Exhaustion was not sudden like a sword strike or loud like a cannon blast. It arrived slowly, settling into bones and sinking into muscles, until men became husks of themselves. In the beginning, defenders tried to push through it, treating fatigue like another enemy to be conquered. But siege warfare was not a sprint. It was an endless march without pause, and no body could fight forever. Soon, exhaustion became the most merciless assailant, one that required no weapons, no ladders, no rams. It simply waited for the human spirit to burn itself out. You could see it in the eyes of the sentries first, where once they scanned the horizon with focus, now their gazes drifted, glazed over. A man on night watch might jolt awake with no memory of when he had drifted into sleep. Another might lean against the wall just for a moment and never rise again. Sleep in a siege was stolen in scraps, 5 minutes on cold stone, 10 minutes leaning on a spear, the kind of half-rest that left the body more weary than before. Men who once prided themselves on discipline found themselves collapsing without shame, because shame was a luxury that exhaustion did not allow. Tasks that were once routine became mountains. Pulling a bowstring tore at muscles already trembling. Lifting a bucket of water felt like carrying a tower. Even climbing stairs to the battlements became a trial. Some soldiers sat midway, too weary to finish the climb, their armor rattling around them like chains. Chroniclers tell of defenders who slept standing up, their spears propped against their shoulders, their bodies swaying in the wind until a commander shook them awake. That was the measure of fatigue, when standing itself required effort equal to battle. And yet, there was no reprieve. The enemy understood that time was their greatest weapon. They hammered the walls by day, but their truest assault came at night, when they allowed silence to fray nerves and fear to sharpen fatigue. Defenders were never permitted the relief of true rest. Even when the battlefield fell quiet, no one dared close their eyes fully, for every pause might mask an attack. It was a strategy as cruel as it was effective. Let the walls stand, but let the men behind them collapse from within. Exhaustion bred mistakes, and mistakes were fatal. A sentry dozed off and failed to spot ladders rising. An archer's arrow slipped from numb fingers, clattering harmlessly against stone. A soldier leaned too far over the parapet and tumbled to the courtyard below, too tired to catch himself. The enemy did not always need to kill, they only needed to wait for fatigue to do their work. And as errors multiplied, so did paranoia. Every slip was met with anger, with accusations of betrayal, though the truth was simpler and more tragic. The body had limits, and those limits were being tested to destruction. Exhaustion also reshaped the spirit. Men stopped speaking, their voices too heavy to lift. Conversations dwindled to grunts, commands to gestures. Soldiers who once laughed and joked now stared blankly ahead, silent even when struck. Apathy crept in like fog. You no longer cared if the enemy breached the walls or if your comrade fell beside you. You cared only for a moment's rest, a single breath without weight. In that apathy, resistance faltered, because castles are defended not only by stone but by will, and when will collapses, stone soon follows. The body revealed exhaustion in cruel ways. Eyes sank into skulls, skin turned pale and slack, lips cracked until they bled. Men dropped weapons mid-swing, their fingers too weak to hold them. Some collapsed mid-stride, legs folding as though cut by an invisible blade. Others stood with vacant expressions, alive in body but absent in mind. Chroniclers compared them to walking corpses, ghouls patrolling walls that no longer had the strength to fight. Siege warfare blurred the line between life and death long before the final blow arrived. And then there were the hallucinations born of exhaustion. Shadows became soldiers, whispers became voices, dreams bled into waking hours. A guard swore he saw reinforcements arriving, only for the horizon to remain empty. Another claimed angels walked the battlements beside him, and when he collapsed, men argued whether it was madness or mercy. Exhaustion broke not only muscles, but reality, pulling defenders into a half-world where nothing could be trusted, not even their own senses. What made it unbearable was its inevitability. You could fight hunger with scraps, disease with herbs, fear with faith, but you could not fight the body's need for rest. It always won in the end. The strongest knight and the weakest servant collapsed alike, equalized by the weight of sleepless nights. And each body that fell left fewer hands to defend the walls, creating a spiral that no strategy could undo. Exhaustion was the one enemy no one could slay. Yet even in that despair, duty dragged men upright. A soldier might collapse one night only to rise again the next day, shaking, hollow-eyed, but still clutching his spear. They fought not because they believed in victory, but because they could not abandon those still standing. That stubborn endurance was heroic and tragic at once, for it bought only time, not salvation. And time itself was the cruelest gift in siege, because every hour survived only brought another hour of torment. But exhaustion was not the end, it was only the doorway to the next horror. For when bodies dropped and minds broke, there remained one force yet to strike terror deeper than hunger, plague, or madness. The firestorm unleashed when enemy engines hurled not stone but flame, turning the night sky into a furnace and the fortress into an oven. Fire in a siege was not an accident. It was a weapon, deliberate and merciless. It began with a streak across the night sky, a clay jar filled with pitch or oil, wrapped in rags and set alight, hurled by a catapult or trebuchet. For a moment it looked almost beautiful, a burning star arcing against the darkness. But beauty ended when it shattered against wood, spilling flames that clung to everything they touched. Fire during the day was dangerous. At night, it was terror itself. Shadows grew monstrous in the flickering glow, and suddenly the defenders faced not only the enemy outside the walls, but a second battlefield raging inside their own fortress. The crackle of fire was worse than the roar of rams or the crash of stones. It was alive, unpredictable, moving faster than men could chase it. Flames licked up ladders, spread along parapets, devoured hoardings and towers built of timber. Sparks rained like burning hail, setting cloaks, banners, and even hair aflame. The walls, which had always been the defenders' shield, became their coffin when fire took hold. Heat drove men back, smoke blinded them, and every attempt to fight the flames risked death. Defenders scrambled for water, but water was scarce. Wells already strained under thirst and cooking needs, and buckets seemed pitiful against infernos. Men formed frantic chains, passing water hand to hand, their arms trembling with exhaustion, spilling more than they saved. Others smothered flames with cloaks, beating them until sparks caught their sleeves. Women carried boiling water meant for enemies and poured it instead onto timbers that hissed and spat. The irony was cruel. Scalding water could save allies just as it destroyed invaders, but no matter how hard they fought, fire always seemed to spread faster than hope. And it was not only the flames, it was the smoke. Thick, choking, black. It rolled through corridors, filling lungs, searing throats, blinding eyes. Soldiers coughed until their ribs ached. Children fainted in cellars as smoke seeped downward. The enemy didn't need arrows when smoke itself forced defenders from walls. Men stumbled, gasping, unable to see friend from foe, their weapons useless in the swirling haze. In those moments, fire was not just a weapon. It was chaos incarnate, turning defenders against each other, scattering order into panic. The enemy knew exactly where to aim. They targeted wooden gates, towers, and hoardings, structures most vulnerable to flame. They launched tar-soaked bundles, flaming arrows, even carcasses filled with pitch. Chronicles tell of fire pots that burst into showers of molten metal, clinging to armor and flesh. Imagine standing on the battlements, hearing the whistle of a projectile, watching it shatter in a spray of liquid fire that burned hotter than anything water could quench. Men screamed, not from wounds of steel, but from being turned into living torches, their cries echoing into the night. Defenders tried to use fire themselves, hurling flaming barrels at ladders, hoping to scatter attackers. But fire was treacherous, loyal to no side. Winds shifted, sparks leapt back, and soon their own defenses burned brighter than their enemies'. In some sieges, entire sections of wall collapsed, not from rams or mines, but from being weakened by fire, the stone cracking under heat before crashing down. Fire cared nothing for strategy. It consumed equally. The psychological toll was devastating. Fire was relentless. You could repair walls, replace men, even endure hunger, but fire destroyed completely. Once something burned, it was gone forever. The sight of your home, your chapel, your armory engulfed in flames was more than a tactical loss. It was a wound to the spirit. Men wept openly as sacred relics turned to ash, as centuries of stone blackened, as their fortress, once a symbol of strength, glowed like a funeral pyre against the night sky. And yet, amidst despair, defenders still fought the flames. Chronicles describe men climbing burning ladders to cut away firebrands, women carrying water until their arms collapsed, children beating sparks with bare hands. Some survived, some did not. But even as fire ate away the walls, defiance refused to die. The castle might be reduced to ash, but as long as a single man stood with a bucket or a blade, the fight continued. The cruelty of fire was its timing. It often came at the hour of deepest fatigue, when soldiers had barely survived the night watch, when the garrison was already at its weakest. To fight fire was to pour the last drops of strength into a battle you could not win. And yet they fought, because surrender to fire was surrender to everything. Still, when dawn broke over smoldering ruins, men looked at each other with hollow eyes, knowing that the flames had taken more than wood. They had taken will. But as walls blackened and towers fell, another horror crept closer, one quieter than fire, but just as consuming, the relentless stench of decay. For while flames devoured wood and stone, the unburied dead multiplied, filling the fortress with a suffocating odor that clung to every breath. And against that invisible assault, there were no buckets, no barricades, no weapons that could hold the line. The smell of death was the most faithful companion of a siege. Long after the clash of steel had faded, long after fire had burned itself out, it remained, heavy and unrelenting, filling every corridor and chamber of the fortress. It began subtly, almost ignorable, a sour note in the air, something that could be dismissed as spoiled food or stagnant water. But as the days wore on and the dead multiplied, the odor grew into a living thing of its own, invading lungs, staining clothes, clinging to hair. No matter where you went, it followed, reminding you that inside the walls, the line between the living and the dead was shrinking. At first, bodies were buried quickly, with rites spoken by weary priests. But as casualties mounted from battle, plague, and starvation, burials became impossible. The ground inside the fortress was too hard or too shallow. The enemy outside made ventures beyond the gate suicidal, and soon the courtyards, cellars, and unused chambers became makeshift morgues. Corpses lay in rows, covered with thin cloth or nothing at all, their faces waxen, their mouths frozen in screams. With every passing hour they swelled and blackened, their stench thickening the air until it felt like a physical weight pressing down on every chest. The effect on morale was devastating. Soldiers who had once stood proudly on the walls now gagged as they walked past piles of their fallen comrades. Mothers tried to cover their children's noses with rags soaked in vinegar, hoping to block out the odor, but the smell seeped through everything. It was not only a reminder of death, but a constant prophecy of what awaited them all. Every inhalation was an omen, every breath a reminder that their fortress had become a tomb. Practical attempts to fight the stench were desperate and inventive. Herbs were burned in the chapels, incense swung in heavy clouds until the smoke made eyes water, lime sprinkled on the bodies to slow decay. But these were only temporary masks. The smell always returned, stronger, angrier, as though mocking human attempts to deny it. Men stuffed cloth into their nostrils, women tied scarves across their faces. Yet still the scent of rot found its way inside, crawling into lungs like an intruder that could not be repelled. The psychological toll was even worse than the physical one. Prolonged exposure to the stench of death does something to the mind. At first, men cursed it, spat at it, tried to escape it. But after days and weeks, something shifted. They grew numb to it, immune, until they could eat beside corpses without noticing. That numbness was more terrifying than disgust. It meant the defenders were no longer shocked by death. The castle had become a charnel house where life and rot coexisted, and in that coexistence, humanity eroded piece by piece. Animals added to the horror. Rats scurried freely, gnawing at corpses and darting through kitchens. Dogs, once loyal companions, turned feral, drawn to the smell, fighting over scraps of flesh in alleys. Birds circled above, swooping through breaches to feast, their cries mingling with the wails of the living. Nature itself seemed to conspire with the enemy, turning every corner of the fortress into a reminder that death was winning. There are chronicles that describe survivors of sieges, saying the smell of decay haunted them more than the memory of battle. Years later, when they walked through fields or smelled spoiled food, It returned to them, choking, suffocating, dragging them back to the walls of a fortress that had become a grave. That permanence was part of the cruelty. The enemy's arrows might pierce skin, but the smell of the dead pierced memory, lingering long after wounds healed. And yet, even in this suffocating atmosphere, life struggled to continue. Meals were cooked, children still played in shadows, lovers whispered to one another in stolen moments. But every act of life was underscored by the smell of death. Bread baked in ovens carried its scent, water drawn from wells seemed tainted by it, kisses shared in corners tasted of it. There was no escaping. You could close your eyes to the sight of corpses, but you could not close your nose to the smell. The stench also fanned suspicion and despair. People accused one another of hoarding bodies, of failing to bury loved ones properly, of cursing the fortress with their negligence. Fights broke out over where corpses should be placed, as though moving them could move the weight of dread from the air. But the truth was inescapable. There were simply too many, and there would be more tomorrow. And through all of this, the enemy outside waited patiently. They knew the fortress was rotting from within. They did not need to breach the walls if the defenders were already choking on their dead. The stench was a silent ally, softening hearts, weakening wills, convincing men that surrender might bring not honor, but at least clean air. But even as despair grew, another sound began to rise above the silence and the smell, the sound of drums and horns echoing from beyond the walls. Because when the stench of death had done its work, when the defenders were weakest, the enemy would choose their moment to strike, and the next assault would not come with silence, but with thunder. The night was rarely quiet during a siege, but there was something uniquely cruel about the sound of enemy drums. Unlike arrows that whistled for only a second, unlike stones that thundered only when they struck, the drums were relentless. They pulsed like a second heartbeat, steady, merciless, echoing across the fields and over the walls. At first, the rhythm was distant, almost tolerable, but as the night deepened, it grew louder, closer, filling every chamber until it seemed the very stones of the fortress vibrated with the beat. It was not just noise. It was psychological warfare, a reminder that the enemy was awake, prepared, and waiting. Drums were never random. They were deliberate, coordinated, and meant to control not only the enemy's troops, but the defenders' nerves. Sometimes they boomed slowly, like the tolling of a death bell, each strike dragging seconds into eternities. Other times they quickened, racing, mimicking the tempo of battle, even when no soldiers advanced. Defenders on the walls would grip their weapons tighter, expecting ladders or rams with every rising crescendo, only to be met with nothing but darkness. The anticipation was more exhausting than combat. For the soldiers inside, the drums gnawed at the mind. Sleep became impossible. Even when men closed their eyes, the rhythm echoed inside their skulls, blending with the sound of their own pulse until they could no longer tell where the drum ended and their heart began. Some guards swore they felt the beat in their bones, as if the ground itself was marching against them. After hours, then days, men began to twitch at every strike, their nerves fraying, their tempers snapping. The enemy understood this. Chronicles describe armies that played drums through the night not to rally their own men, but to rob the defenders of rest. A sleepless soldier was half a soldier, and half a soldier could not hold a wall for long. Music became a weapon sharper than arrows. And it was not only drums. Sometimes horns blared, long and mournful, echoing across valleys like the cries of beasts. At other times, chants and war songs carried through the night air, taunting, promising slaughter when dawn arrived. The soundscape of siege was crafted with the same precision as its engines of war. There was an almost ritualistic terror to it. Some defenders whispered that the drum beats were not merely human signals, but invocations, summoning spirits of death to circle the walls. Others swore they could hear words in the rhythm, mocking phrases, messages of doom hidden in the cadence. Fear made imagination fertile, and in the half-light of torch and moon, every beat became a prophecy of defeat. And yet, amidst the dread, there was grim fascination. Men counted the beats, trying to guess what they meant, how many drums signaled an assault, how many horns marked reinforcements. The very act of listening became its own form of defense, as if deciphering the sound could give them control. Some soldiers even mimicked the rhythms, drumming on shields in mockery, trying to prove they were unshaken. But mockery was thin armor. Inside, every man knew the truth. The enemy did not need to climb ladders if they could climb into your mind. The cruelty of drums lay in their invisibility. You could not shoot an arrow at a sound. You could not raise a shield against rhythm. The enemy might be miles away, safe behind their own lines, and still their presence would crawl into your chest with every beat. It was war waged from a distance, intangible, yet inescapable. And, in the silence between beats, the mind filled in horrors worse than reality. Armies massing in the dark, rams rolling forward, firepots waiting to fly. But when the attack finally came, it was almost a relief. The drums that had haunted the night suddenly exploded into frenzy, joined by horns and shouting, and the noise became physical, a wall of sound rushing forward with the enemy behind it. For defenders, that was the cruelest trick. to long for the battle itself, simply because battle at last ended the torment of waiting. And when dawn broke, leaving the field scattered with the dead, the drums would begin again that night, steady and unrelenting, reminding survivors that rest was a luxury they would never again possess. Siege warfare was a cycle of noise and silence, both equally deadly. And as the defenders braced themselves for another night of pounding rhythm, they realized the enemy did not need to breach the walls immediately. All they had to do was break the will of those inside, one beat at a time. Yet while drums shattered nerves and robbed men of sleep, another sound haunted the castle even more deeply, the sound of betrayal whispered in shadows, of knives drawn in secret, of plots conceived not in enemy camps, but within the very walls meant to keep them out. Because sometimes the loudest dangers were easier to endure than the quiet treacheries waiting in the dark. Betrayal in a besieged fortress did not begin with daggers or open rebellion. It began with whispers. In the cold corridors, in the smoky kitchens, in the crowded cellars where families huddled together, quiet voices carried dangerous ideas. Perhaps the enemy would spare us if we opened the gates. Perhaps survival mattered more than loyalty. Perhaps death at the hands of neighbors was worse than mercy at the hands of the besiegers. At first, these thoughts were spoken as if in jest, accompanied by nervous laughter. But as hunger deepened, as corpses multiplied, those whispers hardened into plots. The conspiracies took many forms. Some were born of desperation, soldiers too weak to stand, civilians who could not watch their children waste away, all willing to trade loyalty for a chance at life. Others were born of greed, merchants who had hoarded supplies, nobles who dreamed of securing favor with the enemy by betraying their own people. Siege warfare made traitors out of unlikely souls, because survival was the only currency that mattered. And betrayal, in its cruel irony, was often seen not as treason, but as pragmatism. Trust fractured in subtle ways. Men refused to turn their backs on comrades. Food was hidden in secret caches, passed quietly from hand to hand while others starved. Messengers who left the fortress at night never returned, and rumors spread that they had defected to the enemy. Even priests, once considered untouchable, were not free from suspicion. Some claimed to have overheard confessions that smelled more like conspiracies than sins. The fortress became a labyrinth of paranoia, where every shadow might conceal a traitor, and every silence might signal a deal being struck with the enemy. There are chronicles of sieges where gates were thrown open, not by force, but by betrayal. At Antioch in the First Crusade, a guard secretly admitted the enemy, ending a months-long standoff in a single night. In countless lesser-known castles, similar stories unfolded, fortresses that might have held for weeks or months undone by one bribe, one desperate hand pulling back the bolt. Defenders inside knew these stories, and the knowledge poisoned them. Even as they fought valiantly on the walls, a small voice whispered that all of it might be undone by a single act of treachery. Suspicion turned brother against brother. Soldiers accused officers of plotting to sell them out. Nobles accused soldiers of cowardice that masked conspiracy. Families eyed one another with unease, wondering who might slip away under cover of darkness. In some fortresses, paranoia erupted into violence. Accused traitors were executed without trial. Their bodies hung from towers as warnings. These grim displays did little to reassure anyone. If anything, they confirmed that betrayal was real, or at least feared enough to justify bloodshed. What made betrayal so dangerous was its invisibility. You could see ladders, hear drums, smell fire, but you could not see betrayal until it had already cut through the fortress like a knife. The defenders lived in a state of constant dread, listening not only to the enemy beyond the walls, but to the silence of their neighbors. It was a siege within the siege, and in many ways it was more corrosive than hunger or plague. Even small actions took on dangerous meanings. A soldier walking near the gate at night, was he patrolling or preparing to open it? A noble speaking privately with servants, was he giving orders or making promises? A priest writing letters by candlelight, were they prayers or messages to the enemy? The ambiguity was enough to drive men mad, and in madness, conspiracies flourished. Some betrayals were imagined, but some were very real. Chronicles speak of desperate deals. A group of soldiers sneaking food to the enemy in exchange for promises of safety, or townsfolk signaling positions of weak walls with hidden lanterns. Sometimes, betrayal was not a single dramatic act, but a slow erosion. Hoarded food kept from the garrison, secret tunnels revealed, guards conveniently absent at crucial hours. These conspiracies were often impossible to prove until it was too late, and by then, the fortress was already lost. The tragedy of siege was that even when betrayal was not real, the fear of it was enough to tear communities apart. Suspicion led to executions. Executions led to bitterness, and bitterness created the very traitors that paranoia had feared in the first place. It was a vicious cycle, one that no wall could defend against. But the enemy outside knew patience. They drummed at night, launched fire by day, but they also waited for betrayal to finish their work. For why waste men storming walls when starvation, madness, and conspiracy could do the job more efficiently? And, as the defenders argued, accused, and executed, The besiegers sharpened their blades, ready for the moment when the fortress would collapse, not from attack, but from within. And when that collapse came, it was sudden and merciless. A bolt drawn back, a door left unbarred, a ladder lowered quietly over the wall. The enemy poured in, not through breaches won with steel, but through cracks carved by whispers. For the defenders, the realization was worse than defeat. It was betrayal, the knowledge that all their suffering, all their endurance, had been undone not by the enemy they hated, but by the neighbor they trusted. Yet even betrayal was not the end of cruelty, because once the gates opened and the enemy surged inside, the question was no longer about loyalty or survival. It was about what kind of mercy, or more often, what kind of massacre, awaited those who had fought so long behind the walls. Betrayal inside a besieged castle was like poison in the bloodstream, slow at first, invisible, but devastating once it spread. The enemy beyond the walls could be seen, their ladders, rams, and fire all too real. But treachery was an unseen assailant, and that made it far more terrifying. It was not the crash of a stone against a tower that kept men awake at night, but the suspicion that someone within their own walls was already helping to bring those towers down. And when hunger gnawed, when despair whispered louder than faith, those suspicions began to take root in every shadow. It often started with something small, a guard lingering too long near the gate at night, a kitchen boy carrying a bundle wrapped in cloth that no one recognized, a noble conferring quietly with servants when others were not invited. These simple acts, harmless in other times, became seeds of doubt when every life depended on loyalty. Soldiers exchanged wary glances, families pulled closer together. Conversations grew shorter, clipped, as if words themselves could betray too much. Inside the fortress, where unity should have been the strongest, every silence sounded like a conspiracy. History is filled with examples of such treachery. Chronicles of Antioch describe a man who secretly admitted crusaders through a hidden tower door after months of siege. In other accounts, starving defenders lowered ropes at night to trade food or messages with the enemy. Sometimes betrayal was bought with gold, other times with the promise of survival. A soldier, desperate to save his children, might choose to save them at the cost of everyone else. In siege warfare, loyalty was always tested, and not every man or woman passed the test. The fear of betrayal corroded the spirit of the garrison. Soldiers no longer trusted their captains. Captains no longer trusted their lords. Priests, once voices of unity, were accused of negotiating with besiegers under the guise of prayer. Even within families, suspicion crept in. A father might suspect a son of treachery, or a wife fear her husband was plotting surrender. Hunger and exhaustion stripped people of certainty until even love could not guarantee loyalty. The fortress was still standing in stone, but in spirit it was already cracking. Accusations became as deadly as arrows. Suspected traitors were dragged into courtyards, questioned harshly, sometimes tortured for confessions that may or may not have been true. Executions became spectacles. Bodies hung from the battlements to remind the living what fate awaited the disloyal. But the more traitors were executed, the less secure the garrison felt. Every execution confirmed what they already feared. Betrayal was not just possible, it was inevitable. The line between justice and paranoia blurred, and fear devoured trust like fire devours wood. And yet, real conspiracies did exist. Some defenders truly were in secret contact with the enemy. Perhaps they had been bribed, perhaps they were promised positions once the fortress fell, or perhaps they were simply too desperate to endure another day of starvation and plague. They met in hidden chambers, exchanged signals by torchlight or lantern, carved signs into wooden beams where only those looking for them would notice. These were not grand cinematic betrayals, but quiet acts. A gate left unbarred, a watch delayed by a few minutes, a key lost when it was most needed. It did not take much to undo what thousands had sacrificed to defend. For the besiegers outside, betrayal was their sharpest weapon. Why risk lives storming walls when you could slip in with a single bribe? They courted potential traitors carefully, sending emissaries under truce, offering gifts, spreading rumors that surrender would bring mercy. Sometimes they even planted false signals, making the defenders believe betrayal had already happened, turning paranoia into chaos. In this way, the enemy attacked twice, once with steel, once with suspicion. And suspicion was often the sharper blade. The tragedy was that even imagined betrayal carried real consequences. An innocent man accused could be executed, his death planting seeds of resentment in his family. Resentment could turn into genuine treachery, making prophecy out of paranoia. In this way, castles often fell not through enemy cunning, but through their own fear of it. Walls could not protect against the corrosion of mistrust. And when betrayal did finally strike in earnest, it was sudden and devastating. A gate swung open at midnight, a hidden passage revealed to the besiegers, a torch lit in the wrong place, signaling attackers to surge forward. The defenders, already weakened by hunger and suspicion, could not withstand the shock. It was not only the walls that fell in that moment, but their spirit, shattered by the realization that all their sacrifice had been undone, not by the strength of their enemies, but by the weakness of their own. Betrayal was the most intimate of defeats. To be killed by a sword was war. To be betrayed by a neighbor was despair, and that despair lingered long after the fortress itself was ash and rubble. Survivors carried it with them like a brand, whispering stories of how trust had been broken, of how their own people had brought ruin upon them. But betrayal was rarely the final act. It was the spark that opened the gates, and what followed was not whispers or shadows, but the roar of slaughter. For once the enemy poured through the breach, mercy was no longer on the table, and the conspiracies that had opened the way dissolved into chaos and blood. When the walls finally gave way, whether by fire, by tunneling, or by betrayal, the fortress did not simply fall. It collapsed into a nightmare of steel and screams, a massacre so total that no defender could mistake it for anything but the end. The breach was not a doorway, it was a floodgate. The enemy poured through with the force of water breaking a dam, unstoppable, merciless, filling every street and hall with violence. For days, defenders had lived with dread, imagining this moment. But imagination was never enough. Nothing could prepare a human heart for the reality of a fortress overrun. The first to die were those closest to the breach. Exhausted soldiers, their armor dented and their hands blistered, tried to form desperate shield walls, but their lines broke instantly under the weight of fresh attackers. Swords cut through men too weak to lift their weapons. Arrows pierced defenders already staggering from wounds. It was not battle, it was slaughter. The breach became a pit of bodies, stacked so quickly that attackers climbed over corpses to reach the next victims. The cries of the dying mingled with the shouts of the invaders until the air itself seemed to vibrate with despair. What followed was worse. Once the walls were breached, the castle was no longer a fortress, but a trap. Civilians who had taken shelter in cellars and chapels were dragged out into the courtyards. Women screamed, children clung to their mothers, old men raised trembling hands in surrender. But mercy was rare in sieges. Besiegers, starved and maddened by months of hardship, unleashed their fury on those who had once resisted them. Chronicles from across history are filled with the same grim phrases. None were spared. Blood ran through the streets. The ground was covered with corpses. These are not exaggerations. They are desperate attempts to capture the incomprehensible scale of what happened when walls finally broke. Looting began immediately. Torches were thrown into houses. Soldiers tore through storerooms. Treasures were ripped from altars. What could not be carried was burned. Even the chapel, once the center of hope, became a target. Sacred relics were shattered, chalices stolen, altars overturned. In the chaos, prayers were drowned out by the clash of steel and the wails of the dying. The very stones that had once echoed with hymns now rang with the sound of slaughter. The cruelty of massacres lay not only in death, but in humiliation. Women were dragged away screaming, stripped of dignity before life itself was taken. Men were executed not with honor on the battlefield, but like cattle in the streets, their throats cut as invaders laughed. Children were cut down without hesitation, seen not as innocents, but as the future enemies of the conquerors. It was systematic, deliberate, and merciless. The castle, once a symbol of strength, was turned into a theater of horror. And yet, even in this abyss, acts of defiance flickered. A handful of defenders barricaded themselves in towers, fighting to the last breath, knowing they could not win but unwilling to surrender. Mothers shielded their children with their bodies, absorbing blows meant for the next generation. Priests stood before altars, refusing to flee, choosing to meet death where they had prayed for salvation. These moments did not save the fortress, but they carved memories into history, proof that even in slaughter, courage could not be erased. The victors celebrated, but their triumph was built on ashes. Fires consumed the fortress, smoke rose into the sky, and the stench of blood and burning flesh carried for miles. Some soldiers feasted among the dead, their laughter echoing grotesquely in the ruins. Others collapsed in exhaustion, surrounded by plunder, too numb to feel victory. Because massacres were not only the end of defenders, they also scarred the attackers. No man who walked through those blood-soaked halls left unchanged. For survivors, if any were spared, the aftermath was worse than death. They were dragged in chains, their homes reduced to rubble, their families shattered before their eyes. Some were enslaved, some executed in public displays, others left wandering as beggars marked forever by the memory of fire and screams. A siege ending in massacre was not a battle lost. It was a civilization erased. And yet, massacres were not the end of war. They were a grim beginning to something else. For every fortress that fell in blood, others watched in terror, their resolve hardening or their spirits breaking. Stories of massacres spread faster than armies, carried by rumor, by fleeing survivors, by chroniclers who struggled to find words strong enough to match reality. And those stories served a purpose, to remind everyone that surrender and resistance alike carried a price written in blood. But as the smoke cleared, as corpses cooled and ashes settled, another question always remained: what came after? Because in the ruins of a fallen fortress, after the massacre ended, came the long work of memory. And memory, though silent, could be sharper than any sword. For those who lived through it, the horror was not something buried with the dead. It was something carried, reshaping generations, ensuring that even when stones were rebuilt, the scars of betrayal and slaughter were never forgotten. Reconstruction after a siege was never simply about stone and timber. It was about memory, shame, and the invisible scars left on everyone who had survived. A fortress reduced to rubble by fire and slaughter could be rebuilt, towers raised again, gates reforged. But the people who walked among those ruins carried wounds no mason's hammer could repair. They stepped through blackened corridors and broken chapels with the weight of ghosts pressing on their shoulders, every corner a reminder of the screams and blood that had once filled the air. The first task after the massacre was always the same: to deal with the dead. Corpses lay in heaps where they had fallen, rotting in courtyards, slumped in towers, sprawled across gates that once held enemies at bay. Survivors and conquerors alike gagged at the stench. Burial pits were dug hastily, sometimes so shallow that rain later unearthed bones. In some cases, the dead were burned in pyres that lit the sky for days, turning the fortress into a funeral mound. The ground itself became unclean, so saturated with blood and decay that future generations swore the soil never again bore healthy crops. And then came the rebuilding of walls. Stones were dragged from the ruins, fitted back into place, towers raised again as if their new height could erase the memory of how easily they had once fallen. But no matter how tall they stood, people whispered, "These walls are cursed," they said, for they held too much death. Well, rebuilding was not only about engineering, it was about superstition, about proving that strength could rise again from humiliation. Lords brought in masons from far-off lands, hoping new hands might purify old ruins. Chapels were reconsecrated, bells rehung, candles lit to drive away the lingering shadow. But faith, like stone, cracked easily when touched by memory. The survivors carried scars that rebuilding could not hide. A soldier missing fingers from the bowstring, a mother hollow-eyed from watching her children starve, a priest whose prayers had failed to save his flock. All of them lived in the rebuilt castle, but none of them felt it was truly safe again. They spoke of the siege in fragments, half whispers over bread, never daring to tell the full story. Some left entirely, wandering to other lands, unable to sleep within the same walls where betrayal and fire had taken everything. Others stayed, clinging stubbornly to the place of their suffering, as if to abandon it would be to abandon the dead themselves. Reconstruction was also political. A lord who had lost his fortress often lost his reputation. Enemies mocked him, allies doubted him, and even his own people questioned his strength. To rebuild was not just to restore stone, but to restore honor. Chronicles tell of lords who spent fortunes refortifying castles after a fall, adding higher towers, thicker gates, deeper moats, not because they believed these would hold forever, but because they needed the world to believe it. Every stone was a declaration. We may have been broken once, but never again. Yet in their hearts, survivors knew that no wall was unbreakable, no gate truly unbreachable. Children growing up in the ruins absorbed those memories like milk. They played among toppled stones, but their games were different. Games of sieges, games of betrayal, games where one child always had to die inside the walls. Memory shaped their innocence, twisting it until play itself carried the shadow of what had happened. And those children grew into adults who carried the stories forward, retelling them by firelight, ensuring the scars of the siege outlived even the stone. But reconstruction also carried hope, fragile though it was. To raise a wall again was to say, we still exist. To light a candle in the chapel was to say, we still believe. To plant new crops outside the ruined moat was to say, we still live. These were not victories, but they were acts of defiance against despair. Survivors clung to them because there was no other choice. Life, stubborn as grass pushing through cracks in stone, insisted on returning. And yet, the rebuilt fortress was never the same. Even when walls gleamed with new stone, even when towers soared higher than before, the people inside never looked at them with the same trust. They knew too well what it felt like to hear walls groan, gates splinter, and towers collapse. They knew too well how easily trust could fracture, how quickly neighbors could become traitors, how swiftly fire could consume all. A fortress could be raised again, but innocence could not. Reconstruction, then, was less about restoration and more about endurance. To live among ruins rebuilt was to live with ghosts. Every feast in the hall echoed with the memory of famine. Every prayer in the chapel rang against the silence of unanswered cries. Every stone fitted into the wall carried the weight of bones buried beneath it. The castle might stand again, but it was always standing on a grave. And in that grave-like stillness, survivors asked themselves the question that no mason, no priest, no lord could answer. Was rebuilding an act of resilience, or was it simply an invitation for the same horrors to happen again? Because, as history showed, no matter how many times walls were raised, sieges always returned. And somewhere beyond the horizon, another army would one day march, bringing with it not just rams and fire, but the promise that scars, whether of stone or soul, would be torn open once more. Living in a rebuilt castle after a siege was like sleeping with one eye open for the rest of your life. The walls might have been restored, the towers rebuilt, the chapel reconsecrated, but the memories of fire, betrayal, and massacre lingered like smoke that never quite cleared. Survivors carried those memories inside them, and they colored every creak of a gate, every shadow on the horizon, every silence that stretched too long. Fear was no longer an occasional guest. It was a permanent resident within the fortress. At night, guards still heard the phantom drums of the enemy, even when no army stood outside. Wind scraping against shutters became whispers of tunneling. The echo of boots in corridors sounded too much like the shuffle of invaders. Even children who had not lived through the last siege grew up absorbing the dread from their parents. They were told bedtime stories not of heroes and saints, but of the night when the walls gave way, when fire rained from the sky, when neighbors turned traitors. The castle was rebuilt in stone, but in memory it remained forever broken. Daily life reflected this tension. Farmers tilled the soil outside the walls, but their eyes never left the horizon. Merchants brought goods into the market square, but their wagons were inspected with suspicion, as if every barrel might conceal spies or weapons. Even festivals and weddings, once moments of joy, carried unease. A sudden shout in the crowd, a torch dropped carelessly, could send waves of panic through the people. The fear of another attack was not simply in their minds. It lived in their muscles, in the way they flinched at loud noises, in the way their hands instinctively reached for knives when shadows moved too quickly. Lords and commanders leaned into this fear, using it to enforce discipline. Watch rotations were doubled, gates fortified with even heavier iron, supplies stockpiled in secret cellars. Councils spoke less about trade and law, more about signals, scouts, and contingency plans. The castle was no longer a home or a seat of governance. It was a wound wrapped in armor, every decision dictated by the memory of how easily everything once collapsed. And yet, even the strictest measures could not erase the whispers of anxiety that crawled along the walls at night. Some survivors carried their fear in rituals. Mothers traced crosses on their children's foreheads each morning, not for piety, but for protection. Men sharpened weapons daily, even if they never left their scabbards, as though rust itself were an enemy waiting to exploit weakness. Families stored emergency bundles of bread, dried meat, and water in hidden corners, convinced the next siege could begin at any moment. These rituals, passed down to younger generations, became traditions, not out of faith, but out of fear. The psychological scars were so deep that entire generations lived under the shadow of the next time. Even when years passed in peace, the thought never left them. A traveler approaching the gates might be welcomed, but his presence raised questions. Was he scouting for an army? Was he counting towers? Was he studying gates? Suspicion was not personal, it was cultural. The fortress itself taught its people that trust was fragile, and once broken, it never fully healed. And yet, fear did more than haunt. It shaped. A community that had once been fractured by betrayal became hyper-vigilant. Every villager became a watcher, every soldier a scout. Children were trained young to carry water, mend weapons, listen for strange sounds. In a twisted way, the trauma of the past forged a harder, sharper people. They did not laugh easily. They did not trust quickly, but they endured. They had no illusions about safety because they understood what it meant to lose it. Still, the fear had its costs. Joy was muted, hope cautious. People married later, had fewer children, not wanting to bring new life into a world that might soon burn again. Songs sung in the market were slower, heavier, echoing with sorrow. Even architecture betrayed the paranoia. New towers were built thicker, but windows were narrower. Streets inside the fortress designed for defense rather than beauty. The very design of the rebuilt castle was a memorial to fear, a reminder carved into stone that safety was an illusion, and fear was not unfounded. History repeated itself often. Castles that survived one siege were targeted again decades later, their reputation as strongholds making them irresistible trophies for ambitious warlords. Survivors knew this, and so their vigilance was not paranoia. It was preparation. Every feast, every prayer, every harvest was touched by the unspoken truth. One day, the horizon would darken again, and all they had rebuilt would be tested once more. What made this constant fear unbearable was its invisibility. Unlike famine or plague, it could not be seen. Unlike fire or arrows, it could not be fought. It simply lived in every breath, every heartbeat, twisting joy into suspicion, turning memory into prophecy. And the cruelest irony was that while they braced for enemies beyond the walls, they could never be certain that the next threat would not once again come from within. For betrayal, once tasted, is never forgotten, and survivors carried that bitter taste like iron on their tongues. And so they lived not in peace, but in pause, a community rebuilt yet never whole, a fortress standing yet never safe. The fear of another attack became their inheritance, passed from one generation to the next. And though the drums had fallen silent, the people knew they would one day sound again. Because siege was not an event, it was a cycle. And cycles, once begun, have a way of returning when least expected. Rumors inside a besieged fortress spread faster than fire, faster than plague, faster even than fear itself. They began as whispers carried along the narrow corridors, murmurs exchanged in kitchens or muttered in the shadows of the chapel. With food scarce, with nerves frayed and eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights, words gained power. A rumor did not need to be true to matter. It only needed to be heard. Once released, it slithered through the walls, multiplying with each retelling, shaping the minds of the defenders as surely as arrows shaped their bodies. Some rumors gave false hope. A farmer claimed he had seen torches on the horizon. Reinforcements, perhaps. An army marching to break the siege. Soldiers repeated it eagerly, telling each other that by dawn the enemy would be gone. But dawn always came the same. Silent, gray, with no banners but those of the besiegers. The crushing disappointment that followed was worse than if the rumor had never been spoken. Hope, raised too high only to collapse, left men weaker than before. Other rumors spread despair. Someone whispered that the enemy had tunneled beneath the walls, and suddenly every creak of stone, every shift of earth, felt like a collapse waiting to happen. Another claimed the wells had been poisoned, and within hours no one dared drink water. Mothers rationed what little they had for their children, while soldiers staggered on the walls, parched and delirious. It did not matter that the wells were fine. Belief was stronger than truth. Rumors of betrayal were the most dangerous. A servant accused a guard of planning to open the gates, or a soldier muttered that a noble had been seen speaking to the enemy under cover of truce. Whether true or not, suspicion bloomed like rot. Defenders began watching each other more closely than the enemy outside. Knives flashed in alleys, arguments broke out in the barracks, and sometimes innocent men died simply because someone whispered their name. In this way, rumors killed without swords. The cruelty of rumors lay in their ambiguity. They were never precise, never verifiable. I heard from someone who heard from another. That vagueness was their power, for vagueness allowed the mind to fill in the blanks with its own fears. In the silence of the night, a half-heard phrase became a prophecy. In the hunger of the day, a careless word became a death sentence. Men who had endured arrows and fire broke under rumors, because they could not strike back at words the way they could at enemies. The besiegers outside knew this, and sometimes fed the fire deliberately. They shouted promises over the walls. Open the gates and you will live. Your lords feast while you starve. Your allies have abandoned you. And sometimes they even launched letters or carved messages into arrows, lies wrapped in truth, designed to splinter unity. And once those messages landed, they did their work without the enemy ever needing to climb a ladder. Rumors reshaped daily life. People refused food from certain kitchens, convinced it was cursed. Soldiers avoided patrols with comrades they did not trust. Families locked their cellars, not just against thieves, but against neighbors they suspected of desperation. Unity, the one weapon a fortress needed most, was dismantled by whispers. A wall may have stood, but inside, the fortress was already crumbling. Chroniclers speak of sieges where entire towns surrendered not because they lacked food or water, but because rumors convinced them help would never come. Others resisted to the last man, believing rumors that mercy would mean massacre. In both cases, it was not arrows or stones that decided their fate, but words, passed from lip to lip until they shaped reality. The strange part was that even when rumors were disproved, their shadow lingered. A soldier cleared of treachery remained suspect. A well-proven safe still tasted bitter. Hope, proven false, left hearts too bruised to believe again. Rumors, once spoken, could not be unsaid. They left stains deeper than wounds, invisible yet permanent. And in the darkest nights, rumors turned into superstition. Some swore they heard ghostly voices among the dead, others that omens marked the sky, meteors, eclipses, crows circling above. Men said saints had abandoned them, or worse, that demons now walked the battlements. Whether lies, illusions, or desperate imagination, these stories stripped away reason until fear itself was treated as fact. In the end, defenders were not only fighting hunger and steel, they were fighting their own beliefs, and often, beliefs proved the heavier burden. And when rumors reached their fever pitch, when trust was gone and suspicion ruled, the fortress was already lost. It no longer mattered whether the gates stood closed or the walls unbroken. The enemy had already entered, not through stone, but through minds. And once minds had surrendered, bodies followed easily. But even in this fog of whispers, one truth remained clear. The siege was not endless. It would end one way or another with salvation or slaughter. And as the days dragged on and rumors sharpened into dread, all eyes turned not to the walls, but to the heavens, waiting for a sign of which fate awaited them. When logic faltered and hope thinned, people turned their eyes skyward, or to any shadow, candle, or animal, for signs that fate still spoke to them. Inside a besieged fortress, where death was constant and certainty had long since vanished, every flicker of light, every sound in the night, became a potential omen. Faith and fear merged into a single lens, and men and women alike searched desperately for meaning in a world that otherwise offered none. A falling star could throw the garrison into frenzy. Some saw it as a promise that heaven would intervene, that divine fire would soon strike down their enemies. Others whispered that it was the soul of the fortress itself, torn from its body and hurled into darkness. The same event, a streak of fire across the sky, could inspire hope in one man and despair in another. And because no one could agree, the fortress dissolved into arguments, each faction clinging to its own reading of the heavens. Even the smallest details became heavy with meaning. When a candle sputtered out in the chapel, some said it meant God had turned his face away. When a raven perched on the battlements, soldiers muttered of death circling overhead. If the wind carried smoke toward the castle, it was seen as a curse. If it carried smoke away, it was a blessing. Each hour brought new signs, each sign demanded interpretation, and interpretation often mattered more than reality itself. Priests tried to take control of these interpretations. They declared eclipses as trials of faith, thunder as God's anger against the enemy, rain as divine cleansing of their suffering. Their booming voices offered certainty when the world offered none. But not everyone trusted them. Some muttered that priests twisted omens for their own ends, that their promises of salvation were masks to keep people obedient. In the end, omens became battlegrounds, fought not only in the sky, but in the minds of those trapped behind the walls. Superstition spread faster than disease. Soldiers carried charms made of bone or bits of cloth, swearing they warded off arrows. Mothers scratched strange symbols into doorframes, hoping to shield their families from plague. Some men even refused to fight on certain days, convinced the stars aligned against them. These rituals were born of desperation, but desperation gave them power. To question them was to risk breaking the fragile thread of hope holding the community together. History is filled with examples of such moments. In Constantinople, defenders swore they saw the Virgin Mary walking the walls during its final siege. In other fortresses, lights in the sky were hailed as signs of rescue, until the rescue never came. The cruelest part of omens was how they delayed action. Instead of preparing for the next assault, people waited, frozen by superstition, convinced the stars or saints would decide for them. And when the decision came, it came not from heaven, but from the steel of their enemies. Yet omens were not always lies. Sometimes they reflected truths too painful to face. A field of crows circling the fortress was not a prophecy, but a fact. The dead lay unburied, and more would soon join them. The groan of walls under tunneling was not a curse, but an engineering certainty. But because fear clouded judgment, facts themselves were dressed in the robes of prophecy, leaving people unable to distinguish divine will from human error. The worst omens were those that struck close to the heart. A child born during a siege might be hailed as a savior, or cursed as a harbinger of doom. A sudden illness in the lord of the castle could be read as a sign that God himself had abandoned the cause. These interpretations, once spoken aloud, were impossible to erase. They spread like wildfire, reshaping morale, dictating choices more powerfully than strategy ever could. And in this haze of superstition, the enemy outside played their part. They launched flaming arrows not just to burn, but to mimic falling stars, feeding the belief that heaven had turned against the defenders. They released animals toward the walls, knowing desperate eyes would read them as omens. Sometimes they even spread false prophecies through captured prisoners, promising that the stars had foretold the castle's doom. In this way, even the heavens were turned into weapons. For the defenders, life under siege became a constant search for meaning where none existed. Every sign was debated, every event magnified, until they could no longer act without wondering what destiny demanded. And yet, for all the hope and dread carried in these omens, they all led to the same place, the inevitability of collapse. For when walls cracked and food ran out, no prophecy could alter the simple truth of survival. Still, the belief in fate endured, because belief was the only thing left that the enemy could not take. Even as omens twisted minds and divided hearts, they gave the illusion of control, a sense that someone, whether God, the stars, or destiny itself, still guided their suffering. But illusions, like walls, eventually crumble. And when illusions fell, the defenders found themselves facing not the heavens, but their fellow man. Because once hope and divine signs faltered, eyes turned again to lords and commanders demanding decisions that no prophecy could answer. The heaviest burden of a siege was not carried by the starving soldier on the walls or the mother rocking a child in the cellar. It was carried by the leaders who had to decide whether their people lived or died. Lords, commanders, and counselors bore the weight of choices that could not be made without sacrifice. Every decision was a wound. To hold on meant condemning hundreds to hunger, disease, and despair. To surrender meant risking massacre, enslavement, or disgrace that would echo for generations. There were no victories left in such choices, only degrees of ruin. In the great halls of crumbling fortresses, debates raged long into the night. Some lords insisted on honor, declaring that a fortress was worth more than its inhabitants, that stone and reputation were eternal while lives were fleeting. Better to die with the banner still flying, they argued, than to live crawling under the heel of the enemy. Others, often the captains who saw the soldiers collapsing on the battlements, argued that honor meant nothing if no one lived to carry it. "A dead people cannot keep a vow," they whispered, "but the living may rebuild." These words struck like daggers, for they forced nobles to look past pride into the cold arithmetic of survival. The dilemma was not only between resistance and surrender, it was about timing. To surrender too soon was cowardice. To surrender too late was futility. Leaders had to read the morale of their people as carefully as they read the cracks in the walls. Too much hope, and rebellion might erupt if surrender was considered. Too much despair, and mutiny might break out if resistance continued. Command was no longer about directing soldiers, it was about managing despair itself, keeping it just strong enough to hold a sword, but not so strong that it turned inward. The enemy outside understood this fragile balance and exploited it. They sent envoys with terms of surrender, promising mercy if gates were opened at once, threatening annihilation if resistance continued. Leaders weighed those words carefully, knowing well that promises were often lies. Chronicles are filled with tragic stories. Towns that surrendered under terms of safety, only to see their people slaughtered anyway. Castles that resisted to the last and were massacred, but whose defiance inspired allies elsewhere. Which path was right? No leader could know until the choice was already made, and by then, it was too late to change it. Some leaders turned to faith, seeking absolution for whichever decision they made. Priests were summoned to councils, asked to interpret omens, to declare whether God commanded endurance or surrender. Their words carried enormous weight, yet they were human too, often as frightened and uncertain as those they counseled. One priest might thunder that martyrdom was holy, another that preservation of life was divine. Leaders seized whichever argument suited their conscience, though their conscience rarely found peace. And there were the practical dilemmas. If surrender was chosen, should nobles attempt to flee with their families, while the common people bore the consequences? If resistance was chosen, should scarce supplies be given to soldiers on the walls or children in the cellars? Every loaf of bread became a judgment, every bucket of water a political act. Leaders made these choices knowing that no matter what they decided, someone would curse their name. It was leadership stripped to its rawest form, not about glory, but about bearing hatred so that others might survive a day longer. History remembers some of these figures as heroes, others as cowards, but in truth most were both at once. To endure starvation while commanding men to fight was both bravery and cruelty. To open gates and beg for mercy was both pragmatism and betrayal. Siege warfare exposed the fragility of leadership, showing that men and women placed on pedestals could bleed, doubt, and despair like anyone else. The only difference was that their choices doomed or saved thousands. What made these dilemmas unbearable was that leaders were rarely in full control. Betrayal could undo their decisions in an instant. Soldiers might mutiny before surrender was declared. The enemy might break the walls before negotiations were complete. And so leaders lived in constant torment, knowing they bore the blame for events they could not fully command. Their names would be etched in chronicles, judged by future generations who would never understand the impossible choices forced upon them. And yet, even amidst these impossible decisions, one truth always loomed: time was not on their side. Every day of debate meant more deaths, more starvation, more disease. Every sunrise brought fewer soldiers to the walls, fewer children able to stand, fewer reasons to believe. Leadership was a race against the slow collapse of both stone and spirit, and no amount of honor or cunning could halt the erosion. In the end, the leaders' choices mattered less than the reality that awaited them. Whether they chose to surrender, resist, or flee, the fortress was already broken in body and spirit. The real question was not what they decided, but how their people would endure the aftermath, because survival was never the end of the story. Survival meant living with scars, with memory, with the shadow of what had been lost. And that shadow grew heavier with each passing day, until even the strongest leaders could not escape it. Surrender was never a clean ending. When the gates finally opened and the victors marched inside, the clash of weapons ceased, but the war of coexistence began. Survivors who had endured starvation, plague, betrayal, and fire were now forced to live side by side with the very men who had inflicted those horrors. The castle no longer echoed with the sound of drums or arrows, but with the grinding silence of humiliation. Every stone, every corridor, was a reminder that what once belonged to them now belonged to their conquerors. The first days after surrender were the most uncertain. Would mercy be granted, or would the victors take revenge? Sometimes an agreement had been made. Safe passage, protection, promises of life spared. But promises given during sieges were fragile things, as brittle as parchment exposed to flame. Survivors waited in dread to see if words would be honored. Families huddled together, avoiding the gaze of their new masters, as soldiers occupied towers and set guards at the gates. The enemy no longer stood outside the walls. They walked through the heart of the fortress, armed, watchful, and always just one spark away from cruelty. The daily interactions between conquerors and conquered were a theater of tension. A woman carrying water down the corridor might brush shoulders with the same soldier who had stormed her street days earlier. A child scavenging for scraps might find himself fed by the hand of an enemy, or kicked aside. Soldiers who had lost comrades during the siege often looked upon survivors with contempt, convinced that every villager had been part of the resistance, and survivors, hollow-eyed and broken, forced themselves to bow and offer obedience to men they dreamed of striking down. Humiliation seeped into every corner of life. Survivors were stripped not only of weapons, but of dignity. Markets reopened under the watch of enemy guards, every coin and loaf taxed or seized. Chapels were rededicated in the victor's name, prayers forced to include the conqueror's glory. Even language became a battlefield. Lords commanded to speak in the tongue of their new masters. Commoners punished for clinging to old words and songs. Conquest was not just about walls and banners, it was about erasing identity, brick by brick, word by word. Yet coexistence, however bitter, carried strange ironies. Some conquerors treated survivors with rough fairness, preferring obedience over bloodshed. They rebuilt walls, reopened trade, restored order, because a fortress was worth more alive than dead. Others abused their power, plundering homes, assaulting women, mocking priests. The survivors never knew which face they would see on any given day, the soldier who offered bread, or the soldier who demanded submission at sword's edge. Living under conquest was a gamble, where every sunrise could bring either stability or new cruelty. The psychological wounds were deeper than the physical ones. Children grew up watching their parents bow to foreign banners, their games shifting from defending walls to imitating the new rulers. Songs of resistance were whispered at night but never sung in daylight. Some survivors tried to adapt, seeking favor with the conquerors, while others seethed in silence, waiting for a chance at revenge. The castle became a place of masks, where smiles hid resentment and obedience concealed smoldering hatred. History records many examples of these uneasy relationships. After the fall of Constantinople, Greek families lived under Ottoman rule. Their churches converted, their traditions suppressed, yet their culture endured in secret. In medieval Europe, surrendered fortresses often became outposts for foreign lords, their populations reduced to servants or peasants bound to new masters. Survival meant compromise, but compromise carried its own kind of death, the slow erosion of identity. And yet, survival also planted seeds. Those who lived learned the habits of their conquerors, studied their weaknesses, absorbed their customs while keeping fragments of their own hidden. Children born under conquest often grew up bilingual, their loyalties divided, their futures uncertain. Conquest did not erase a people overnight. It reshaped them, sometimes in ways that even the victors could not predict. The uneasy coexistence was fragile. A drunken soldier's insult, a villager's careless word, a child's act of defiance, all could ignite violence again. Survivors lived as though walking on broken glass, every step calculated to avoid drawing the conqueror's wrath. And still, resentment simmered like embers beneath ash. Those embers waited for wind, for opportunity, for the day when weakness on the conqueror's part would allow rebellion to spark anew. But before rebellion, before the long memory of vengeance, came something even more immediate, the heavy, unrelenting burden of shame. Shame at having lost, at having surrendered, at living while others had died with honor. That shame pressed harder than hunger, heavier than chains, and it haunted every survivor as they tried to carve life out of defeat. And in the stillness of night, when footsteps of enemy guards echoed in the halls, survivors wondered if perhaps death in the flames of siege had been easier than life under the shadow of conquest. Shame was the silent inheritance of every siege. When the gates had opened and the conquerors had marched inside, when the blood was scrubbed from the stones and the banners of the victors fluttered from the towers, those who remained alive carried an invisible chain. Survival itself became a source of humiliation. To live meant to accept that you had bent the knee while others had died standing. And no matter how often the walls were rebuilt or the chapel reconsecrated, the weight of surrender lingered like a brand seared into the soul of the fortress. It showed itself in glances more than words. Survivors avoided each other's eyes, afraid to see reflected in them the same questions they asked themselves. Why did I live while others burned? Why did I yield when my comrades fought to the last? And market squares reopened under foreign banners. People traded bread in silence, their voices hushed as if conversation itself might betray cowardice. Even laughter was scarce, for joy sounded hollow in a place where memories of screams and fire clung to every wall. For soldiers, the shame was sharper still. They had once stood proudly upon the battlements, shouting defiance at their besiegers, swearing never to let the enemy cross the gate. And yet here they were, alive, forced to polish the armor of their conquerors or guard streets now patrolled by foreign captains. Some bore physical scars, missing fingers or twisted legs, but the deeper wounds were unseen, the knowledge that they had failed in the one duty that mattered most, to hold the line. History does not easily forgive broken oaths, and neither did they forgive themselves. Mothers carried a different shame, though no less heavy. They had done what was necessary, begged, bargained, hidden, surrendered, just to keep their children breathing. But in doing so, they too had bent. They whispered to themselves at night, clutching their children close, convincing themselves that life at any cost was worth it. Yet when they walked past the graves of neighbors who had chosen death before dishonor, The whispers turned into doubts. Was survival mercy, or was it weakness? The shame of that question gnawed at them like hunger that never left. Even lords and nobles were not spared. Once draped in velvet and pride, they now walked their halls under the watch of foreign officers, their commands reduced to requests, their authority hollow. Some drowned their shame in wine, others in stubborn arrogance, pretending they still held power when everyone knew better. Chroniclers tell of nobles who refused to speak the conqueror's language, who dined in silence rather than acknowledge their new masters. Their resistance was quiet, almost petty, but it was all they had left. And yet, beneath their defiance, they too carried the knowledge that it was under their watch the walls had fallen. The most insidious part of shame was how it divided the survivors themselves. Those who had resisted longest scorned those who had argued for surrender. Those who had chosen surrender despised those who still spoke of lost honor, calling them reckless fools who would have led everyone to certain death. Suspicion lingered over families accused of conspiring with the enemy, even generations later. Children grew up marked by their parents' choices, labeled as cowards or traitors for decisions they had not made. Shame did not die with the survivors. It infected their descendants, carried forward like a curse written in blood and memory. Shame was also ritualized. Anniversaries of the fall became days of mourning, when bells tolled not in triumph, but in regret. Songs were sung in low voices, recounting not victories, but humiliations. And in these songs, shame was kept alive, retold so that no one could forget. Survivors did not need enemy banners above their walls to remind them of defeat. The weight of memory was banner enough. And yet, shame could harden as well as weaken. Some survivors carried it like armor, a constant reminder never to falter again. They trained their children with relentless discipline, rebuilt their fortresses with thicker walls, watched the horizon with sharper eyes. Their shame became vigilance, their humiliation fuel for vengeance. The paradox of siege was that the same wound that broke men also forged steel in others. What mattered was whether shame turned inward into despair or outward into resolve. Still, the daily coexistence with conquerors rubbed salt into the wound. To bow when a foreign officer passed, to surrender crops as tax, to hear prayers rewritten in another's tongue, each act was a small humiliation, and each humiliation pressed the shame deeper. The conquerors knew this and exploited it, for they understood that a broken spirit was harder to mend than broken stone. And so, the fortress that had once been defended with pride became a cage where survivors lived with lowered heads, ashamed not only of their defeat, but of their survival. But shame, heavy as it was, never silenced the human heart completely. In the whispers of old songs, in the hidden teaching of forbidden prayers, in the defiant gaze of children who had never known freedom but dreamed of it, there remained a spark. And that spark, though buried under layers of humiliation, waited for its moment. Because the cycle of siege did not end with surrender or shame, it lingered, festering, until the day came when memory itself would demand redress. Vengeance was the natural child of shame. When survivors bowed under the weight of humiliation, when they replayed in their minds the fire, the hunger, the betrayal, something began to grow inside them. It was not immediate. In the first weeks after surrender, the body was too weak, the spirit too crushed, the will too scattered. But as days turned into months, and as conquerors strutted through streets that had once been theirs, the embers of anger glowed hotter. Survival may have required submission, but memory demanded revenge. Children absorbed it first, often without understanding. They played in the ruins of shattered towers, turning charred beams into swords, pretending to storm walls in reverse, this time as liberators rather than defenders. Parents, still weighed down by the shame of surrender, watched quietly, and though they sometimes hushed their children's cries of vengeance, in their silence they allowed the seed to root. Every story told at night carried the bitterness of the siege, the famine that starved them, the flames that devoured them, the betrayal that opened the gates. For children, these tales became not only memory, but prophecy. They grew up with vengeance, not as choice, but as inheritance. For the soldiers who had survived, vengeance was sharper. They had seen comrades cut down, heard women screaming, buried friends in shallow pits. Their lives were spared, but that mercy was poison. Each bow to a conqueror's command felt like swallowing coals. Many bided their time, feigning obedience while sharpening blades in secret. History is full of stories where conquered soldiers, years later, rose in rebellion, leading uprisings that surprised their captors. The will for vengeance, once planted, did not rot. It ripened, patient and relentless. But vengeance was not always loud. Sometimes it was subtle, woven into daily life. Farmers sabotaged harvests, claiming poor yields while secretly hiding grain to starve their overlords. Blacksmiths dulled weapons by accident. Messengers carried false reports. Even prayers became subversive, asking not for peace, but for divine justice to fall on the victors. Every act of obedience carried an undercurrent of defiance. Small ripples that, when added together, formed a tide waiting to break. Of course, vengeance came with dangers. Conquerors were watchful, keenly aware of the hatred simmering beneath the surface. Rebellions were crushed swiftly, often with brutal reprisals. Entire villages were burned as warnings, families executed for whispers of conspiracy. Yet this only deepened the desire for revenge. Blood demanded more blood, and vengeance became a cycle as enduring as the walls themselves. A people who had tasted humiliation once vowed never to taste it again, even if vengeance required generations to ripen. What made vengeance so powerful was its ability to reshape identity. Survivors no longer saw themselves merely as subjects of a fortress or citizens of a town. They became custodians of a memory, bound together by the shared promise of redress. Festivals commemorated not victories but defeats, retold as lessons. Songs carried veiled messages of rebellion. Even lullabies whispered to children were laced with warnings and vows. Remember what they did. Remember what we must do. Thus, vengeance became tradition, passed on as carefully as language or faith. Sometimes vengeance took centuries to bear fruit. A fortress might fall, its people scattered, yet the descendants of survivors carried the tale like a torch. Generations later, when opportunity arose, when the conquerors weakened, when allies appeared, the descendants struck, reclaiming not only walls, but honor. Chronicles are filled with moments when ancient grudges resurfaced, when vengeance long delayed was finally fulfilled with fire and steel. These were not random acts of violence, but the culmination of seeds planted in shame and watered with memory. And vengeance was not always violent. Sometimes it was cultural, a refusal to let conquerors erase identity. Survivors clung stubbornly to language, customs, and faith, even when punished for them. They built strength in silence, teaching children the old ways in secret, ensuring that when power shifted again, their heritage would still live. In this way, vengeance became less about swords and more about endurance, the refusal to be erased. But even endurance carried an edge, for its purpose was always the same: to outlast and then to strike. The conquerors, of course, feared this. They imposed harsher rules, heavier taxes, and stricter surveillance, trying to crush vengeance before it ripened. But history shows that vengeance thrives under pressure. The tighter the grip, the more determined the people became to slip free. And each act of cruelty became another reason, another scar, another reminder of what would one day need to be avenged. Yet vengeance, for all its fire, was not without its own dangers. It could consume the survivors just as hunger and plague once had. Children raised only on vengeance sometimes grew to value hatred more than life, sacrificing joy, trust, and even love for the sake of a future strike. A people defined by vengeance risked becoming as merciless as those they hated. But to the survivors of a siege, such risks often seemed worth bearing. For them, vengeance was not merely desire. It was justice, balance restored, the only way to cleanse the shame of survival. And so the fortress, though rebuilt and repopulated, lived in a strange twilight between past and future. Its stones bore scars of the last siege, its people bore scars of humiliation, and its children bore the fire of vengeance. The question was no longer if another conflict would come, but when. Because vengeance, once born, is patient. It waits in silence, it sharpens in secret, and it promises that one day the cycle of siege will begin again, this time with roles reversed. The next generations born within the walls of a fortress that had once endured siege did not live through the starvation, the fire, or the betrayal firsthand. And yet, they carried it as if they had. Memory in such places was not just a story, it was an inheritance, pressed into the minds of children like a brand. They grew up not simply with games of knights and castles, but with games of sieges, where some children pretended to starve in cellars while others played the role of invaders at the gates. The legacy of vengeance was woven into their play, their prayers, their very understanding of the world. Parents told the stories at night, their voices low, as though afraid the conquerors might still be listening. "This is what happened," they would whisper, "and this is why we must never forget." A fallen wall became a lesson in vigilance. A betrayal by a neighbor became a warning against trust. The massacre that followed surrender became a parable about the price of weakness. For the children, these were not tales of the past, but maps of the future. They were being taught not just who they were, but who they must one day become. Festivals and commemorations reinforced this collective memory. On anniversaries of the siege, bells tolled not in triumph, but in mourning. Instead of celebrating victories, entire communities gathered to remember their defeat, turning shame into ritual. Songs were sung about hunger, dances reenacted the fire, and prayers begged for vengeance disguised as justice. Even markets on those days carried the weight of memory, as goods were exchanged alongside stories of loss. The children absorbed it all, until the siege was not simply history, but identity, something that defined them as surely as their names. This transformation had practical consequences. The young grew up more suspicious, more disciplined, more prepared for hardship. A child who had heard all his life about poisoned wells would drink cautiously. A girl raised on tales of betrayal by neighbors would watch strangers carefully. Fear was passed on, but so was resilience. These children became harder, sharper, their identities forged in the fires of a siege they had never seen. They became heirs, not of walls, but of wounds. And yet, wounds can be fertile. The memory of loss gave these generations a unity that might otherwise have fractured. Families who might have quarreled found common ground in the shared scar. Entire communities shaped their laws and customs around preventing another catastrophe. Food storage became sacred. Watchtowers were manned more carefully. Alliances were questioned more ruthlessly. The fortress ceased to be simply a stronghold. It became a symbol, a place where identity itself was hammered out of memory. Sometimes this legacy bent toward vengeance. Children who had grown up listening to the cries of the dead in stories swore oaths to their parents. "When I am grown, I will take back what was lost." Generations of resentment sharpened swords before they were ever lifted. History shows countless uprisings born not from the survivors of a siege, but from their grandchildren, who had been raised on stories of humiliation until those stories became unbearable. Memory, given enough time, became fuel for rebellion. But memory also distorted. The stories told by grandparents became legends by the time they reached grandchildren. The hunger grew worse in the retelling, the flames brighter, the betrayal more sinister. What had once been fact hardened into myth, and myths shaped identity more powerfully than reality. Children did not question whether the details were true. They lived as if they were. And in this way, a siege long past continued to dictate the future, even when the truth of it was blurred. Curiously, this process also gave communities pride. What had once been shame, surrender, defeat, survival, was reframed as resilience. Parents no longer whispered, "We bowed our heads." They told their children, "We endured what no one else could." The massacre became not only a tragedy, but a mark of toughness, proof that their bloodline had survived hell itself. Thus, the collective identity evolved. They were no longer victims, but survivors chosen by fate to carry memory forward. This duality, shame transmuted into pride, vengeance softened into tradition, was the most complex inheritance of all. It meant that generations grew up carrying both bitterness and resilience, suspicion and unity. They were defined not by what they had, but by what they had lost. And that loss became a compass, guiding every decision, shaping every alliance, influencing every prayer. Yet beneath this hardened identity, a deeper question always lurked. Could a community defined so completely by vengeance and memory ever truly heal? Or would the scar remain an open wound, passed endlessly from parent to child, ensuring that the cycle of siege, shame, and revenge never ended? It was this question that haunted every generation, and it remained unanswered, for history showed only one certainty, that another siege would always come, and the legacy of memory would once again be tested in fire. As years turned into decades, the sharp memory of the siege began to shift, softening at the edges until fact and imagination blended together. What had once been lived reality, hunger gnawing at bellies, fire sweeping across rooftops, betrayal in dark corridors, slowly transformed into something else. Memory became story, story became legend, and legend crept into the realm of myth. The fortress no longer stood only as a scar of defeat. It became a stage where ancestors were cast as martyrs, saints, and sometimes even supernatural figures. Children no longer heard the siege described in terms of famine and rot, but as an epic tale where their forefathers fought against impossible odds. The woman who smuggled bread through the smoke-filled streets became a heroine larger than life, her courage retold with flourishes that turned loaves into miracles. The soldier who fell defending the gate was no longer just a man. He became the unyielding spirit of the fortress itself, said to haunt the battlements at night, keeping watch for the next enemy. These stories grew with every retelling, reshaping ordinary suffering into extraordinary destiny. Festivals began to mirror these myths. Annual commemorations that once carried grief transformed into ceremonies of pride and identity. Actors donned armor to reenact the final defense. Priests blessed children in the names of those who had died, and markets sold trinkets carved into symbols of resistance. A cracked stone from the wall was not just rubble, it was a relic. A broken sword was not discarded, it was enshrined. The fortress itself became a living museum, its scars reinterpreted not as shame, but as sacred testimony. Supernatural elements seeped into the tales. Some swore that angels had walked the walls during the darkest night, holding back fire with their wings. Others claimed that demons had whispered betrayal into the ears of traitors, marking the siege as part of a cosmic struggle between light and darkness. These embellishments, though born of imagination, gave meaning to suffering. They explained the inexplicable, justified the unbearable, and bound the community not only to history but to destiny. And with myth came symbols. The raven that once perched ominously during the siege became a heraldic emblem, painted on banners as a reminder of vigilance. A particular well, rumored to have quenched the thirst of defenders at their weakest moment, was consecrated as holy, its waters sought for blessings in marriages and births. Even ruins left untouched by rebuilding acquired sacred weight, places where lovers left vows or mourners whispered prayers. Every corner of the fortress became layered with story until stone itself seemed to speak. Curiously, myths also softened the image of the enemy. Over time, the conquerors themselves became characters in the legend, sometimes cast as villains, sometimes as instruments of divine will. Their cruelty was magnified in song, their cunning dramatized, until they seemed less like soldiers and more like archetypes of evil. Yet, in rare variations of the tale, they were remembered almost with respect, as worthy adversaries who tested the courage of the defenders. Myth simplified what memory had made complicated, turning the chaos of war into a narrative with clear roles and moral lessons. The younger generations, who had not lived the siege but had grown up steeped in these myths, came to see themselves as chosen inheritors of a sacred story. They believed their blood carried resilience, that their lives were chapters in an ongoing saga. What had once been shame was now transformed into destiny, defeat retold as trial, survival reframed as divine purpose. Identity was no longer about wounds, but about mythic endurance. The belief that their ancestors had not simply lived through a siege, but had transcended it. But myths, though comforting, carried their own dangers. They risked burying the raw truth beneath layers of embellishment. The starvation of children was smoothed into noble sacrifice. The madness of soldiers recast as prophetic vision, the betrayal of neighbors rewritten as the work of demons. The reality of pain was forgotten, replaced with stories that inspired but did not warn. And so, while myths gave strength, they also risked ensuring that when the cycle of siege returned, the people would not remember the true cost until it was too late. Yet myths have power precisely because they blur truth and fiction. They endure when facts fade. They shape choices long after the last survivor is gone. And in that fortress, where stone bore the cracks of past fire and the people bore the weight of inherited vengeance, myth was no longer just a story told by grandmothers. It became the lifeblood of the community, guiding prayers, inspiring rituals, and convincing every child that they were born into a tale that was not yet finished. For if the siege had become legend, and legend had become destiny, then the question was no longer whether they would face another enemy. The question was when. And with every passing generation, the myths sharpened that expectation, preparing them for a future that felt inevitable as though written in the stars. Faith became the final refuge of those who had nothing else left. After the smoke cleared, after the blood dried on the stones, after the walls were rebuilt with trembling hands, the survivors of the siege found themselves turning more fervently than ever to religion. It was not just prayer, it was survival of the spirit. Where hunger had broken their bodies and betrayal had broken their trust, ritual and faith stitched together meaning, giving order to the chaos of suffering. And slowly, memory of the siege fused with faith until the two could no longer be separated. The chapel inside the fortress, once a modest place of worship, became the beating heart of a new identity. Survivors swore that the prayers said there during the darkest nights had kept the walls from crumbling. They told stories of candles that burned without oil, of voices of angels mingling with their hymns, of saints appearing in visions to guide and comfort. Whether true or imagined, these stories were repeated until they became accepted fact. Soon, the chapel was not simply holy. It was seen as the very reason the fortress had endured at all. Rituals grew around these memories. Every year on the anniversary of the siege, processions wound through the streets. Families carried torches past the scars of burned towers, stopping at each ruin to recite prayers for the dead. Bells tolled not just to mark time, but to echo the cries of the fallen, a sound transformed into a ritual reminder of endurance. In some places, entire nights were devoted to fasting, reenacting the hunger of the siege, as if, by suffering again in memory, the people could purify the shame of surrender. Objects once ordinary became relics. A cracked chalice used during those desperate days was said to contain divine power. A blood-stained cloak of a slain soldier was displayed as if it were the robe of a saint. Stones blackened by fire were enshrined in altars, kissed by the faithful as symbols of survival. The siege, once a wound, was turned into a sacred event, its artifacts woven into the fabric of devotion. To doubt their holiness was to doubt the endurance of the community itself. Children were raised in this faith as much as in the stories of vengeance. Baptisms were performed with water from the miracle well that had not run dry during the siege. Brides placed ashes from burned beams into their wedding wreaths, a reminder that love endured even in flames. Priests reminded their congregations not only of Scripture, but of their ancestors' suffering, making the siege itself part of a sacred narrative. Religion no longer told just of Christ or saints. It told of fathers who starved and mothers who shielded children, of defenders who died with prayers on their lips. The conquerors noticed this devotion too. Some mocked it, tearing down relics or banning rituals, fearing they might fuel rebellion. Others tried to absorb it, blending their own faith with the memory of the siege to pacify the people. Yet attempts to erase or dilute the rituals often had the opposite effect. Faith born from suffering is hard to kill. Every attack on it only deepened its importance, turning rituals into acts of resistance as much as piety. And yet, faith was not only a comfort, it was also a chain. The interpretation of the siege as divine trial meant that people accepted suffering as destiny. Priests preached that starvation had been a test, that betrayal was punishment for sins, that massacre was the will of God. Survivors, desperate for meaning, accepted these explanations, even when they were cruel. Instead of asking why men had failed, they asked what God had intended. Faith gave them endurance, but it also bound them to the memory of suffering in ways that kept wounds from ever truly healing. Still, faith also united. Families who had quarreled, neighbors who had suspected one another of treachery, nobles and peasants divided by class, all could gather in the chapel and kneel together beneath the same roof. In those moments, at least, the siege was not about who had betrayed or surrendered, but about a shared prayer for strength. Faith gave them something no wall could, the illusion of permanence, the sense that even if stones fell again, their souls were bound to something eternal. Over generations, the line between religion and memory blurred so completely that children could no longer tell where Scripture ended and siege legend began. Saints were remembered not only for miracles in distant lands, but for walking the fortress walls. Psalms were recited not only for salvation, but for vengeance, asking God to strike enemies as he had once spared his people. Suffering had become sacred, and sacredness gave it power. But, as with all power, questions arose. Did faith truly heal, or did it keep the scar open, ensuring each generation carried the burden of suffering as part of its spiritual duty? Was religion a balm, or was it a reminder that pain was destiny? For the people of the fortress, the answer did not matter. Faith was not optional. It was the only way to endure the memory without drowning in despair. And yet, the deeper their faith entwined with memory, the more their rituals prepared them for the future. For rituals are not only about the past, they are rehearsals for what is to come. And everyone in the fortress, from priest to child, knew one truth that no prayer could erase. One day, the siege would return, and when it did, they would need both their swords and their faith to survive it. When words spoken in prayer were no longer enough, when rituals could not contain the weight of memory, people turned to expression. Art, music, and literature became vessels through which the siege lived on, reshaping pain into culture. The fortress that had once echoed with the crash of stones and the cries of the dying began to echo with songs, with painted frescoes, with poems etched into parchment by trembling hands. These were not luxuries, they were acts of survival. For when memory threatens to crush, creation allows it to breathe. The first works of art were raw and immediate. Soldiers carved crude figures into the walls, depictions of comrades who had fallen or angels they swore they saw in the smoke. Mothers stitched tapestries from torn clothes, weaving flames and stars into fabric so their children would not forget. In chapels, frescoes showed defenders on the battlements, their faces strangely elongated, their eyes wide, caught between despair and holiness. These early pieces were less about beauty and more about testimony, proof that we endured, and this is what it looked like. Music, too, carried the memory. Ballads rose from the ashes of famine, sung first in hushed tones around hearths and later in crowded squares. Lutes and pipes wove melodies that mimicked the rhythm of battering rams or the mournful toll of bells during plague. Lyrics spoke of betrayal, of heroes who stood alone, of mothers who fed their last crumbs to children. These songs, passed from generation to generation, blurred history with poetry, turning the horror of the siege into stories that could be carried on the breath of a singer long after the walls had been rebuilt. Literature was slower but sharper. Chroniclers recorded every detail, the hunger, the executions, the whispered rumors. Some wrote with bitterness, condemning leaders who had failed. Others wrote with reverence, painting the suffering as martyrdom. Over time, these chronicles became more than history. They became moral texts, studied not just for what happened, but for what lessons could be drawn. Was surrender cowardice or wisdom? Was betrayal the act of demons or of desperate men? Every retelling was a judgment, and each judgment shaped the collective conscience of the survivors. But as decades passed, art began to exaggerate, as art always does. Songs lengthened the courage of soldiers. Poems embroidered the cruelty of the enemy. Paintings showed flames that licked the very heavens. The siege, once a raw wound, was remade as epic. The people needed it that way. To remember only starvation and shame was unbearable. To transform it into legend was survivable. Art gave them the gift of distance, the ability to look at suffering and see not only horror, but beauty, defiance, meaning. Interestingly, even conquerors became a part of this cultural memory. Artists painted them as towering monsters or devilish figures, their faces exaggerated into grotesque masks. Musicians gave them harsh, thundering rhythms, turning their approach into a sound that stirred both fear and determination. Literature sometimes cast them as dark foils, enemies so mighty that resistance itself became heroic. By turning conquerors into symbols, art robbed them of their humanity, making them characters in a story rather than victors in reality. Art also became an act of quiet rebellion. While conquerors demanded loyalty and obedience, songs of the siege carried hidden messages, reminding the people of who they had been before conquest. A child might sing a lullaby about hunger without realizing it was a coded memory of resistance. A mural of angels on the walls might secretly be a reminder of fallen heroes. The conquerors could silence soldiers, but silencing artists was far harder. Creativity slipped through cracks where swords could not. Over time, cultural memory became layered. The paintings were no longer just about what had happened. They were about how people wished it had happened. The songs were less about facts than about what should be remembered. The chronicles were edited, rewritten, recopied until history itself was reshaped by the hands of poets and scribes. The siege became less a past event and more a mirror, reflecting the fears, hopes, and identities of each generation that retold it. And still, the art carried a warning. The flames and frescoes reminded each viewer that walls could burn again. The dirges, sung in winter markets, whispered that famine was never far. The chronicles, even when glorified, showed the cost of arrogance, betrayal, and delay. The culture of memory was not just nostalgia, it was survival strategy. It taught children to be vigilant, adults to be wary, leaders to be cautious. Creativity became instruction, cloaking warnings in beauty. Yet art also invited a dangerous question. If memory had become culture, if suffering had become story, were people clinging too tightly to the past? Could they ever truly move forward when every brushstroke, every song, every written word pulled them back into the flames of the siege? Or perhaps that was the point. Perhaps to move forward without remembering would be to invite the same fate again. And so they painted, they sang, they wrote, not only to honor the dead, but to arm the living. For art, unlike walls, could not be breached. Songs carried further than banners, poems outlived generals, frescoes endured long after conquerors turned to dust. The siege had destroyed bodies, but art ensured it could never destroy memory. And in that paradox lay the true triumph of culture born from ruin, the ability to make defeat immortal, to ensure that even in loss, a people's voice would echo through time. The memory of a siege was never confined to the walls that had endured it. Once the stones were rebuilt and the survivors buried their dead, the shadow of that memory stretched into politics and diplomacy for generations. A fortress that had once fallen or barely survived carried a reputation that shaped how neighbors treated it, how rulers governed it, and how enemies viewed it. In this way, the trauma of a single siege became a political inheritance, a ghost that dictated decisions long after the soldiers who had fought were dust. Leaders who had lived through a siege were forever cautious. They remembered too vividly the drums in the night, the empty granaries, the cries of mothers over starving children. Their diplomacy became defined by avoidance of repetition. They sought alliances not out of ambition but out of fear. Trade agreements were secured to ensure food supplies in case of famine. Treaties signed to guarantee safe passage of reinforcements. Even marriages became political shields, tying their bloodlines to neighboring powers who might one day provide soldiers when the walls were tested again. To the outside world, these rulers might have seemed pragmatic or even submissive, but those who had heard stones crumble under fire knew it was survival strategy, not weakness. The legacy of betrayal during sieges also carved deep scars in political culture. If a noble family had been accused of treachery, their descendants carried that stain for centuries. Councils debated whether such families could be trusted, whether their loyalties leaned more toward survival than honor. Some were excluded from power altogether, while others were watched with hawk-like suspicion. Ironically, even when betrayal had been imagined rather than real, the accusation itself reshaped political landscapes, forging divisions that enemies exploited. In this way, rumor became as potent a political tool as armies. The memory of suffering also made communities more ruthless in their external dealings. A city that had once starved behind its walls might blockade its enemies without remorse, recalling too vividly what hunger had done to its own children. A fortress that had endured massacre might answer rebellion with merciless force, determined never again to appear weak. History is filled with moments when the survivors of one siege became the merciless besiegers of another, their diplomacy forged not by ideals, but by the cold arithmetic of vengeance and fear. Diplomacy itself grew ritualized around these scars. When envoys met, they carried stories of past sieges as weapons sharper than their swords. "Remember what happened when you starved us," they would say. "Remember the blood you spilled." Old wounds were brought up to strengthen bargaining positions, with the threat that forgotten suffering might return in the form of rebellion or war. Even peace treaties were often laced with memory, requiring conquerors to rebuild walls or restore relics as symbols of contrition. Memory was not an ornament in diplomacy, it was a bargaining chip. At the same time, politics within besieged regions hardened into a culture of vigilance. Fortifications were doubled, granaries expanded, walls repaired obsessively. Taxes were justified by invoking the ghosts of the past. Better to pay in coin now than in blood later. Leaders reminded their people constantly of the horrors of the siege, not just to keep them loyal, but to maintain the discipline of sacrifice. In this way, politics became less about prosperity and more about preparation, always braced for the next storm on the horizon. But there was also irony. The very memory of past suffering often paralyzed diplomacy. Leaders refused compromises, terrified of appearing weak. fearing that surrender and negotiation might echo the surrender at the walls. Some alliances were broken because rulers could not forget ancient betrayals, even when cooperation would have saved them. Others plunged their realms into war rather than risk the stain of humiliation again. Thus, the memory of siege shaped not only survival but self-destruction, proving that scars of the past could be both shield and chain. Chroniclers played their role as well, ensuring that no political decision escaped the shadow of the siege. Their manuscripts reminded rulers of past mistakes, casting heroes and villains in stark terms. These texts circulated across courts and kingdoms, ensuring that reputations of cowardice, of betrayal, of resilience followed families for centuries. A lord whose ancestor had opened the gates once could find himself distrusted 3 generations later. The fortress itself became a symbol in negotiations, its past failures invoked by allies and enemies alike. Yet for all the caution and paranoia, the memory of siege also forged surprising strengths. Communities that had endured together learned unity, and leaders who carried scars of survival often inspired fierce loyalty. Diplomacy grounded in vigilance sometimes built lasting stability, for rulers who feared collapse avoided reckless wars. Even vengeance, when tempered by pragmatism, became deterrence. Neighbors thought twice before laying siege to a fortress known for remembering every drop of blood spilled against it. Still, the weight of memory was inescapable. Every treaty signed was shadowed by the thought of broken gates. Every alliance forged trembled under the ghost of betrayal. Every decision made was haunted by the question, if the drums beat again at our walls, will we endure or will we fall once more? Politics could plan, diplomacy could negotiate, but the scars of siege ensured that the question was never truly answered until the next army marched. And as history always proved, the armies did march again. The memory of past sieges prepared the survivors, hardened them, guided their politics, but it could never stop the cycle from returning. The walls would always be tested anew, and the decisions made in council chambers would once again be weighed not by ink or seals, but by fire and steel. The legacy of a siege did not vanish with treaties or the rebuilding of walls. It seeped into daily life, shaping how people ate, married, trusted, and even dreamed. Collective trauma, once endured, became a quiet architect of society, leaving marks in places where swords and fire could not reach. For centuries after the walls had been breached, survivors and their descendants lived with habits, fears, and customs that were born from those dark days. The siege never truly ended. It lived on in kitchens, in hearths, in marketplaces, and in the silences between neighbors. Food, for instance, carried memory sharper than any chronicle. Families stored bread in secret compartments, cellars were dug deeper to hide grains, and salted meat became not just a staple, but a symbol of foresight. Mothers scolded children for wasting crumbs, whispering stories of the winter when entire households starved. Even in times of abundance, meals were eaten with restraint, as though famine might arrive at any moment. Generations later, people who had never seen siege still rationed instinctively, their habits shaped by the ghost of hunger. Social trust also bore scars. The memory of betrayal, neighbors opening gates, guards bribed by enemies, nobles conspiring for their own survival, lingered in whispers. Communities became cautious, gossip sharpened into suspicion, and friendships carried the shadow of what if. Weddings, once purely about love or alliance, now served as tools of reassurance, binding families together so that treachery would be less likely. Even then, suspicion never fully faded. A man's honor was judged not only by his word, but by how his ancestors had behaved during the siege. Bloodlines became marked as loyal or disloyal, and those reputations clung like shackles across generations. Children grew up hearing these divisions. In school or in play, insults often referenced ancient betrayals. Your grandfather opened the gate could sting more than any slap. Thus the siege continued to fracture communities long after the enemy had departed, ensuring that paranoia remained part of daily interaction. To live in a fortress that had once been besieged was to live under constant evaluation, not just of who you were, but of whether you could be trusted when the next drums began to beat. Markets and trade also carried the mark of trauma. Merchants became obsessed with stockpiles, demanding stricter control of resources. Prices of salt, grain, and oil were watched as carefully as the horizon for enemy banners. Rumors of shortages could spark panic buying centuries after the actual siege, with families hoarding goods as if the gates were about to close again. This constant readiness bred a culture of caution where prosperity was always shadowed by fear of collapse. Even the rhythm of festivals and communal life changed. Harvest celebrations were tinged with prayers of gratitude for survival. Processions often retraced the lines of defense where ancestors had fallen, and songs carried undertones of both mourning and defiance. Entertainment was rarely innocent. It was a rehearsal of identity. Children acted out sieges in play, while adults reenacted them in ritual, ensuring that the story of collective trauma was never forgotten, even as generations passed. Relationships between classes were also shaped by the memory of siege. Peasants remembered that nobles had sometimes hoarded food while commoners starved. Nobles, in turn, remembered that peasants sometimes murmured of surrender when the hunger grew unbearable. This mutual suspicion never quite healed, fueling tensions in governance and law. Rebellions in later centuries often carried echoes of these divisions, with rebels invoking the ancient hunger as justification for overthrowing rulers who had failed their people before and might fail them again. Psychologically, the trauma bred resilience, but also caution bordering on fatalism. People lived with a constant expectation of disaster, and so they valued stability above all else. Families were slow to embrace change, preferring tradition because it felt safer, more proven against catastrophe. Innovation was not absent, but it was filtered through the lens of survival. New tools for farming, new techniques for storing food, new fortifications. The siege had taught them that the future was always uncertain, and so preparation became the most valued virtue. Curiously, collective trauma also bred a certain kind of intimacy. People who had suffered together shared a bond that outsiders could never break. Families intertwined through marriage, friendships deepened through shared rituals of memory, and communities hardened into tight circles of loyalty. To be part of a town that had once endured a siege was to belong to an exclusive fellowship of survival. Outsiders were often distrusted, but insiders treated one another as kin, united not by choice but by scars. Yet beneath this unity, trauma also seeded an unending anxiety. Nightmares of fire and famine haunted descendants who had never lived them. Bells tolling at midnight could cause panic. The sudden silence of birds could be read as an omen. In subtle ways, the fortress was never free of siege. It lived inside the people as a constant, quiet drumbeat of fear. This anxiety shaped politics, faith, art, and daily life, ensuring that the trauma of one generation became the heritage of all who followed. And while these collective scars guided how people ate, trusted, celebrated, and governed, they also created a dangerous cycle. For by living in constant preparation for the next siege, by never letting go of fear or suspicion, the community ensured that when conflict came again, it would be met not with surprise, but with inevitability. The trauma had become prophecy, and prophecy always had a way of fulfilling itself. Stories were the true mortar that held a community together after a siege. Stones could be rebuilt, gates reforged, towers raised higher, but without the telling and retelling of what had happened, the memory of suffering would have dissolved into silence. Survivors carried the siege on their tongues, and their descendants carried it in their ears, until every family, every child, every passerby in the marketplace knew the cadence of hunger and fire. Oral tradition was not just a pastime. It was the way trauma was preserved, reshaped, and passed forward as inheritance. The first tellers were those who had seen it with their own eyes. Old men gathered by the hearth would recall the taste of stale bread that crumbled like dust in their mouths. Women whispered to children about the nights spent in cellars, the sound of battering rams shaking the ground like thunder. Each detail, spoken aloud, gave form to memory, and memory gave form to identity. It mattered less whether every fact was true. What mattered was that the story carried the essence of endurance, a truth deeper than accuracy. Over time, these spoken memories took on rhythm and pattern. Certain phrases were repeated like refrains in a song: the well that never dried, the raven on the tower, the night the bells did not stop. Children learned to anticipate these lines, and when they heard them, they would nod solemnly as if reciting a creed. In this way, oral tradition began to resemble liturgy, and the act of listening became a communal ritual as sacred as prayer. The stories shifted depending on who told them. A soldier's version might dwell on the clash of steel, the comrades who died at his side. A mother's tale might linger on hunger or the cries of children in the dark. A noble might describe councils and betrayals, while a priest might frame everything as divine trial. The richness of these perspectives meant that the siege was never one story but 1,000, woven together into a tapestry that no written chronicle could match. Oral tradition democratized memory, allowing every voice to add a thread. Children absorbed these stories not passively, but actively. They interrupted with questions. Was it really that dark? Did you really eat rats? Did you see the enemy's face? Each question forced the storytellers to expand, exaggerate, or reinterpret. In this way, children became not just listeners, but co-creators, shaping the story as much as the elders. And as they grew, they carried those enhanced details into their own retellings, ensuring that memory was never static, but always alive, breathing, evolving. The siege became a kind of bedtime story, though not one meant to comfort. Parents used it as warning: eat your bread, or you'll know hunger like we did. Stay loyal, or you'll betray your people as others once did. The oral tradition became moral instruction, wrapping lessons in narrative, ensuring that memory guided behavior long after the actual threat had passed. Travelers and traders carried fragments of these tales beyond the fortress. Some heard them in markets, others in inns, and retold them in faraway lands. Thus, the siege lived not only in the fortress, but in the imagination of strangers. It spread, sometimes distorted, sometimes romanticized, until it became both local memory and broader legend. Outsiders might speak of the fortress as a place cursed by God or blessed by endurance, But for those inside, the oral tradition ensured that the truth, raw, painful, intimate, was never entirely lost. Curiously, the act of telling also healed. Survivors who spoke their pain aloud transformed it into something shareable. The weight of hunger was lighter when described in words. The sting of betrayal became less suffocating when retold as cautionary tale. Oral tradition did not erase trauma, but it gave it a form that could be carried communally rather than borne in silence. Every shared story was both burden and balm, a way of saying, "We lived through this, and so did you, because you now carry it too." But memory passed by word of mouth was vulnerable. Details shifted with time. The face of the traitor became a name, then a symbol, then a mythic villain whose actual existence was debated. The miracle of a well became a divine sign rather than a stroke of luck. Oral tradition kept the siege alive, but it also remade it, exaggerating courage, dramatizing hunger, elevating suffering into epic. What began as testimony slowly transformed into legend, and legend was both more powerful and more dangerous than fact. And yet, perhaps this was inevitable. A fortress needed more than walls to survive. It needed identity, and identity is built on story. Oral tradition gave that identity breath, carrying it from generation to generation, ensuring that no matter how much time passed, the people would always see themselves as those who had endured, who had suffered, who had survived. But it also ensured that they would never fully escape the shadow of the siege. For as long as the stories were told, the trauma remained alive. The question that lingered was whether oral tradition preserved resilience or perpetuated fear. Did these stories make children braver, teaching them endurance? Or did they chain them to a past that would not release them, ensuring that every new horizon was colored by old scars? The storytellers themselves may not have known, but they told their tales anyway, because silence was worse. And in their voices, in their refrains, in their whispered warnings, the fortress lived, not only in stone, but in the stories that refused to die. By the time centuries had passed, the siege that had once been carved into memory through suffering and survival no longer existed as fact. It had been retold so often, reshaped so thoroughly, that it drifted into the realm of folklore. Oral testimonies, once raw accounts of hunger and betrayal, began to swell with impossible details. Soldiers who had simply died in battle now fought alone against entire armies. Mothers who had hidden children in cellars now stood as saints, their tears said to have turned into rivers that saved the thirsty. What was once history became legend, and what was once legend became myth. The shift happened gradually, almost invisibly. A grandmother added a flourish to a tale to hold her grandchildren's attention. A bard, eager to win more coin in a tavern, exaggerated the cruelty of the enemy or the miracle of survival. Priests blended the memory of the siege with scripture, giving divine meaning to what had once been mortal struggle. Each telling adjusted the details, until the siege was no longer a single event but a collection of symbols, symbols that defined the people who carried them. The figures of the siege became archetypes. The brave defender was transformed into a warrior whose blade glowed in the firelight, unbroken even as the walls fell. The betrayer became a cursed figure, doomed to wander the ruins as a ghost, his treachery never forgiven. The starving child became a holy martyr, whose cries were said to echo in the wind during long winters. These characters were not individuals anymore. They were lessons embodied, warnings passed down in human form. Folklore seeped into festivals and rituals. What began as somber commemorations evolved into grand pageants where actors donned costumes to play the roles of heroes and villains. Fires were lit to recreate the flames of the siege, but now they burned not with terror, but with ceremony. Children recited lines passed down like scripture. The walls may fall, but the spirit stands. The performance of memory became as important as the memory itself, and soon people celebrated their defeat as though it had been a triumph. Songs changed too. Once mournful dirges, they became rousing ballads sung by soldiers marching to war or by workers at the fields. The verses no longer spoke only of hunger. They spoke of miraculous wells that never ran dry, of angels seen on the battlements, of the sky itself darkening in sorrow. These songs inspired, rather than warned, reshaping tragedy into a reservoir of strength. The irony was that the harsher the memory had been, the greater the glory became in its retelling. Even the landscape was absorbed into myth. A boulder outside the walls was said to be the stone of the first catapult, frozen forever where it landed. A crooked tree was believed to have sprouted from the grave of a hero, its roots entwined with his bones. Wells, gates, and towers all acquired stories of ghosts, miracles, or curses. Travelers who came to the fortress were guided through not just stone, but through legend, as locals pointed to every scar and said, "This is where destiny was written." The conquerors themselves were reimagined. No longer just soldiers from another land, they became monsters in human form. Giants, demons, beasts who could only be stopped by divine intervention. Children feared their names like bogeymen, parents warning them to behave or the enemy of old will return. Yet, in some versions of the tales, even the conquerors were softened, remembered with a strange respect as if their cruelty had been necessary to forge the people's identity. Myth does not deal in shades of gray. It paints in absolutes, and the siege became a canvas of stark contrasts. This transformation into folklore was not without consequence. The reality of starvation, of disease, of senseless slaughter was smoothed over. People forgot how terrible it truly was to boil leather for food or to drink water fouled with rot. They remembered instead the miracle of survival, the bravery of heroes, the certainty that destiny was on their side. In this way, the myth both preserved and erased the past. It gave pride where there had once been shame, but it also removed the warning embedded in suffering. Folklore also served political ends. Rulers invoked the myths of the siege to justify wars, presenting themselves as heirs to the defenders of old. Priests used them to stir faith, declaring that divine power had chosen their people once and would do so again. Parents used them to teach morality, framing every story as a lesson in courage, loyalty, or vigilance. The truth mattered less than the message, and the message was always the same. We are survivors. We endure. We will rise again. And yet, beneath the glory, the myth carried a haunting echo. For every tale of angels and miracles, there remained whispers of famine and betrayal. Every festival that lit fires in celebration also stirred shadows in memory. The people lived within both the light and the darkness of their folklore, both proud and uneasy, both certain and fearful. And as the centuries passed, the myth of the siege did more than honor the past. It shaped the future, preparing each generation for a return of the cycle, whether real or imagined. Because myths, once born, do not stay still. They breathe, they twist, they grow. And in the fortress, they became prophecy. The people did not only remember what had happened, they believed it would happen again. And in that belief lay the seed of the next chapter, where memory, distorted into legend, guided the hands of those who would one day defend or betray the fortress once more. By the time the memory of the siege had fully transformed into myth, rulers and priests alike discovered that it was more than a story. It was a weapon. Where once the fortress had been defended with stones, arrows, and boiling oil, it was now defended, and sometimes oppressed, with words. The tale of the siege became a tool to command loyalty, to justify power, and to bend the will of the people. Leaders understood that memory was not neutral. It could be sharpened, wielded, and directed against both enemies and subjects. Rulers were the first to exploit this. Kings and lords invoked the siege as proof of their lineage's destiny. They declared that their ancestors had led the defense, that their bloodline had preserved the fortress when all hope was lost. Whether true or not mattered little. What mattered was that the people believed it. In ceremonies, rulers stood before their subjects with banners stitched with symbols of the siege: the raven, the well, the burning tower. These emblems became political armor, giving rulers a legitimacy stronger than crowns or seals. To question their authority was to insult the very memory of survival itself. Priests, meanwhile, sanctified the memory for their own purposes. The suffering of the siege was preached as divine trial, the endurance of the people as proof of God's favor. Sermons painted the defenders as martyrs, their hunger likened to Christ's fasting in the desert, their deaths to the blood of saints. The fortress, once just stone and mortar, was reimagined as holy ground, every scar in its walls interpreted as a mark of God's hand. This sacred framing meant that obedience to the church was obedience to memory itself, and anyone who questioned clerical authority risked being branded as no better than the traitors who once opened the gates. Together, rulers and priests created a symbiotic narrative. Secular leaders promised to defend the people from future sieges, while spiritual leaders promised that God had destined them to endure. Fear of repetition was carefully stoked. Every tax, every tithe, every conscription was justified as preparation for the next siege. Better to suffer now than to fall again, they said. And the people, bound by the weight of memory, complied. Resistance to authority became not just rebellion against rulers, but betrayal of the very ancestors who had starved in cellars and bled on battlements. The manipulation extended beyond politics, into law. Judges invoked the memory of betrayal during the siege to justify harsh punishments for treason or dissent. A thief could be framed not merely as a criminal, but as a potential traitor, one whose greed mirrored the betrayal that once doomed the fortress. The severity of laws was legitimized by memory. Cruelty disguised itself as vigilance. In this way, the myth of the siege was embedded into justice itself, turning history into a perpetual courtroom where everyone stood trial under the shadow of past betrayal. Art and ritual, too, were shaped by this manipulation. Rulers sponsored grand murals of the siege, not to commemorate the suffering of the common people, but to highlight the bravery of noble ancestors. Priests commissioned hymns that tied loyalty to faith, weaving memory into liturgy. Public performances of the siege became less about communal grieving and more about propaganda, with villains exaggerated to reflect current enemies and heroes reshaped to resemble ruling families. The people applauded, unaware that what they celebrated was less history and more a carefully curated narrative of obedience. But memory is never easily controlled. Sometimes the same myths rulers used to cement power ignited resistance instead. Rebels reinterpreted the siege in their own favor, casting themselves as heirs of the true defenders and branding current rulers as the new traitors. Priests who sided with the oppressed retold the siege as a warning against greed and corruption, reminding the people that it was often the arrogance of leaders that had brought disaster upon the walls. Thus, memory became a contested battlefield, fought not with arrows but with interpretations. The danger for rulers was that the myth had grown larger than they could contain. Once people believed that their endurance was divinely chosen, they no longer tolerated weakness in leadership. Kings who faltered in defense, priests who grew fat while their flock went hungry, were condemned not only as failures, but as betrayers of the sacred memory. History provided a mirror, and rulers who gazed into it too long often found themselves compared unfavorably with the heroes of legend. The very myth that gave them power could just as easily strip it away. Even so, rulers and priests continued to lean on the siege as their most potent weapon. In times of peace, it justified vigilance. In times of war, it justified sacrifice. In times of rebellion, it justified repression. Memory had been turned into a machine, endlessly producing loyalty, fear, and obedience. And as generations passed, the original truth mattered less and less. What endured was not the reality of hunger and betrayal, but the story of how hunger and betrayal had been overcome or exploited. And yet, beneath the layers of manipulation, the people still remembered something deeper, something rulers could never fully erase. They remembered that those who had truly suffered were not kings or priests, but ordinary men, women, and children. They remembered that survival had not been granted from thrones or altars, but had been wrestled from the jaws of despair by their own hands. This quiet truth simmered beneath the surface of the manipulated myth, waiting for a moment to reemerge, because history, whether distorted or sanctified, never loses its core completely. And when the next crisis came, when new drums sounded beyond the horizon, the people would once again look to memory, not to the polished myths of rulers or priests, but to the raw inheritance of survival whispered in homes and firesides. That was the power rulers could never fully control. The fact that memory, like fire, could warm or destroy depending on who held it. The myths that rulers and priests had once used to consolidate their power eventually began to slip from their grasp. Stories, after all, are alive. They grow, they shift, and they rarely remain loyal to those who seek to own them. What had started as a narrative of obedience, of noble kings, holy priests, and loyal people enduring God's trial, was retold at hearths and in taverns with a different emphasis. In these retellings, the heroes were not rulers who made decisions from gilded halls, but the ordinary men and women who endured hunger, who fought with makeshift weapons, who carried each other through the smoke. Slowly, the people reclaimed the myth, reshaping it into a mirror of their own suffering under unjust rulers. This transformation was subtle at first. A bard might sing a ballad where the traitor who opened the gates bore suspicious resemblance to the current lord, greedy and corrupt. A storyteller in the market might exaggerate how priests during the siege hoarded food while commoners starved, a thinly veiled critique of the clergy's wealth. Audiences laughed, applauded, or nodded in grim agreement, recognizing in the myth their own present reality. By cloaking dissent and legend, they spoke truth without naming names, and yet everyone understood. Over time, this subversive retelling of the siege myth became fuel for resistance. Rebels invoked the memory of ancestors who had suffered and died, framing their own cause as a continuation of that struggle. They declared that the walls had not fallen because of outside enemies alone, but because of treachery from within. And now, centuries later, the same treachery was being committed by corrupt rulers who betrayed their people with high taxes, empty promises, and cowardly compromises. The fortress, once a symbol of endurance, was reframed as a stage for betrayal, a story that warned against trusting those in power. When famine struck, the siege myths grew sharper. People remembered stories of hunger and said, "It is happening again." They accused rulers of failing to prepare, just as leaders had failed in the past. When war loomed, rebels compared their lords to the arrogant nobles who once invited disaster by ignoring warnings. And when rulers called for loyalty, people responded with suspicion, recalling the tales of false promises and broken oaths told in every generation. The myth had become a weapon in the hands of the oppressed, a rallying cry sharper than any sword. Historical records show that uprisings often erupted with banners bearing symbols of the siege: the raven, the burning tower, the cracked well. Rebels shouted slogans drawn from ballads of endurance, transforming cultural memory into political theater. To rise against rulers was no longer treason. It was justice, vengeance for ancestors betrayed centuries earlier. In this way, the myth of the siege allowed rebellion to wear the cloak of legitimacy, wrapping anger in the sanctity of tradition. Priests who sided with the people fueled this even more. Some declared that rulers had twisted the memory of the siege for their own gain. that true faith meant siding with the common folk who had endured the hunger of the past. Sermons retold the siege not as divine trial, but as divine condemnation of leaders who failed their duty. The pulpit became as dangerous as the sword, turning sacred story into revolutionary rhetoric. Rulers who had once paraded the siege as proof of their right to rule now found themselves haunted by it, condemned by the very myth they had tried to control. And yet, rebellion carried its own risks. Just as myths inspired courage, they also encouraged mercilessness. Rebels who saw themselves as heirs of the starving defenders sometimes justified brutal vengeance against nobles and priests, claiming they were simply repeating history in reverse. Massacres of ruling families were carried out under the cry, "For the gates you opened, for the hunger you caused." Memory, once a chain of shame, had become a blade of wrath. What made these rebellions endure was not their immediate victories, but their ability to linger in culture. Even when crushed, the rebels' retellings of the siege remained whispered to children, sung in taverns, carved into the margins of chronicles. Each failed revolt layered new meaning onto the old myth, adding fresh betrayals, fresh martyrs, fresh reasons for future uprisings. The cycle was unbreakable because the story itself was unbreakable. As long as the siege was remembered, rulers could never fully silence dissent. And so, the fortress lived in a paradox. Its myths had been created to bind the people to their rulers, but over time they did the opposite, binding the people together against those very rulers. Every feast, every sermon, every festival carried a double edge. Celebration for some, accusation for others. The story of the siege was no longer a tale of past endurance, but a prophecy of future reckoning, whispered in the shadows until it roared in the streets. Because myths, once claimed by the people, cannot be taken back. They become the pulse of resistance, the drumbeat of rebellion, the song that no wall can silence. And in that fortress, where memories of hunger and fire had long ago become legend, the people learned that stories could topple thrones as surely as armies. All it took was a whisper repeated enough times to sound like destiny. When the myths of the siege began slipping from the control of kings and priests into the mouths of the people, rulers recognized the danger. Stories that had once bound subjects to obedience were now fueling unrest, twisting into cries of betrayal and vengeance. Power was no longer secured by walls or armies alone. It was secured by narrative. And when the people owned the narrative, the throne trembled. Thus began an age of repression, where rulers sought desperately to seize back control of the memory of the siege, to reshape it into a tool of authority once more. The first tactic was censorship. Ballads that spoke of betrayal by nobles were banned, their singers punished or exiled. Chroniclers were ordered to rewrite the siege, emphasizing the courage of rulers and erasing the sacrifices of commoners. Libraries were searched for manuscripts that told the story in dangerous ways, and when they were found, the pages were burned in the public square as an example. Yet, as history has shown countless times, burning a story rarely kills it. People simply whispered it louder in the shadows, passing it mouth to mouth, ensuring that the forbidden versions lived on. Next came the strategy of replacement. Rulers commissioned new songs, new plays, new murals that glorified their ancestors. Festivals of remembrance were redesigned so that nobles, not peasants, took center stage. Actors, portraying the siege, wore gilded armor, their performances emphasizing the wisdom of kings and the cowardice of rebels. In this official version, the people were not heroes but followers, saved only by the leadership of their betters. It was propaganda dressed as tradition, and while some accepted it, many saw through the mask. They continued to sing their own songs in private, mocking the state-approved versions as hollow echoes. Religious authorities joined the campaign with sermons crafted to reclaim the myth for the church. Priests thundered from pulpits that rebellion was sin, that to reinterpret the siege as failure of leaders was blasphemy against God's chosen order. The suffering of the past was reframed as holy penance, endured so that the faithful might be purified. Those who retold the story differently were branded heretics, their dissent equated with treachery. In some cases, inquisitions were launched, not to root out foreign faiths, but to silence alternative memories of the siege. The paradox was glaring. The church claimed to protect truth while suffocating the voices of those who had lived it. Punishments grew harsher as resistance spread. Bards were hanged for singing forbidden verses. Rebels caught invoking the memory of betrayal were executed publicly, their deaths framed as warnings against corrupting the sacred myth. Families suspected of passing on subversive versions of the story were fined, imprisoned, or driven from their homes. Fear became a weapon, meant to sever the link between people and their stories. Yet repression often backfired. Each martyr created by the gallows only added a new verse to the ballads sung in secret. The rulers fought to silence memory, but in doing so, they gave it more fuel. Some rulers attempted subtler approaches. They sought to co-opt the popular versions of the myth rather than destroy them, weaving themselves into the very fabric of the people's retellings. A king might publicly declare, "Yes, leaders once betrayed you, but I am not like them. I am the heir of the true defenders, the one who will restore the honor lost in the siege." By acknowledging the pain of the past, he positioned himself as the cure, turning myth into personal legitimacy. This strategy sometimes worked, at least for a time, but it was fragile. The moment the king faltered, the myth turned against him again, for the people had learned to see rulers through the lens of betrayal. The repression even shaped architecture. Towers were rebuilt higher, with carvings glorifying noble defenders. Chapels displayed murals of kings standing firm while commoners wept at their feet. These physical manifestations of the narrative were meant to anchor memory in stone, making it harder to dispute. But just as walls could be toppled by siege, so too could monuments be toppled by rebellion. In later uprisings, statues of these rulers were among the first things dragged down, their broken faces a symbol of people reclaiming the story once more. What rulers failed to understand was that myths are not static. They cannot be frozen in stone or sealed in parchment. They live in breath, in song, in the rhythm of daily life, and the more they tried to control the myth, the more it slipped into private spaces where authority could not reach. Mothers whispering bedtime stories, bards singing in secret taverns, farmers repeating old warnings in the fields. These kept the true heart of the siege alive. Rulers could own the monuments, but they could never own the silence of the hearth. The irony is that every attempt to repress the myth only made it more powerful. Forbidden stories became treasures, carrying an air of defiance that sharpened their impact. Censored songs became rallying cries, whispered with more passion than they had ever been sung openly. Repression taught the people that their stories were dangerous, and danger made them sacred. The rulers believed they were erasing rebellion. Instead, they were feeding it with every execution, every burned page, every silenced song. And so the struggle over memory became its own kind of siege. The rulers had their walls of law, of censorship, of propaganda. The people had their weapons of whispers, of folklore, of remembrance. Neither side could fully destroy the other, and the story of the siege, once about hunger and fire, became just as much about control and resistance. The fortress no longer endured only attacks from without. It endured an endless battle within, fought not with stones and steel, but with stories. Even as rulers tightened their grip on the story of the siege, the people never truly let go of their own versions. Beneath the official chronicles, beneath the grand murals that glorified kings and priests, there pulsed an underground current of memory. It moved quietly, whispered in kitchens, sung in the dim corners of taverns, and woven into lullabies that mothers passed to their children. This subterranean tradition carried with it not only the pain of the siege, but the fire of defiance, slowly shaping clandestine communities whose very existence was a form of resistance. The forbidden ballads became passwords. In markets or gatherings, someone would hum a few notes of an outlawed tune, and another would respond with the next verse. These exchanges, innocent on the surface, signaled trust, creating invisible networks among the oppressed. A shared story became a secret handshake, an invisible thread binding together peasants, artisans, and even disillusioned soldiers who dared to question their lords. Memory was no longer just a tale of the past. It was a living code, a language of resistance that only those inside the circle could understand. Clandestine societies grew from these roots. Some met in cellars where the scars of the siege were still visible on the stone. Others gathered in abandoned barns or deep in forests, away from the prying eyes of soldiers. They called themselves by names tied to the myth: the Brotherhood of the Well, the Keepers of the Raven, the Children of the Burning Tower. Each name was more than symbolic. It was a declaration that they claimed the true memory of the siege, not the hollow version preached from pulpits or proclaimed by rulers. In these secret assemblies, stories were retold, not as tragedy, but as prophecy. Leaders of the groups reminded their followers that just as their ancestors had endured betrayal and hunger, so too had they endured the corruption of their own rulers. They painted parallels between past and present, warning that once again the fortress was under siege, not from outside armies, but from the greed and cowardice of those in power. These meetings were not only about remembrance, they were rehearsals for the future. Art became a weapon in the underground as well. Small tokens carved with ravens or wells were passed from hand to hand, serving both as charms and as signals of allegiance. Graffiti appeared in hidden corners, symbols scratched into stone, drawings of burning towers left in marketplaces at night. To the rulers, these were petty acts of vandalism. To the people, they were banners of defiance, reminders that the true story of the siege could never be silenced. Curiously, even children became part of this silent rebellion. They learned rhymes that seemed harmless to outsiders but carried veiled references to hunger, betrayal, and vengeance. Skipping songs spoke of gates that opened in the night, of traitors turned to ghosts, of wells that flowed only for the faithful. By the time they were old enough to understand, the children already belonged to the underground tradition, shaped by myths their rulers had tried in vain to bury. The underground memory also reshaped trust. Families who shared in these secret rituals forged bonds deeper than blood, united by the risk of defiance. Marriages between members of different groups strengthened networks, weaving webs of loyalty that rulers could not see. And when famine or war struck again, These bonds became lifelines, ensuring that supplies, shelter, and warnings were passed along faster than any official decree. In this way, memory itself became infrastructure, invisible but stronger than stone. What terrified rulers most was the way this subterranean myth blurred into reality. Rumors spread of rebels who carried the ghosts of the defenders with them, of farmers who drew strength from secret songs, of traitors punished by curses passed down from the siege. Fear became a weapon as much as faith. Soldiers sent to suppress these groups sometimes hesitated, unnerved by whispers that to harm a keeper of the Raven was to invite supernatural retribution. The line between folklore and rebellion was deliberately blurred, giving the underground a power that no sword could pierce. History offers countless glimpses of such movements. In medieval towns, guilds cloaked their meetings in ritual, invoking the language of ancient sieges to bind their members. In villages, secret fasts were held to honor the hunger of ancestors, fasting that doubled as protest against taxation. Even in later centuries, when memory of the actual siege had faded into legend, underground groups continued to use its imagery as a rallying cry. The story had long outlived the event, and in its underground form it became indestructible. The rulers, of course, never ceased their attempts to root out these movements. Spies infiltrated taverns, patrols raided cellars, and informants were rewarded for exposing keepers of the Raven. Yet repression only deepened the myth. Every arrest was retold as martyrdom. Every execution added another name to the roll of ancestral heroes. The underground was like water. When pressed in one place, it seeped into another, flowing endlessly through cracks of oppression. And so the siege lived on, not only as memory or myth, but as an underground current shaping entire generations. The fortress stood, rebuilt and repainted by rulers, but beneath its polished walls the people carried a second fortress, one made of story and secrecy, unbreachable by any army, and that hidden fortress, nourished by whispers and songs, waited for the moment when it would rise again, not in stone, but in rebellion. The stories whispered in kitchens, sung in taverns, and carved into hidden corners could not remain in the shadows forever. Myths, once seated in secret, grow restless. They push upward through the cracks of silence until they burst into the open like roots splitting stone. And so, the subterranean current of resistance that had been fed for generations by the memory of the siege eventually erupted into rebellion. The cycle, that began with hunger and fire at the fortress walls, found its echo in uprisings that turned myth into weapon, story into battle cry. It often began quietly. A festival commemorating the siege might end with chants that grew too passionate, verses of forbidden ballads shouted instead of whispered. A symbol of the Raven scratched into a marketplace wall might inspire crowds rather than frighten them. In one town, people refused to pay taxes, declaring that the burden was no different from the betrayal that once starved their ancestors. In another, a group of bards openly sang outlawed verses, their performance swelling into a protest that soldiers could not disperse without sparking bloodshed. What had once been secret tradition was suddenly public defiance. The myths gave these uprisings their spine. Rebels carried banners with the burning tower, invoking the flames of the ancient siege as prophecy fulfilled. Leaders declared themselves heirs of the true defenders, chosen not by crowns or churches, but by the suffering written into their blood. They shouted in the streets, "The gates were betrayed once, but never again." Ordinary grievances, high taxes, famine, corruption, were wrapped in the sacred language of myth, transforming rebellion into a holy duty. To rise was not only to fight injustice, it was to honor ancestors and restore memory to truth. This fusion of myth and revolt terrified rulers more than swords ever could. Armies could be beaten, walls could be repaired, but how could one defeat a story that lived in every mouth and heart? Even soldiers conscripted to suppress uprisings hesitated, many of them raised on the same bedtime stories. When ordered to strike rebels, they sometimes lowered their weapons, unwilling to be cast as the villains of the tale their own mothers had told them. In this way, myth seeped into the cracks of loyalty, eroding the very foundations of power. The rebellions themselves carried echoes of the siege in uncanny ways. Rebels starved themselves in deliberate fasts, imitating the hunger of their ancestors as a sign of devotion. They gathered water from wells consecrated by legend, believing it would give them strength. Some even staged mock sieges of their own rulers' castles, surrounding them with barricades not unlike those their forebears had once endured. History was not just remembered, it was reenacted, this time with the roles reversed. Where once the people had been trapped inside, now they encircled their oppressors, chanting the songs that had survived in secret. Of course, not all uprisings succeeded. Many were crushed with brutal force, their leaders executed, their symbols torn down. But even in failure, the myth grew stronger. Each martyr was woven into the tapestry of memory, their names added to ballads, their deaths portrayed as proof that the struggle was righteous. The repression of rebellion only reinforced the cycle, reminding the people of betrayal, suffering, and endurance. In this way, every failed revolt was less an ending than a rehearsal, another layer of scar tissue added to the living body of memory. What fascinated chroniclers of later ages was how seamlessly myth blurred with politics. Rebellions were not merely responses to injustice, they were performances of identity, staged with the language, imagery, and rituals of the ancient siege. The people no longer distinguished between history and legend, between ancestors and themselves. To them, the siege had never ended. It was still being fought, its battlefield now the marketplace, the council chamber, the tax collector's cart. The fortress walls might have been rebuilt, but in the minds of the people, they were always under attack. Curiously, these uprisings often left rulers with no safe ground. To crush rebellion risked confirming the people's view of them as traitors reborn. To tolerate rebellion risked emboldening the underground tradition into something greater. Some rulers tried appeasement, lowering taxes or pardoning rebels, hoping to calm the storm. Others doubled down, filling prisons and gallows. Yet whichever path they chose, the myth endured, reshaped, and prepared itself for the next eruption. The people had learned that rulers came and went, but stories outlived them all. And so, the cycle of siege became eternal. What began as hunger and fire had transformed into memory, into myth, into rebellion, into repression, and back into rebellion again. The fortress itself became less important than the narrative it embodied. Even when peace reigned for decades, people still told the stories, still sang the songs, still carved the raven into stone. They lived as though the siege were always just beyond the horizon, its return inevitable, its echo inescapable. Perhaps that was the most enduring legacy of the original siege, that it taught people their truest walls were not made of stone, but of story. And stories, once set loose, are harder to destroy than any fortress. They survive fire, censorship, and even centuries of silence. They live in whispers, in songs and rebellions that rise and fall like tides. And as long as one child remembers a verse, as long as one mother whispers a warning, as long as one rebel raises a banner of the burning tower, the siege will never truly end.